they do some really interesting work. So thank you for joining us, sharing your Saturday morning. And Juliana Maxim from USD is here again. Juliana, it's always a pleasure. Wish we saw you more often. Your comments are always just so great. So we're really glad to have Juliana, George, Jose, and Mark here. And then, oh, all these different people on the screen. Angela, can't forget Angela. So Angela Tamayo Cardenas is here with us. Angela is a former Woodbury grad. She now works at Studio E Architects. She had a wonderful thesis in her thesis year, and it's always great to have some recent alums on a panel as well, because I think they can really see eye to eye with all of you students. So without further ado, we're going to start off here with Salvador Orozco Chava, and I'll let you introduce yourself and just get into it, Chava. So please go ahead and share your screen and take it away.
One comment for Kevin. I guess like the link for the San Diego presentations is not working. It's like showing a different
the live stream. Okay.
Yeah, it's like showing a different review or something.
Is it?
Well,
okay.
The link that was posted as like San Diego review is some other, I guess. So.
Is that the link that's on the Woodbury webpage? That listing?
Yeah, I believe so.
It's showing a different one. Okay. Here, let me.
So Kevin, can you copy the link here in the chat? So just so that maybe the families here can kind of take a look at it.
Oh, you know what? I just checked linking from, yeah, the Woodbury webpage. It is going to a different review. So let's see. Yeah, actually, Kevin or whoever is on the IT side, both Woodbury, San Diego links are linking to other reviews right now on their YouTube live streams. All right. Chava, do you have some family who's waiting to see this stream and you want to wait just a couple minutes?
Yeah, I mean, will it be the same link maybe? Yeah, because I had some friends also text me like that they were watching like some random person's review or something.
Got it. Okay. So
let me see.
All right.
I see this review now. It's working.
Yeah. Great. Okay. All right. So everybody in the chat, Kevin sent the YouTube link. That's the latest, greatest. So please share that with family and friends so they can tune in. So Chava, when you're ready.
Okay, maybe I'll just send it later to them.
Well, if you want a moment, we get it. You know, it's important to have family and friends see. So if you want to take a moment to send this link to them, go for it.
Yeah, 1 sec. Sorry about that.
No worries. And then guess, in case you didn't hear it, part of the earlier intro, the spreadsheet that was shared that you signed up on, since you may have looked at it last, we've added a couple columns that are the students with their thesis titles, a Google Maps link to their site, and then for many of them, some additional linked information in terms of either a video or a presentation PDF. So please take a look at that. I think especially the site address is helpful. I will share that link again in the chat right now so that it's there and easy for everybody.
Okay. So I sent it out, I believe. And I also kind of put a web version of my PDF in case you guys want to pull it up on a separate screen or anything. So should I get started?
Yeah, take it
All right.
away.
Let's do this. So, good morning. My name is Salvador Orozco, and my thesis is titled Mi casa 20 metros sobre el suelo, which means my house 20 meters above the ground. Informality is reality. Described by Dr. Bernard Rudofsky in the early 60s as architecture without architects, this phenomena is a harsh reality, true throughout the world, and no matter how much speculation is conducted and whether something is categorized as a fetishization of poverty or not, informal living will continue to be a reality. The housing problem begins at the linguistic level, where we forget that housing is both a noun and a verb. This linguistic inability to separate process from product and social value from market value is evident in both commercial and bureaucratic language. In today's world, we are mainly focused on what housing is materially, aesthetically, and never question what it does for its residents. Social housing in Mexico is notorious for building in urban peripheries, offering substandard units and coercing residents into crippling debt. These developments usually are not equipped for the amount of inhabitants that these communities are supposed to house, causing utilities and infrastructure to fail. Tatiana Bilbao describes these neighborhoods in her book, A House is Not Just a House. She says, you need infrastructure, roads and schools, repetitive houses in the middle of nowhere, far away from the city centers. Living here becomes a nightmare. Let's compare one of these social housing units versus an informal unit. Although the formal unit may look better aesthetically, it does not perform as efficiently as the other. So you can see like both sides, the guy on the right living in urban peripheries, substandard units, no equity in his house, inadequate infrastructure. And then on the left, although it lacks proper infrastructure, it's in a central location, optimized budget by minimizing housing expenditures, and units can always improve and change based on their needs. Infonavit's approach to housing has obviously been focused on the house and the noun aspect of housing, ignoring the verb. My project challenges this form of thinking, flipping Infonavit's hierarchical system on its head and providing all other aspects of living that have been ignored, except the house. Welcome to Tijuana, the most populated municipality in Mexico with 1,900,000 citizens. This border town's population continues to grow and diversify, welcoming refugees and migrants from around the world. As the population number grows and central real estate gets more valuable, social housing developments have no other option but to head into the city's outskirts. Like an artery, the Tijuana River and the Alamar Creek flow through nearly 5 miles of the city's most important and central zones. After the channelization of the Tijuana River in the 70s and the Alamar Creek 7 years ago, the river continues being completely underutilized and neglected. At 200 feet wide, approximately 5 million square feet, this is an incredible opportunity for the city. Strategically placed on the Alamar Creek, the project would be central to a diverse number of amenities, economic opportunities, higher education, and most importantly, a massive and ever-growing autonomous housing community. You can see here. Going down to the eye level, you can start seeing and getting a feeling for this site. So you can see the water's kind of dirty. It's pretty littered with trash and like random things. It's kind of ignored. It's pretty unattractive, but has an amazing. So it's just has this made. I lost my word. Train of thought. So we have all this economic opportunity, different industries and informal kind of businesses. And then this is kind of the reality that I was talking about. right across the canal. So after a year of investigation and many rabbit holes, I decided to answer this question. How do we reclaim the river utilizing formal structure and informal adaptation? Naturally, my first instinct when thinking of the design, my idea was a single platform of construction. I found this to be very limiting, knowing the river's potential. This modular system provides us a flexible space and is porous enough to provide sunlight to the riverbed below. So going from plan to kind of this 3D object, what was important to me was creating a stable surface above and maintaining that square footage while minimizing the footprint below on the riverbed. This was key to activate and revitalize both the space above the river and the kind of neglected space below. And then beginning to kind of divide and program these modules. So you can see in the red is possible residential, and then the blue is public. So through these kind of simple parapet walls, like 4 foot on the red, just vertical parapet walls, and then on the blue, it's more of planters and seating, kind of signifying what is supposed to happen above. So to combat the looming spatial deficit, the piers are employed by the government entities to provide space for autonomous housing. As time goes on, the need for inhabitation of space will grow. In this section perspective, I really wanted to highlight the pier's self-sustainability. Equipped with concave canopies that collect rainwater, PV panels, and appropriate utilities, this pier provides an ideal and enticing scenario for self-builders. And then we can see at the ground plane, French drains are implemented at each basin, filtering the water that cascades through, as well as native plants being reintroduced. So I stated like 7 years ago, this kind of concrete monster was built, and all of this nature and plants were kind of destroyed. So the reintroduction and the reclaiming of this space was pretty important, as well as kind of providing an enjoyable space below. So in this drawing, we can kind of see this symbiotic relationship of people above, the users above, and then as well as the infrastructure and the relationship with people kind of visiting from other places, not necessarily being kind of the users of the piers. And then in this render, trying to show the passing of time and how this informal adaptation turns from kind of this temporary housing into more permanent housing. So you can see kind of like around, there's this densification, there's a need for space, and then people start kind of claiming this as their own for housing. And then the activation of the spaces in the public piers that I was talking about, as well as kind of trying to highlight this informal business as well. So like we know in TJ is known for street foods like tacos and all these things. And I mean, I'm not really saying it's for tacos, but knowing and going to Tijuana a lot, I know that it's kind of a possible option. And then showing down here below how this space turns from kind of like that dirty water, like very dead space, into kind of more lively, more enjoyable, where people kind of want to come down and visit. And then how this kind of modular system can be interpolated into the river based on the needs of the city and autonomous housing builders. That's all that I have for now. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much for the presentation. I have a follow-up question. Could you dwell a little bit upon the geometry that you came up with?
Sure. So I know it kind of looks, I mean, at the beginning, are you talking about the three-dimensional, like in elevation or in plan? Or both?
In plan.
In plan?
So that kind of Voronoi type geometry, if you could explain it a little.
I was playing around with Voronoi, but then I didn't really want it to be Voronoi, so I knew it had to be kind of this modular system if I really wanted, because obviously Voronoi feeds off like randomness, and that's why I showed this kind of dots. So these dots show kind of how they're like placed strategically to create this kind of pattern that repeats. And then the offset to provide that sunlight below. So it's kind of Voronoi, but it's actually repeating. So there's 8 modules that repeat along the river.
I also have a follow-up question, if I may. So the river, parts of the river are often across sort of right across the border or in between the border, the binational border. Is this the case here?
No, this is just on the Tijuana side.
So can I ask who owns the river?
It's like public land, so government land.
At the federal level, at the city level?
I think it's at the city level, but they kind of just categorize it as like river space, like in the zoning. So it's not really like zoned for anything. And they have plans to kind of make it a green space, but I'm not sure how they plan on doing that with it just being concrete, like channel.
Thanks.
Congratulations. I think it's a really exciting project, Salvador. I'm looking at the, and I'm sorry, my house is kind of noisy on Saturday morning, but I like this. I'm looking at the geometry drawing or the kind of module drawing, and I feel like it's like kind of like the upside down candela drawing, right? There's like you're taking what would be the roof of a candela structure, and then using it to kind of subtract from all of these objects, and then produce a kind of a space underneath in the river, which I think is pretty nice. And so there's like kind of a nice historical reference there, and I think that's pretty interesting. Also, it reminded me of something else. So just like kind of anecdotally, there's and I can't remember, but there's a river in Seoul, South Korea, that when the U.S. Was in South Korea after World War II, put a freeway over. And so it goes right through the center of Seoul. And then I can't remember, maybe in the early 2000s, the South Koreans removed the freeway and re-excavated the river. And so there's this really amazing public space now that was a freeway that now moves through the entire city. So I kind of feel like that's kind of in this spirit, right? The kind of kind of taking this big master plan move of the channelization of the river. And you said it from the 70s, and then
yeah,
and then returning it in a way to a kind of the public space, which I think is kind of, so I think it's in that might be just something interesting to look at to see what happens there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I think that's really compelling on both those levels. And the other thing that I like about this project is the kind of, like as I said, the upside down nature of it, and that you're really focusing on the infrastructure and the things that you need to support housing and allowing the kind of other housing to happen. But it's not that you're giving up on, like, it's still a formal project, right? You're still producing an object and situating in the city. But then at the same time, you're focusing it on the kind of, the object is really the infrastructure, right? So I think that's also a really a rich part of the project. So anyway.
Thank you.
This roof that you show in a couple of the renderings is like a flat roof on top of the concrete stone. these kind of pebbles or rocks. Is that part of the informal thing that happens, or is that also like a part of the infrastructure? Because it's so at the moment I'm reading it like that roof, the canopy at the top of the concrete is also given as part of the. Yeah, here, this is a good image here. So that,
yeah. So the idea that is that kind of these canopies are placed also with the with these piers, and
so
they
this,
kind of house they kind of house these like utilities coming through from like the ground level up into these kind of canopy beams in the center.
so that canopy that I see hovering at the very top, this is something that also happens at the same time as the concrete basis underneath. And in between that canopy and the concrete is where the informal kind of construction happens. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I agree. Like I mean I think for me the main fascinating thing about this project is that you discovered that space. I mean, the concrete river is like really fascinating. It's an amazing space that just like really suggests like all sorts of potentials, you know. Anything would be better than what is right there now, and it's huge. And then there's water underneath, and there's a lot of potential in that. So I really appreciate that. I'm like, so one feeling I had, and I wanted to see like your perspective on that is the relationship between, and I'm saying that maybe just also like from the quantity, from the volume, from the presence of the infrastructure, kind of the formal part, right, which is era, and the informal part, which seems to me very small. And I'm curious, like, what do you think about that, like that ratio, and how you chose that?
Do you refer to the like number of piers that I put as the initial site, or?
Now, if you look at that section here, everything up to the concrete platform is formal and given, right?
Mm-hmm.
By some sort of public, I don't know, client or ownership. And then the top canopy is also given. It's part of the infrastructure, that umbrella on top. And what happens in between, like where like that one person makes this dance move. Oh no, that's a hammock. The hammock where the hammock is hanging. That's the informal part. That's what you can do whatever you want, and how it comes, and what your funds are, and your budget, and building it over time into your needs, right?
Yes.
So if I look at it only by, let's say, area occupied, it's like maybe, I don't know, 15% of the whole thing. Whereas, let's say, 85% are like given, you know. And to me, it signals like a little bit something of like a timidness or a doubtfulness of the potential of that informal settlement, because it didn't give it like more space essentially. But at the beginning we were like very optimistic about it, you know, like this informal, like we're like, it's a reality and we should embrace it. And so like there's so much. So I was wondering about your, like what, like why you did make these choices, because I think they're very conscious. So I want to hear about it.
Yeah, I mean, so like I said, this has been like a year-long project, or 2 semesters, and that's something I was wrestling with, was like, is something too much intervention? So if I do too much, like, is it informal housing anymore, right? So it's like you're kind of constraining, I think, or like imposing yourself too much as a designer. So in the beginning, like the first half, I kind of focused on the units themselves and attempted to design and like make the units better. But then I realized that I was also kind of doing the, like, it wasn't as successful because you're kind of imposing yourself on these like informal like housing. So how do you kind of, that's why I took a step back and said, okay, maybe like the solution will be in the infrastructure that is not provided, instead of kind of making the units themselves better. So that's why I just like decided to kind of create like the optimal places, or an optimal place for this to happen, but not impose myself on their kind of living units, if that makes sense.
Actually, I wanted to comment something. I don't know if you did this intentionally after you saw this problem with you doing the housing. I think what you did here, one of the basic problems with informal housing in Mexico is the roof. Usually they use the melamina. I don't know how you say that in English, but it's like the metal roof. And what happens in Tijuana and other cities is that it doesn't provide what it's like, it doesn't act as a good roof. In the end, in the summer, it gets super hot and it becomes a microwave inside those houses. And then in the winter, it becomes really cold. So I think you're tackling, I don't know if this was intentional, but after seeing this section, you're tackling the problem right there of the housing itself, of the informal housing itself. And then like, I don't know, I think that's something like really important in your project that you didn't mention, but that I just noticed.
So I want to pick up on this question of informality, because I think, first of all, congratulations. It's a really rich project, and one can really sense the depth of the research and of the engagement with the site. So I really want to recognize that. My question has to do with some of the assumptions at the basis of your design choices. One is that in order for us to provide housing, we should further erode the public space, right? Because what you're doing is to take probably one of the very few remaining truly public spaces of Tijuana and turning it over, fragmenting it into private property. So you went over that slide a bit fast, but I think there was a slide at the very beginning where you explained that the market is so much better than social housing at solving housing. And I really don't want to defend Infonavit, but I encourage you to perhaps expand a bit your understanding of what social housing means. But where am I going with that? I think I encourage you to look at Ananya Roy's writing on informality. She's an urban planner at UCLA, and she's been working mostly about the third world, but I think there's a lot of lessons that can be applied here. And one of the things that planners, good planners, recognize is that informality is an organizing logic that governs the process of urban transformation, right? So when architects say, oh, I don't want to intervene too much because informality is this spontaneous thing whose laws we can't really abstract, right? I think we feed into this idea that informality is somehow, unconscious, it just happens. When on the contrary, it's something that is in fact quite linked to formal planning, right? There are these two processes that feed off each other. So instead of saying, I don't want to impose, although obviously we impose as designers, right? I mean, there's this really strong infrastructure that carries with it the assumption that individual lots and individual houses are, the best way to solve the housing needs. That is a very strong, I think it's important to recognize it as a very strong position. about what housing is and what housing should be. So I don't think we should refrain from imposing, right? On the contrary, I think we should very clearly, because when we say I don't want to impose, we are saying I am reluctant to make my own assumptions and my own positions clear. And I think it's a much better debate when we say, these are my political positions about what housing should be. We do impose as architects, right? And I think it's absolutely our job to make clear what are the things that we impose and what are the things that what are our own values that we bring upon these sites. Yeah, I'll stop here. Yes, David, that's it.
Just going back to what you said about like eroding the public space, I think on the contrary, this project is actually kind of like putting the river back on the map, because like I was stating, like it's not really a public space if no one is using it, right? It's like, yeah, it's there, it's public, but like no one wants to really go down there. So what this is doing is kind of saying like, hey, like this is actually kind of a nice space to be in, like why not come down? And then above, it's not really space that existed before this. So it's not like retaking kind of like real estate or like stealing anything. It's more about like creating the space above and then kind of I forgot the word, but just like putting this on the map back to like the residents around this community, if that makes sense.
I'm all for stealing, but let's steal it from where there is a lot already, right? Let's not take it from. So let's redistribute private property in such a way that it is equal and fair, and let's redistribute public space in such a way that it is equal and fair, right? So if we call it's okay to steal if we consider that some people have accumulated too much, right, in our proposals, right? We're speculating about a more just Tijuana, right? And so I'm saying these things because I think your project is so strong, and that I think it can sort of withstand this sort of larger critiques.
But yeah, I mean, it's called, I guess, like to go like towards that, like I thought I actually initiated with this project being like on some sort of unused lot or something, but then I recognized like, yeah, this is not like, in reality, this is not going to happen. You know, like maybe if this is really central, like a nice lot in the middle of the city, this is going to turn into like a 10-story apartment building or something. So I think it's also kind of realizing like realities of like the real estate and what is really going on in TJ right now. There's like a boom in all these kind of nice luxury apartments. So, and then these people are getting kind of tossed to the side and not really recognized. So that's one thing I kind of really wanted to emphasize is like, yeah, architects have been designing social housing for years, and like these things are being built, but they're not really like recognizing this culture of kind of autonomous housing that already exists in the city. And that doesn't mean necessarily like that it has to look ugly. Like it doesn't have to be this really material palette. Like it can be also a really nice house that can be autonomous housing. So it's not necessarily just this, right? Like I try to show that here, like on the left, it's like kind of a nice house and it looks like it's pretty like self-built, maybe some contractors or something. But yeah, just I guess accepting the realities as well.
Java, I think what might help us understand maybe your political position, since Juliana brought it up, is in your presentation, in one of the first slides, you say that the river is 4.68 linear miles. And you identify that as this large piece of potential real estate. So you're using the term real estate, right? Okay, so that's one part. But you've proposed something that is, I guess prototypical. It has 8 repeating cells. So do you see this as something that completely occupies this 4.7 miles? Or do you see it as, I don't know, this acupuncture thing that could spread out where it goes from autonomous, privatized to more public to the, like, how do you see this thing going across this long river?
I mean, at first it was like for just like autonomous housing, but then like I thought like, yeah, well, one of these necessarily, it doesn't have to be autonomous housing. That's kind of the idea also, is like creating this flexible module where, it could be a restaurant, like it can be not autonomous housing, it could be nice housing, it could be like maybe a mid-rise building on top of this thing or something, who knows, but I do see it kind of being dispersed across the river, like based on the needs of the city. Or going back to the narrative, like maybe these modules are for sale or something, or like someone can kind of use this to develop this space on the river. And it's really long. So like I placed it here because of the autonomous housing community that's like right across the street. So the way I saw it was this kind of community would kind of spill over as real estate becomes like really scarce. It's like, oh, like that's really attractive. Like I have running water on this thing, I have electricity, instead of kind of like being across the street and struggling to like have these utilities. But I do see it, that initially that's why I placed it here, but I do see it kind of running along the river. And I think as it runs along the river, like the program will change. So maybe like here because of the autonomous housing across the street, but like going down, it can be like some sort of restaurant, or based on like the context it's in.
So I think your project has the extraordinary merit to force us to think about the land underneath, right? And I think that is so important, and it's so strong in your project. But let me finish with the kind of provocation, right? The kind of thought experiment. Why would it be probably shocking to all our sensibilities to think about placing these really interesting infrastructure / housing in very prosperous neighborhoods where there is a lot of empty land, right? In these lush estate gardens that surround expensive single family homes. Why do we recoil from that, right? And why is it okay to, not okay, but why is our tendency as a profession to take these spaces that we consider unused, underdeveloped? Why do we see some spaces as underdeveloped real estate and some others as fully occupied, when in fact the density of the land is probably comparable? And I don't expect an answer. Obviously, it's, as I said, it's a bit of a closing provocation.
Mhm.
And I think that's an interesting question, and maybe a follow-up question could be if you see a potential for diversity in the sense of not having like informal housing and formal housing totally segregated necessarily. And I think you mentioned something about it could be different types of housing that could happen there, and I thought that was quite interesting when you mentioned that.
All right, well, I think those couple of questions and that provocation is a great place to end. Salvador, I want to just say thank you for the hard work and giving us this conversation here. It's very rich, and as Juliana said, the research is clear, and I think a number of comments have addressed or gotten towards all these different ways you may have looked at it, and you've explained that yourself. So thank you. Well done.
Thank you, guys.
Congratulations, Salvador.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, so if you could, yeah, thanks for stopping the share. So next up we have Ethel Alfaro Ramos. So Ethel, hi Ethel, good morning.
Hi. Okay, I'm gonna start my share. Okay, everything looks good, David.
Okay, good.
Okay, so hi. Hello, my name is Ethel Alfaro, and all of this started with a crazy idea to idealize a project, and I tried to make it as real as possible. So the following project is based on some questions that emerged in my mind during this pandemic and living in my hometown, Tijuana. This project is, the title is the Tijuana Billboard Center. So I want to immerse you into the diverse questions that ultimately led me to my project. The first one was that I noticed that the parks were always very full in the pandemic. I also wondered, how can I make a safe and positive space in TJ, in the world's most violent city? I also thought of the proposals for the trolley and how it can be a driver for public space. And I wondered where a project can be situated to benefit the communities. And I also noticed how many billboards there are and how they can be negative in the city. So I wondered how I can make them positive. So I turned to this final question: how can I create billboards in a positive space in the city? Since they're part of the character of Tijuana, but I wanted to create something positive. That began my thought process that integrated design, organization, and finance into the whole idea. And because you can't get anything done without money, so the plan was to create an organized structure with multiple high demand billboards. This will help finance the center and foundations that will help the community stay healthy. And also I thought of the finance. The rent of these billboards is approximately $1,500 a month in the area. So I created a 10 billboard structure that raises some money for the communities. So I went into investigating some different NGOs and foundations in the city. Most of them are targeting to help people, low-income people, children, and people with disabilities. So I thought I could provide a space to help them reach people and contact people that might need them. So based on these ideas, I had to choose an important and very highly visible intersection, and here it is. It is the main vehicular route to the airport and the border, and also receives a lot of pedestrian traffic due to its proximity to the BRT station and the Civic Sports Complex, and also the General Hospital down here in the lower right corner. So here's my project in the site, an abandoned corner lot that can be better used. Based on the pentagonal shape of each structure, the builders will be able to be seen from 10 different points of view and four different heights. As I left the top level as a 2 billboard space where I propose to be a restaurant with panoramic views to the city that also characterizes Tijuana to attract people into the project. So here, I wanted to show you another video of the project showing the structure in a more colorful way, as it will be filled with many different billboards of different companies. Yes. So here's a site plan with the very complicated intersection highlighted to emphasize the amount of vehicular traffic that passes through this intersection daily, with the existing BRT station down here and the proposed trolley station on the top. The project will be a connection between the two stations and leading access to both pedestrians and vehicular traffic. So these are the directions that the streets take you. So here's an axis view of only the structure, showing how everything is being held up by the steel column in the middle. Here is the axle of the billboards in the structure and also showing the spaces behind them. And here is a worm's eye view of the billboard center. These are the west and south elevations, showing how the billboards are visible from many different viewpoints and showing that the main circulation is a ramp structure that has access through these flat landings that lead to the spaces behind the billboard. So here's a drawing showing the exploded axle that highlights the spaces behind the structure of the billboard. They are attached directly behind the structure, but leaving the structure of the billboard exposed as a threshold into these spaces. The spaces are about 7,000 square feet, 700 square feet, and it is a wood frame structure that can have a mezzanine integrated. So there are a total of 6 spaces that will be given to foundations and NGOs in the city to use them in whatever they need. One example is the Castro Limon Foundation that helps children with cancer. I thought that they can use the space to host blood bank donations and also set up a hair salon space for people to go and donate their hair to make wigs. And I also provided these schematic floor plans showing how they could use them for just offices or a help desk, information desk, or restaurants. So here I provide a section cut video that I think is very helpful to showcase the geometry of the structure and how complex the spaces within the project are. And the following slides are some perspectives views showing how the people will interact with the structure. This is at the top level and showing how there's the threshold between the walkway and the entrance to the spaces. And this is the the ground level, showing how it's gonna, like, my idea is to have it be a park that people can access any time of the day, and how people will access it. And this is an interior view showing how it could be a help desk or information for the foundations. And this is showing how it looks in the city and the views. This is only the second level, so the views would only get better from the top level. So yes, thank you very much for listening and being here. Here I provide the thumbnails. So if you want me to go to a slide, just let me know which slide you want me to go next. And I provided that in the links, so you can have that information too.
So beyond choosing billboards for the sole purpose of generating income on the site, like why did you choose billboards?
Well, because I noticed during the I noticed that there's too many billboards in the city, and I wanted to create an organization to have like a node in the city that has a lot of billboards, but uses them in a positive way. I think billboards are just splattered around with no clear reason, so I wanted to have.
Yeah, I think there's a great social mission behind your project, but like you said, if there are too many billboards, why would you provide even more billboards? I would imagine that instead, perhaps you mapped out all the high traffic nodes in Tijuana and reimagine how the billboard behaves. It's like instead of putting ads for potato chips, turn it into a public art piece where everyone can contribute to that art piece. Because I think you're trying to create Times Square in a very not so dense area of the city, and it's not going to really contribute to the mission of bringing people here. And billboards are a certain size so that it can be seen from the speed and distance of a car traveling on the freeway. It's not meant for pedestrians to walk right up to it. Like if I were an advertiser, I would not put anything on that billboard just because it'll be graffiti the next day. You can walk right up to the billboard and vandalize it. But I think I commend you on the idea of trying to integrate the private capital of advertisement to improve the social spaces, which are the parks, right? And I think this thesis, if you had spread it out across across Tijuana, as opposed to selecting one site and putting all these billboards together, it would have been far more interesting to see, let's say, two pentagons. So to see 10 different sites, each site has one unique billboard, and then you've reimagined that billboard and reimagined that space so that it's no longer just a billboard. It's something else. I don't know, like a giant swing or a drive-in movie theater or whatever.
I have a quick question. There are highways next to it, aren't there?
Excuse me, can you repeat that, please?
I think there are highways running just past it.
Yes, yes, these are the main route to the airport. So it's a lot of traffic there, and also to Rosarito and downtown and the border. So yes, it's a very visible intersection in the city. That's why I chose.
That's what I think. I think what he's trying to help you with is that it is a highly trafficked. There's a lot of cars passing through, so people in their cars would see this, I guess.
Yes, and also there's a lot of how do you say, street level billboards in the city. Actually, this site has street level billboards all around the fence. So I think that's also, I mean, that's also not so much of a problem in the city. I mean, they do sometimes get vandalized, but not to an extreme extent. So maybe you can just pass by and see like horns on the people and like a tail coming off, but it's yeah, there's a lot of also street level billboards. So yeah.
Can you go to slide 7, please? The one that shows the site plan. Yeah, thank you. So
oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
No, I didn't know you were asking a question.
I was just going to ask a question about this. There seems to be a tension between your desire for this building to be seen, and therefore maybe this is a good location. But you also want it to be accessible, like you want people to go there.
Mm-hmm.
And then the site seems especially difficult for that. So do you see, I think some of our comments come from the fact that the site is good for one thing, but not for the other. I don't know, maybe I'm misreading this site plan.
Well, yes, the idea also was to connect the proposed trolley station and the BRT station, the bus station. So I think these walkways would let people into the structure as a connection. Like if people are coming from the bus, they can walk into the structure and then into the trolley station that will be there at the end. So I think this project is more based on pedestrian traffic. So there's 2 bus lanes in the street. So I think this could be like a connection between different pedestrian, like I don't know, modes of travel.
Ethel, this is a pretty loud site too, right? It's like
Yes.
pretty loud, yeah. So I think there's interesting, like the Pentagon as a choice, right? Because its connection to the historical design of fortresses. So as a kind of like military figure. So I think that's interesting, and like in the relationship to the site as it being a kind of boundary because of the noisiness of it, but it's also not a fortress. It's kind of it's a public space, right? So you're going to have these not necessarily public, but you're inviting people in. So I think there's a kind of interesting relationship to that. I guess one question I have, this site, when I looked at the overall aerial photo when you were showing that, it seems like there's a very long band of like kind of not used space. Is this part of this? But where the site is, that seems to extend in both directions when you showed the overall. Why is that?
I don't know. It's the area parallel to the rail, the Tijuana Tecate Railway.
Oh, okay.
And all through the city, that space is not used. I don't know why. Well, and the train is abandoned. It only passes like 2 times a week. So I wanted to, that also began my investigation. Like, why are these sites not used? And I chose this specific site because I thought it was in a good intersection that a lot of people travel by. But all through this site, all through the railway, there's a lot of abandoned lots like this.
Yeah, to me, the choice of the site actually seems very good. I like that there's all sorts of different circulation and traffic happening there. So there's a highway, bus, there's pedestrian, but there's also like very small scale urbanism right next to it. There's even a little park to the south. I wonder if you could show these kind of things in the site plan so that the reviewer wouldn't have to kind of make their own quick research on Google Maps, kind of. But I think you made a very good choice of the site there. I also really like the idea of this kind of inhabited billboard. I think that's interesting. I like also how in section it's very varied in levels and stuff like that. I wonder though, in plan, there's a very how to say, it's a very schematic arrangement of them. Like this kind of two of them, symmetric, pentagon, both of them, this kind of idealized geometry. And I wonder if the plan, like similar in your section, like how it reacts to the ramps and circulation and what could happen, if the plan would also kind of react to all these kind of totally different conditions that surround that site. Highways to the left, small buildings to the right, park to the south, a bus station, and then these like kind of like leaves of a plant, that when they try to reach maximum exposure to sun, like your billboards could reach maximum exposure maybe to the highways, and a different type of billboard to the other side, and another kind of billboard for pedestrians, and have more variation, articulation, and sensitivity in the arrangement. With the thing of vandalism, I mean, one thing you could say is like billboards are typically not inhabited, right?
Yeah.
So that's why they need to be high up and you can't reach them. But you could say, well, this is inhabited, it's visibly inhabited, and there's a way higher threshold of vandalism if you know that people could be in there, and security cameras are probably up and all these kind of stuff that happens. So that's my main feedback thing.
I agree with this comment. So the Pentagon suggests that all orientations are equivalent, right? You could rotate this, you could put it at in any other site. There doesn't seem to be a kind of response to what is. There doesn't seem to be any sort of hierarchy about what is front, what is back, what is most legible, what is less legible. I can't help but think about Venturi and Scott Brown, Decorated Shed. Did you, I imagine if the interest in billboards led you to read that.
Yeah.
So the building as a billboard. It's really interesting. I don't know if it is a response to that you're proposing here, where the billboard becomes the building rather than the building becomes the billboard. But I also really wished you had a more direct relationship between this steel structure that supports the billboard, which is already architecture, right? It's already spatial in many ways, and the actual spaces that are behind or below, or it right now you've kept there's billboards and there's buildings, they just happen to somehow be together. Yeah, I think that there is a bit of a missed opportunity there, or yeah.
Yes, I struggled a lot to define if I wanted the billboard to be a building or the building to be a billboard. It was difficult for me to decide. So I don't know if you can see that problem that I had. Yeah.
Yeah, there's the building board project is a good example, and then there's all those kind of late 90s, early 2000s, LA architects that did a lot of like building board, excuse me, as a building. And so like there's like Wes Jones projects and Brian Cantley projects and a few others that did projects where they it turns into a building of some kind, right? So I think those could be just interesting things for you to look at to see how they approached it. Anyway.
All right. Well, Ethel, I think those are a good range of comments. I know you heard me say it a lot. I wish I saw more of what kind of what your voice was in terms of the interior qualities of it.
Mhm.
Felt too much like you didn't push back or at least explore what is the consequence of being on the other side of a billboard in terms of just the experience of it. And I think that would have also given us a better sense of your position of the billboard as, you know, either architecture, building, infrastructure, whatever you want to call it.
Mhm.
But overall, I do find the site quite interesting. But I think it's worth thinking on Stephen's initial question about, well, what if you were to find these spots throughout the city? And it's almost a little more like archaeological, where you find it and then you're building architecture that's like somehow complementing it or taking advantage of certain qualities that have been produced.
Mhm.
There's so many ways you could go with it.
Yeah.
And in the end, I commend you for choosing this type of project and putting these two together. So.
Well,
right.
thank you. Can
Thank
you
you.
stop my share, please?
Oh, is it? Okay. Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. I
Let's see.
couldn't see.
Congratulations, Ethel.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Congrats. Okay. All right. So let's see. Up next, we have Billy. Billy, go ahead, share your screen. Before he goes, I just wanted to take a moment to say that Catherine Herbst has joined us from Woodbury University. Maybe she's just listening in, but thank you, Catherine, for joining us. Also, Stephen's son, you heard him chime in on Ethel's there. Stephen, thanks for joining us of DIG Group. And then also Tyler Wallace is now with us of TFWA, his own architectural practice. And then a note that I didn't say at the very beginning, but you probably saw in the email. This was a studio that was co-taught by Michaela and myself, Michaela, design and life partner. We recently had a baby about a week ago, so she's not here with us today, unfortunately. But she wishes she was here, and she wishes the students all the best. It's been a bit chaotic for us and the students. So we do want to say to the students, we appreciate you for dealing with that chaos of a baby coming early right before your final reviews. So well done. And then the other thing I want to say is Patrick Shields, he's here as well. He's been great throughout the semester helping us out because we knew a baby was coming. And so Patrick, thanks for being there for us. All right. Okay, so Billy, I'll let you take it over. Thanks.
All right. Hello, everybody. My name is William Dickey, and the title of my thesis project is Redefined Ruins. So this thesis is designed to explore an important piece of San Diego's past, known as San Diego or SDCCU Stadium, by honing on its architectural elements and manipulating them through the use of ruins, preservation, as well as amplification. The goal is to leave behind an urban wild for public use. So jump right in. This is one of the renders of what I imagine an urban wild could begin to look like at the stadium. Open to everyone, there's shelter and space for those in need, endless wall space to work as a canvas for artists, and so much space for activities such as rock climbing is seen here. Another factor is the preservation of the architectural elements, which is exemplified in the large framed glass box encapsulating one of the vertical structural supports. So the main question here is, can we manipulate a demolition site and its architectural elements to provoke an urban wild? My site is located in San Diego on what used to be Qualcomm Stadium. And at 1.4 million square feet, I found it as the perfect opportunity to test my theory. I believe that after decades of use for typical sporting events, it would be a refreshing reuse of the project for many people in San Diego. So to begin this process, I kind of started from big to small. So looking at the site and starting to extract kind of the major elements of the structure of the stadium, looking at the seating, the kind of outline of the structure itself and footprint, and looking at some of the kind of unique components such as these circular moments that appear around the project, and of course the field itself. So the next thing that I moved on to was observing the demolition process, as this was actually happening as I was working on the project, which was very helpful. I tried to focus on kind of the most exciting points of the demolition and move forward studying and utilizing these focal points. Here's kind of another render of me trying to basically experiment digitally with the ideas of this demolition, and I went through the process of trying to recreate the stadium in its entirety, and then using the digital environment to try and do my own tests of digital demolition and see what results it would yield. Moving forward, identifying the architectural elements was the next step, because preservation was part of one of my goals. So this was one of the first elements that stood out to me after I visited the site and got the opportunity to actually watch some of these structures be demolished, actually like right in front of my face. So on the photo on the right was during one of my site visits. I got to watch for about 15 minutes before they kicked me out, and watched basically this part of the structure be torn down. So I made some kind of little vignettes of those elements on their own, and just to see how they would kind of stick out from the other elements of the project. The next element that I was looking at was the vertical circulation, which were those circular moments I was just talking about earlier. So the experimentation with these led to some fun studies. I just started to kind of populate and see what it would look like after these were kind of semi-demolished and possibly utilized in different ways for different users. Continuing to kind of model and study these moving forward. They definitely became one of the focal points of the project, one of the things I wanted to focus on. And then just really kind of going through videos and photos of the demolition itself was super helpful, and kind of proving to myself that these were going to be the main points that I identified and tried to showcase and manipulate in order to accomplish my goals. And then this is kind of the final render. It's another view of the stadium, and this explores a few different user types interacting with the site. There's shelter for those who seek it, opportunities for those who want to engage them, plenty of space for onlookers and those who want to casually hang out and experience the unique urban environment, an example of the preservation of these circular architectural elements. So I've tried to include kind of potential activities which are ideally endless on the site. It's open to interpretation, but just kind of a view of the public kind of hanging out and observing. There's people that are in need kind of utilizing the shelter of these circular structures, creating little camps. all sorts of different sports activities going on, people bringing in their own construction equipment and creating their own environments for these activities. And then once again, kind of trying to preserve these architectural elements that were torn down. And these were kind of some of the early inspirations for the project and ideas. And coming back to the initial question, which is hopefully something you guys can let me know whether I did a decent job trying to answer. So thank you for your time, and that's all.
So, William, I'm watching the presentation, and the whole time I'm just thinking, you should make a game. This should be a game. Like, I'm not kidding. Like, that would seems like the best way to kind of experience this idea is to produce a game, a multiplayer game that people can engage this space with, and you start to see what happens, right? And as a kind of way of studying this principle, right, in progress, you could actually see what people do to the space. I think that would be a really exciting way to think about this, right? Because it's kind of challenging to actually put people into a site as an experiment and let the kind of simultaneous demolition and preservation happen for like so many reasons, right? But
yeah.
As a student to kind of, or now as a graduate, as an alumni, to actually put this into a game environment and start to see what it would be like to allow people to manipulate this. I think that would be a kind of interesting interesting direction for the project, and to think about ruins in that kind of way, right? And fictionalize ruins. And if you think about the kind of history, right, of the drawing of ruins as a kind of way of imaginatively refiguring the city or urban space without actually doing it, I think they happen in kind of as drawing or representation problems first. And I think like putting this into a game environment might allow you to start to think about that in a kind of contemporary way.
Yeah, I didn't think about that. That would be like the perfect way to kind of take
And
this
I think it's
experiment to
like,
the next level.
and I think it's just kind of a fun thing to think about next, right? Because I think that's always like one way to think about your thesis project. Oh, it's this thing I did, but another, like, what does it trigger? What's the next project? And how do you start to, oh, I have some noise in the background from my child, or one of them. Anyway, so yeah, I think that would be a really fun way to think about it. Because there is a kind of playfulness to the project, right?
Yeah,
there's a kind of playfulness, right? You have like all of this stuff happening that's a kind of about engaging an audience and speculating on what people might do, having less control, figuring some relationships. All of those are kind of products or really things that are embedded in games. I think that would be a really kind of fun way to do it. So I think one project to look at, just to kind of, is Jose Sanchez. He did a project. He has a project called the Plethora Project, and he did this game called Common Hood. That's with a bunch of developers in the sense of like game developers, people working on it with him. Anyway. So that's an interesting project to look at. It's not about ruins or anything so much, but I think it could trigger some interesting routes forward for you in your thinking and potentially your career.
Okay. Yeah.
Congratulations! Nice work and nice thinking.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
I also think that it's just really interesting how you're exploring preservation and destruction at the same time, and how they can possibly coexist on the project, where you have items that you've identified, you're preserving those, while right next to it, you're destroying it at the same time. So I think it's really interesting, like in what methods, or what you're saying there about preservation, but also what methods you're using for preservation, because in a way, maybe the artwork is a way of preservation, because it's provided a new use for that structure to exist. And then right next to it, you're saying a completely different thing about preservation, where you've encapsulated it in this glass, a structure that is made of concrete. So I think it's an interesting exploration of what preservation is and how you're doing that, and to put them together right next to each other is interesting. So I guess my question to you is what is there something that you were trying to say about preservation methods and how we do that?
I mean, like personally, the idea was just kind of try and push the limit as to like how far. Obviously, it like can't be tested immediately, or I don't know if it ever will be. But the idea of like a self-regulated environment where people kind of respect that aspect of the like urban environment, like this is a beautiful structure, like this, there's more of them, like we can destroy the other ones, but let's save this piece of history. And I mean, as if I was someone like from San Diego that was local, like this stadium has been around for a long time, I would like to think it's reasonable that it would add value for the people that are using it, that are also destroying it, to still preserve those elements as kind of like an art piece and a homage to the past of the site that they're now using for a completely different use. But yeah, that was kind of one of the hardest dynamics to work with, was like the destruction and preservation at the same time. I'm not sure if that answers your question, but yeah, that's kind of my take on how I approached it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I want to throw in like two other references maybe that might be interesting for you. The one is the like design by demolition, kind of the office and how and residence of Ricardo Bofill in Barcelona. So that's a former cement factory where he took out pretty much 2/3 of it. And there's also like an urban wild aspect to it, because there's this wild vegetation that kind of grows on roof areas and things like that. And another case study that might be interesting is the amphitheater in Lucca in Italy. So that's different from the one that you showed. That's like half broken down, and you can like kind of look at it as an object. So that amphitheater was transformed into housing, and the inner area where the kind of the spectacle happened is now like a public square. Foundation is used still from the amphitheater. Materials are reused to kind of build the housing on top of it. And then, so that would be like demolition and things like that. But then there's also the question about the wild, right, and what that means. And for that, I was thinking, actually, I don't know how much demolition you would need, like how much of the stadium would need to be demolished, or what would, or like how you could study actually, okay, how much can it just like leave, like what happens if it's like abandoned and becomes wild and taken over. I mean, we see this so often in areas, in urban areas, and like understanding what that might be is interesting too, I think.
Yeah, that was kind of one of the parts of getting to where I got, was looking through those demolition pictures and videos and kind of trying to realize like what point is the best point to kind of stop that demolition, and that would kind of provide opportunity and still leave enough structure and architecture to allow it to be, either inhabitable or manipulated in different ways. So yeah, it's just kind of like stop halfway and see what happens type of thing, and see how it can be populated.
Well, is it gone now?
It's gone now, yeah.
It's completely gone, so okay. And you document that. One thing I would suggest in your thesis is, as you wrap this up, is all the documentation I think you should show.
Okay. Yeah, because
pretty much images of it, and that same image comes up again and again, which gives like a little bit the impression of a lack of material that you have. But the way you describe it is that you have a lot of material, a lot of documentation, and would be interesting too.
Yeah, I have like a library of like probably 40 plus photos of the demolition process, but I decided for time's sake and representation's sake of the project, I would just kind of point out the ones that related directly to the renders I was showcasing.
And how did you take the photos?
these are actually shots from high quality drone videos.
Where
This,
did you get it from?
it was just available online for free.
So you didn't go there actually?
I went there. I went there and took this photo, and I got to go in for probably 15 minutes. And I told the guy, like, I was a student, I'm trying to do some research, and he let me. I got the construction guy's number, and he sent me a video of this part of the structure being demolished, which kind of led to me trying to somewhat recreate the way it was demolished and kind of fell down. It was kind of hard to do that successfully in the digital world, but it was definitely helpful and kind of helped inspire which parts I wanted to utilize.
So I want to suggest the exact opposite that Mark suggested. So far from a video game, which is a form of abstracting this right into some kind of digital, I think this is this is an opportunity for exploring the materiality of this thing that is called concrete, right? And I think your photographs already hint to that. It's such an extraordinary material, right? How does it crumble? How does it fall? Do these long columns, I don't know, buttresses, whatever they are, do they fall to the ground intact, or do they do they collapse into several pieces? So I think there's more than any other project we've seen, there's this question of time passing by that is so important. And I think that your one good medium would be indeed the video or some kind of animated sequence of things. I also think it is such a project of the times. I mean, I can't think of how many movies there are about this sort of apocalyptic yet redemptive, the world in ruins from which something good emerges, right? I don't know, Wall-E and Blade Runner and, Children of Men. I mean, over and over again. So, you're sort of right there in the zeitgeist. And I have a lot of love and respect for poetic projects, right? These kinds of meditations on sites and on the ruins, which we've been obsessed with since the 16th century.
Yeah.
But I really think that you should. And then the other thing that's really nice in your photographs, and I wish you had explored this question a bit more, is that your interventions have this kind of the fragility of the tent. There's the shopping cart. They're small, and then they are incredibly vulnerable next to this extraordinary concrete thing, right? Your little tent comes back over and over again. And I think there is a lot there, right? What can we possibly do with this material? So I guess I'm saying be dead serious about concrete as it decays. What happens to it? Where did it come from, right? What are some, there's sand and there's water, and where does it go once it dies? And how can we live for a while in its intermediary state, right? So I think there's a lot there. But I think that instead of digitizing it, right, and playing with it through and I think one should really sort of almost get your hands dirty as much as you can, and recapture the dust and the texture. And
Yeah, I bought this early on. I was gonna try and recreate a mini stadium, but I never got around to it, unfortunately. But yeah, I mean, it's something I still would like to do. I just need to figure out the kind of nitty gritty of how exactly I would.
Yeah, I mean, I think at
this
this
stuff.
point it's a photographic project, right? Truly, it's gone, right? Which is also an interesting dimension to your project. But I think photographs can do a lot to reproduce that experience.
Okay. Yeah, I would have definitely liked to have been able to represent the decay of the material in a more realistic way. But it proved to be pretty strenuous and difficult, and for multiple reasons, not just modeling, but file size and all that stuff. So I think what I'd need to do in order to accomplish that is hone in on a lot smaller locations of the project and kind of create those moments on a smaller scale rather than this larger kind of zoomed out representation. Thank you. I appreciate your feedback.
Billy, I think if we carry that strain or that opposite approach that Juliana has mentioned, I don't know if it needs to be modeled in a physical or digital sense. I think maybe it's just the documentation, like George brought up. You're not showing it, and Juliana's saying it. You know, maybe it's just a photographic project. I would like to see these renderings actually have your photographs, and you are with your own hand or in Photoshop, however you want, but you're creating whatever effects and interventions to the image itself. I think the rendering doesn't do you, it doesn't really do you any service because it's lost a lot of that material quality that Juliana's brought up. So I highly recommend that for, you know, you wrapping this up, archiving, portfolio, that you look at the project through the lens of like a documentation of the process of the demolition of this real thing that happened here in San Diego, as well as your own like thesis ideas. Really, it's like they're just interlinked. You know, for example, right now, since people are joining us from further afield, the stadium site is leveled except for these large conical piles of the concrete that's been ground up. You know, it looks like a quarry now. It's changed so much in terms of mass, material, topography, all these different ways. But if you drive by it, it's quite amazing. It's like, right? Like, because on site, they are trying to recycle, reuse, and create some new life for this material that stood there for, 40 plus years. So I think there's a story to be told, and your thesis has been a great way to get it started. And I don't think it should be over for you. Be a part of the San Diego historical record, Billy. Put it out there. Really, yeah. No, serious. Let's chat more about how you could give it some more form in that sense.
Yeah, I think the artistic touch personally, like with my hand, would be very helpful. But yeah, I'd love to talk about it in the future.
Yeah. All right. Well, thank you. Thanks for sharing.
Thank you, everybody.
All right. Let's see. Well, the good news is we're just about on schedule here. Actually, 2 or 3 minutes running a bit early. So thank you, students, for being concise and presenting your work. And I think the conversations that have followed have been quite nice. Up next, we have Samantha Aguiar. Before
I say goodbye.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And it was nice seeing the work. Thank you so much for the invitation, and very nice meeting everyone. So it was nice meeting you all, and I think Stephanie will come in now.
Okay, thank you so much, George. Thank you. And as George leaves, let's do a welcome and introduction to Stephanie Davidson, who has joined us as well. So Stephanie, thank you so much for joining us on Saturday morning. We look forward to all your contributions. And then also Ryan Kim has joined us as well, another Woodbury alum, to kind of add to that Angela mix of some recent alums who kind of see a little more eye to eye with you. So thank you, Stephanie and Ryan, for hopping in and joining us. And let's see, Samantha, without further ado, go ahead and share your screen.
Okay. Okay. Hi, my name is Sam Aguirre, and the name of my project is Design with Alzheimer's in Mind. The main purpose of this project is to explore how an engaging environment can provide a better quality of life for Alzheimer's patients. The project consists of an elderly living community specifically designed for Alzheimer's patients. The site is located at Jordan Lake in North Carolina. This location is a busy spot during summer with activities such as camping, hiking, fishing, and access to boating ramps. This site was chosen with the intention of using nature as a form of therapy for the residents. This community includes single cabins, shared kitchen spaces, a diner, a grocery store, and a health center. This place is tucked into a heavily forested area, which allows for the cabins to be part of nature and for the residents to be engaged with the outdoors as an everyday activity. Light therapy is very important for the patients. It keeps their biological clocks working correctly, and it improves their sleep schedule and reduces mood swings and depression. This project also focuses on texture and color, as well as creating a safe environment for the residents, which allows them to stay independent. For Alzheimer's patients, texture and color plays a big role in their everyday life, as it allows them to identify things with ease. For this reason, the cabins were designed to be easy to identify by making them different colors and shapes. The bottom floor of this two-story cabins has the space for residents, which includes a living room area, bedroom, and a bathroom, as well as open space to accommodate for any hobbies that the resident enjoys doing. The top floor is a loft. This is designed for either a family member to stay at for a couple of days or a nurse to move into when the resident needs 24-hour care as the illness progresses to the third stage. All the cabins are designed with big windows, and this allows for as much natural light as possible indoors. The community also includes a 60s themed diner and a grocery store. The diner stimulates the residents' memory by making it look and feel familiar. Stimulating memories is a form of therapy for Alzheimer's patients, as it provokes positive feelings and can help them feel safe, increase their self-esteem and well-being. The second half of this building is a grocery store where all the products are included in the living expenses. It is designed to give them independence by allowing them to do daily errands like they would back at home. By shopping here, the residents experience a sense of normalcy and living a normal everyday life. One of the main symptoms for Alzheimer's is wandering, and in most cases getting lost. In order to create a safe environment for them, the type of pathways around the community became very important. One of the pathway systems is elevated. This allows for the residents to be able to walk around without being able to get off the path and wandering into the forest. These paths can reach a height of 8 feet as they get closer to the shore. This height allows for ground paths that can go underneath these elevated pathways and create engaging moments for the residents to stay alert and engaged with their surroundings. Another reason for this elevated path is due to this site being prone to flooding during certain times of the year. This height allows the paths to remain functional when the area is flooded. As part of this project, safety is a big concern. Therefore, one of the main forms of security is having a boundary sensor. It goes around the community, and this allows the site to feel open without any visible fences. But when a resident crosses that border, it alerts security by the GPS watch that the residents are given to wear on a daily basis. This watch can also be used as an activity tracker, which is highly encouraged for residents to stay active, to keep their minds and body engaged, as it also helps with mood swings and depression. Overall, just design choices for this housing community for Alzheimer's patients are meant to provide a better quality of life for the residents by giving them back their independence and safety. The pathways create a safe way for them to explore nature, as well as interact with other residents and provide them with engaging activities where they can still make their own choices and give them a sense of normal everyday life for them. Thank you.
Beautiful graphics. I like the presentation a lot. I just had a question where I think that the use of the pathways is really interesting, how you have the elevated, and I was curious as to why you elevated it, and you answered that question. And I think it's a really great way to do that. And I was just wondering, they're also allowed to go underneath. So are certain people allowed to go beyond the elevated pathways, to go on the pathways below them? Or how do you control that?
Yeah, it's kind of like the pathways are just to kind of like remind them, like, it's not so much about control, about who gets to go on top or who gets to go on the bottom. Most of the elevated pathways are just closer to their homes. So I feel like that could allow them to figure out, like, I'm on an elevated pathway, so I'm close to my house, instead of being on the ground path and then feeling like they don't know where their house is. I feel like that's a big difference for them. But yeah, no, they're free to roam around, but with the point of trying to keep them on the paths.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I could see that being a really important factor for them as they experience this space. Yeah, being able to know that this very defined path, having it separated from the ground, I think, yeah, it makes it very clear where it's going, and they can see exactly where it's going. So yeah, I think that's a great idea. And just nature in itself, you know, of course, is wonderful for Alzheimer's people. I think I guess because it's very understandable, and so I guess Alzheimer's people are very confused. So like nature you can understand that on a very primitive level. So like that is a very calming effect. So
right.
I think it's a great place to locate this. Good site selection.
Thank you.
I also really enjoyed the presentation and the graphics, as well as Tyler mentioned, especially the illustrated vignettes that you pulled out. I thought were really powerful. I'm curious to know maybe a little bit more from your side about the design of the pathway, the materiality, if there are any guards, guardrails, if there's like a gradient of enclosure from when they're really high up. Yeah, exactly. And then when they hit the ground, if you imagine people taking like a consistent route day after day, or if it's designed in a way to allow like almost innumerable different pathways to happen on the elevated. Maybe you could talk a little bit more about that.
Yeah. So yeah, there is rails on the pathway. Some of as the elevated paths, like I think this illustration, it shows how it can kind of go up and down. So obviously, as it gets closer to the ground, I think the rail could go away so that they can go into like the ground paths. Other than that, so this one shows, the trees are in the way, but it shows the elevated paths, and then there's two different ground paths. One of them is like the main path, which is like a more direct route to wherever they want to go, either where it's the health center or the grocery store, the diner. And then in between, there's more like paths that they can just take to kind of explore more. So I kind of thought about it as like a campground kind of pathways, where there's different paths and they all kind of connect at some point or another. So that was my design behind the paths. But like I said, the elevated pathways are mostly just going in between their cabins. That was kind of like the main purpose of those ones.
Ryan here. I really like the whole topic and the whole idea of creating community, and I really appreciate your thorough investigation. And I think I can see that on your programs and the buildings. But I would like to see or hear more about the path, like if it has any embedded program, or if there's any texture, shapes, colors that you mentioned you actually showed in the buildings. How does that shows on the path?
Okay.
And I think because to me, the path is the most interesting part of the project, how it goes up and down. It's kind of also has kind of playful to it, idea to it. So it would be really nice if you can talk about more about the how does the texture of each portion of the pathway affects the program or something like that.
Right. Okay.
My question is about those common areas. You know, I won't claim I know much about Alzheimer, but I know that a important issue of elderly people is isolation. Right, the fact that they don't see their families often enough, or their families are far away, or they can spend days after days alone.
Right.
So I'm wondering how your project addresses that.
Yeah, so that's why I did like the shared kitchen and like the diner and grocery store. It's like a place for them to like interact with each other. Like, you know, if they want to go get dinner together or something like that. Also, the health centers are also kind of like a place where they can have activities like, you know, painting classes, music class, stuff like that. And like I said, like the residents are like highly encouraged to be outdoors as much as possible. So I think that would also help them interact with each other more instead of just staying in their single cabins.
But isn't the path a bit of a single person activity? In other words, could there have been moments along the path where people can sit down, maybe a few benches where they can chill out, 4 or 5 of them?
Yeah, I agree. Yeah. Yeah, I think maybe creating those moments in the paths would be good for them to kind of like sit around with their other friends around the site and spend time with each other. So, yeah.
Yeah, I agree with Juliana. The path seems so right. Like you've made your own language that has a kind of really lovely humility in the forest, in the woods. Also by the water, which is I imagine to be really beautiful. And I think that for sure you could have probably taken some more liberties in tailoring that language that you made to your users, and sort of like pushed and prodded it to see what else it can offer you spatially for your users. Another thing, in addition to what Juliana said, that crossed my mind when I see your site plan in relation to the water's edge is like, I imagine it seems like an instinct for people to want to go to the water's edge. So I imagine it would be nice to take a couple of branches or a couple of loops if you want it to be a continuous path for the Alzheimer's patients right to the water's edge, and then also employ that strategy that Juliana mentioned of like fattening potentially the path and letting people sit and watch, maybe have lunch or something.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, that makes sense.
It seems like maybe it could be explored a little bit more how the future of this type of program can be implemented. And I think you touched on it a little bit with the digital tracking. So so I guess maybe they need to be digitally tracked in a certain way if they need assistance or if they get into trouble, that they might need help. So I'm wondering how there's the traditional methods where maybe they're all bunched together. Maybe this is a different way where we could do something like this in the future with other digital cues and assistance into these places. And how does that, I guess, work with the remoteness of the cabin? So maybe there are more connections down to the ground for getting to these people if they need help.
Yeah.
But I think it is interesting how it can be different as well, and maybe that there's some benefits to that, to these people's mental state by this different type of layout. I'm also curious about the architecture of the cabins, and being two-story is, I guess, not how I would always or naturally think about for the older population to make something. But it did sound like it's maybe, I guess, a retreat, possibly for somebody who's visiting and staying with them. It's not necessarily a space for that resident, right? So
Yeah.
And also, I guess, a little bit about the architecture. Did you have any thoughts on being traditional or more contemporary and different with these, like how that makes the seniors feel?
Yeah. So at first, when I first started this project, I wanted to do them super abstract and like just cool shapes. But then as I started doing research, they need to have some sort of familiarity with their houses. So like they're used to living in a square house. So making them live in like really abstract, like A-frame cabins was gonna be a little bit too much for them. So that's why I just kind of came up with this, like, I guess, middle ground of like making them interesting, but still like, there's floor walls and you can put, your picture frames on the wall and stuff like that. So yeah, I did want to make them different, but not too different that they would be overwhelmed by it.
Mm-hmm. And it's very recognizable.
Mm-hmm.
Go back to the top view, like the overall plan of the site first. That's, yeah. There's nothing, we don't have anything more zoomed in than that, I guess. Yeah.
No, I don't. No.
And so the perimeter, where's that perimeter wall? You said you had this wall that keeps them in, right? Is that this?
Yeah, so that one would be this red line basically.
Okay, the red line. And what is that red line? What is it made of? Is it just it's a fence or a?
It's like a boundary sensor. So like I don't want
okay.
like a fence, anything that like makes it too abstract, too like obstructive for them basically. I want to make it feel open.
So when they leave, so it triggers something and they
yeah.
I guess one thing that I think it's a really a super thoughtful project for a problem that doesn't get a ton of attention, and I really appreciate the use of color and the kind of illustration style that you've used in the presentation. I think it's really wonderful, and I think it kind of matches the kind of the mood or the generosity of the project in a way. The thing I think would be fun to think about would be the ground a bit more. Like so for instance, you have these pathways through the ground that are elevated, but there might be moments that the ground and the pathways come together, and then maybe there is some reshaping of the topography. And I'm also imagining the potential of that that red line being actually, if it doesn't have to be a physical barrier per se, but that there could be some change in the terrain.
Okay.
Maybe that way, maybe alerting or allowing people to know that they're approaching the edge of something. Yeah. It doesn't have to be a physical obstruction per se, but a rise or something. So I think there's some kind of ways in which, let's say the three-dimensionality of the terrain and the three-dimensionality could be used to start to communicate with people as they're moving through the site, and also open up. And I just echo that other idea about the pathways expanding. I think there's lots of projects that you could look at that look at ways in which pathways aren't necessarily just purely lines, but actually branch out and become moments to engage either the landscape or to allow moments for rest or seating or a variety of things, so that the kind of parallel nature of those two lines that define the pathway, I think could be expanded on. But again, it's a really, really nice project and really thoughtful on a problem that doesn't get like a lot of attention. So an important problem too.
Thank you.
So I agree. It's a very elegant project. I also think it's a bit coy in the sense that I want to know where the workers are. I want to know where the caregivers park their cars. Where is it that they, you've remained quite silent about how these health centers work, how the diner is, right? I don't know at what stage of their disease these people are, of their ailment they are, but they will require help. And your project is conveniently silent about those people. And it's, for a project to be fully, how should I say, fair, it should be about these elderly people and their living conditions, but it should also be about the support staff.
Right.
And there's never been a more, with this pandemic, I think everybody has been sort of forced to reckon with how exploited these people are. And I'm afraid that your project kind of continues that by simply not even mentioning them.
Right. Yeah. That's I totally agree with that. Yeah, it's something that I didn't pay attention to be honest. But it's definitely something that if I keep pushing forward with it, it's something that I definitely need to think about and include in it 100%.
That is a really great point add, right, Sam? Because I think you've done such a, to me, looking at, if we take that part out of it, the project just shows us a really, it's like a nice, sensitive series of decisions made. That sounds a little too logical, but there's just a sensitivity to it that I think everybody recognizes. And so now, Juliana asking for you to expand that sensitivity, expand that empathy to all those who would be interacting on site, I think is really important. And the only thing I'll add to the conversation, and this is kind of on Michaela's behalf since she can't join us, so kind of thinking more from the landscape and ecology side, and memory, scent, odor is a strong part of what stimulates memories. So I think there is some opportunity lost in that you didn't explore a little bit more about like the ground plane. Mark brought up the ground, but also the ground in the sense of like an understory under all these trees that could flower or change with the seasons and then further stimulate memory. So I think that's another important thing, just thinking of scent and seasonality. But in the end, I do commend you on the sensitive use of the graphics and the approach to the primary users. And then I'll just like reiterate what Juliana said. Think further on what it is for the caretakers, the staffs, the maintenance crew and all that, because a project of this size has a little more complexity than you've led on to believe, right?
Right.
And, I think that's probably something we should have had that conversation earlier. Programmatically, this is actually more complex than you think. It's more complex than just a standard housing project, just the acreage and the amount of services needed. So I think moving forward, think of how you could expand on that.
Yeah.
But again, thank you so much for the presentation and the clarity in it.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
So we are about 10 minutes ahead. So I thought it would be nice to take a break, maybe a 5-10 minute break. I know Juliana has to sign off. So before we do that, just thank you, Juliana, for joining us. Such a nice part of the conversation. We hope to see more of you, and it's always welcomed. And let's see, in terms of other guests, so yeah, let's plan on at 11:20 reconvening. So take a 10-minute break. At that point, we'll have Stephanie, Mark, Ryan, and Angela will remain with us. Tyler has to go. So Tyler, thank you for joining us. Thanks a lot. And at 11:20, we'll have Sophia Kutsenko joining us. So great group of people today for reviews and the conversation. And I know I'm really enjoying it, and I hope all the students are as well. So let's take a break, and I'll see you all in 10. Okay.
Thank you, everyone.
Thanks, Tyler. Have a good weekend.
You too. And congrats.
All right. Hey, everyone. Thanks for the quick break. So let's reconvene. Coming up next is Sabrina Aguiar. Sabrina, you're going to take us back to TJ. So take it away. Thanks.
Okay. So like Dave said, going back to TJ, my name is Sabrina Diaz Aguiar. The name of my project is Parque Lomas. The objective of this project is to provide a nature-driven recreational space within a dense city. Okay. The city chosen for this project is Tijuana, Mexico. Tijuana is a fast-growing border town right on the other side of San Diego, California. The fast-paced growth of the city has led to highly densified areas where they lack a regular access to nature and public space. The area chosen for this project is located within a government-funded housing community. The map here shows surrounding green and recreational space within a half-mile of the site, most of which happens to be cemeteries or unkept corridors. I've also included some pictures here of around TJ. Mostly I wanted to focus on the sort of pop-up vendors that tend to happen around the city. There's vendors that just pull up on the side of the street, and there's also a lot of these sort of swap meets called soreredas that happen around on a weekly basis within communities. The site for Parque Lomas is an abandoned federal telecommunications site with existing structures such as offices, a watchtower, satellite dishes, and an antenna. The surrounding neighborhood is mostly residential with some commercial spaces on the site as well. So the purple areas right here are commercial spaces around the site. The program proposed intends to create a network between the educational and retail programs on site to enhance the residential and commercial culture already established in the surrounding area. The recreational program within the site provides a media library, independent study rooms, a rooftop garden, and music, art, fitness, and general education classrooms. This program is spread throughout the site, which provides a space for permanent commercial spots, while wide open air halls allow for independent pop-ups to occur on a day-by-day basis. Some of the existing structures on the site were kept and repurposed to enhance the intended program on the site. The watchtower was kept as a library extension to provide reading space above the rest of the site. The base of the satellite tower is used as a permanent retail space, such as for aguas frescas, while the upper part of the tower is used as a milkweed garden to attract and help sustain local migrating butterflies. The satellite dishes are also repurposed for on-site water collection and to provide safe space for local animals above ground. Other amenities included within the program to enhance the urban wildlife include space for local stray dogs, plant grove bioswales, wandering ponds, and general green space throughout the site. This site plan shows the layout of the programs on the site and how the shape of the grass and bioswale patches provides a walking trail and small areas for local pop-ups to set up without obstructing the main hallways. The flow of traffic for the site was also enhanced by providing drop-off and pickup areas on both ends and expanding the existing parking spaces. These are exploded models of the fitness classroom, library, and study rooms on the site. The fitness room allows for indoor classes with the option of opening the folding doors in the back to provide extra space and air ventilation, surrounded by plant trellises for privacy and with a pond flowing in the back. The library is 2 levels. Administration, lobby, and lounging stair space is provided at floor level, while the book stacks, computer labs, and outdoor patio is provided upstairs. The study rooms are built up around a central garden, which provides private study space while still having visual access to the outside. This section perspective shows the relationship between the different programs located on the site. The plant trellis that provides shade for the library patio on the right side of this image is also shade for the central courtyard that is used to bring the different programs together and create comfortable, shaded, flexible space. So in this image, you can see how there is a produce store on the left, and behind there is a rooftop garden, which kind of enhances the produce store for any other retail spaces that are on the floor level. Here I have another couple of images that show the permanent retail spaces scattered throughout the site. So these are just some of the retail spaces on other parts. And this right here shows the relationship between the 2 towers on site and how the space can be utilized below. So over here, you can see how these areas can be used for pop-up space for the retail. I've also provided some renders just to kind of show especially the scale of how you can fit people in there selling their own stuff while still being able to walk around easily throughout this site through different routes. Overall, Parque Lomas is designed to provide public nature-driven recreational space to enhance the already established local culture. Thank you.
I have maybe just one question for clarification, Sabrina. Does anything exist now on the site to which you're responding, or what is the condition of your chosen site right now? You mentioned, I think, briefly at the beginning. Would you mind repeating?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so the site currently is an abandoned site that does have structures on there. They were telecommunication structures from like the 70s. But it is surrounded, as you can see right here, by just a bunch of housing and really no green space. So I decided to utilize this site and use some of the structures that were already there because they're kind of iconic for the area since they've been there for so long, and just kind of repurposing them, but adding new program in order to kind of activate this space.
I also have a question, Sabrina. Can you go back to the other image? I see you have some, I don't understand on the previous image, is that what you have before? Because I see like some like fences and enclosures, not on this one. And then
this one right here? So
you're tearing all that down and this is what's proposed?
This right here is a sort of site analysis of what is there currently. And then the next slide is showing what is being added. And let's take it off.
So basically you're providing the community the lack of green space and like public area that they're missing, right?
Yeah, exactly.
You mentioned about the housing surrounding the site is government-funded housing. Is there something that you did on your project that actually addressed that portion or that idea? Is there programs that are meant for?
Yeah, so I guess a way that I responded to what is already the surrounding context is that, as you can see in this image right here, the purple are sort of commercial spots that are there as of right now. So I decided to kind of enhance that with my project and create more retail space within there to respond to what's already going on the surrounding context.
A couple of things. I'll start, I guess, with comments. I have just a couple of things that I find really, really strong and compelling and exciting. The two favorite things for me are the kind of appropriation of the existing idiosyncratic kind of more technical or even infrastructural elements, and the how you embrace the informality of the pop-up markets. So I think these two things wouldn't necessarily be married in any particular scheme, but I find their coexistence in your scheme quite exciting, especially in your imagery. Those existing structures and how you've appropriated them for unexpected uses, like the butterfly tower and the reading tower. This I find really kind of refreshing and imaginative and lovely. And yeah, I love the idea of letting things remain that hark back to a previous use, but altering their use completely. So I really enjoy that. I also enjoy how the scale at which you're intervening and adding elements. Ryan referenced the residential fabric around, and it looks like you've taken some cues from that scale with your kind of with your smaller scale additions. But I guess most powerful for me is this idea of the informal and how that can be so transformative for space, and how it can also have like a lively unpredictability right? Also completely transient, like it's there and completely drawing maybe hundreds of people one day and then completely cleared away by the evening, or transforming into something totally different by the evening. So I really want to applaud that as like a, as something to anchor your urban intervention. This idea of the informality I find really exciting.
Thank you.
Can you go to the renderings at the last few
Yes.
slides? Because I was really, I totally agree with Stephanie, what she said about when I see your axonometric drawings and plans. And for some reason on the renderings, I feel like that part kind of gets lost. It looks like this rendering especially kind of looks like could be a mall in the state. So I would love to see on your final presentation if you have a rendering that actually focuses on the elements that you showed on the diagram.
Okay.
That will really show the strength of your design. Maybe
Okay.
a shade structure for the market people. It might be too hot for them to just stand under the sun.
Yeah.
So that would be really nice to see.
Yeah, I decided to make kind of like two areas, which is the area that is with the trellis, which I have pictured over here, which would be kind of like for the hot days maybe, but I also decided to keep some areas open, like this open courtyard, because sometimes in TJ they do like these fairs where they have these like small little roller coasters. So I wanted to provide that like open space as well. I guess I just didn't render the other part with the trellis. But yeah, that's very true. Thank you for the comment.
Can you go to the slide with the individual elements? It's not this. It's got each of them in little cells. This. Yeah. This is probably my favorite slide in your presentation. I really like. I mean, I think Stephanie already brought this up, but I really like the imaginative nature of these things, and I also like the way that they're kind of thought about as like little stories in their own right. And so I think this is a really nice way to kind of illustrate and describe the project, and I really appreciate this. Yeah, so really nice work. I think one thing I would just say is I think it could be kind of interesting to think about keying these into the overall drawing or some kind of way of continuing with this kind of illustration style within the rest of the work. But I really, in lieu of the renderings, I would say. But yeah, really beautiful. I like these illustrations quite a bit. So congratulations.
Cool, thank you.
And Sabrina, I'm glad Mark brought us back here, because I think in the rest of the presentation, you're a bit timid with your other intentions. Like we look at this and we look programmatically, and it's much more diverse than when you talk about it just being retail pop-up space. Not that there's anything wrong with that, but like you've got green trellis, a wandering pond, a stray dog space, a butterfly tower. Like I think you're creating space for more than just human pop-up retail, and you're being too timid. I think that's probably more like you're thinking more broad, and maybe you could just tell us in your own words, like, what are those intentions?
Yeah, I guess my intentions are like, they're not just for humans. My intentions are for all like living people in like an urban space, which is why I included all of this in the project.
Sabrina, because I remember on your midterm, you were talking about what you were trying to say, living beings, right? Not just humans, right?
Yeah.
So living things, I guess. So
Yeah.
I think that was a really important part of your project, the inclusion of not just humans. So you included the butterflies, the stray dogs, and I think you got a comment last time on when you said you wanted like stray dogs to come in the space, and people were like, no, why are you doing that? But I think having a space like so, I think you're actually like nailing it on like just having an area for them is not, I think it shouldn't be something that should be frowned upon. So I congratulate you on that. I don't understand where, so the green trellis, where is that located on? It's like next to your buildings, right? It's like
Right.
hanging
So
over the buildings
yeah, so
or
this
next to the buildings, I guess.
it's actually creating sort of like a courtyard patio in the middle. This drawing right here at the bottom is a kind of a section cut. And then right here, there's a dashed line around, and that is what I'm showing in this illustration up here. So it's actually like a courtyard with a trellis on top.
Okay.
And could you show us where the wandering pond is in one of these vignettes?
Yeah, it's kind of, you can see it like around in the background. So like it wanders through here and then it goes through the back. And then you can see it partially over here. And then it kind of got muddled out with my exporting, but it goes through the back right here as well. And it continues down over here into the library space over here. And it enters into the library as well, as you can see in these sort of exploded axonometrics.
Because I think it would have been great to have more views of this graphic style, the one you were showing, to explain all of the other spaces that you have. Because I don't know, while in the presentation, I think it got lost and we were kind of confused, like where are these things, like how you are representing them, and then we just saw the two renders.
Okay.
And maybe if you have time and you want to make some to have your thesis like all come together in the end, I would make those little graphic renders.
Okay. Yeah, I'll totally try that out. Thank you.
The other thing I like about that other sheet that sorry, that you don't have to, you can go back if you want, but the little vignettes is that like I could also just imagine those like separate from the project, and you have many sheets like this, and these are like ingredients for a different city. And so you could like almost like a pre-approved plan from the building and safety, but for a wildlife space dish, right? Like, so these things, and then you could just like season the whole city with them. So I feel like that's a kind of, that's one of my favorite things about this sheet too, the kind of way you could just imagine its implication beyond the site. Like if every site had to include a reading tower or a retail and butterfly tower, like what would that be like? What would that happen in Tijuana?
Right. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. These were kind of interesting to make. I struggled with how to represent them because the site is so large, but I'm glad they were successful in representing what they were meant for.
Yeah, I enjoy them too. I mean, everyone has mentioned it, and going back to what Ryan mentioned about perhaps like why the isometric line drawings or the vignettes are maybe more compelling or successful than the renders. And I'm asking myself why that is. I'm wondering if it's because there's this funny juxtaposition of like an almost technical drawing, very precise, paired with like almost a provocation, like retail butterfly tower, you know, when it's clearly like purpose built for something else, or like a kind of like a massive undertaking structurally. And so those two things together are provocation enough, and the rest is left to our imagination, whereas the renders perhaps like flesh it out a bit too much, you know, for us, and we need that bit left to our imagination, because there is that like underlying really provocative portion of your project, which I think is like, you know, you can really amp up and believe in it, because we're all along for the ride.
Right. Yeah, I totally agree with that comment. I was actually considering not putting in the renders at the end for the exact same reasons that you just said. Yeah, maybe I need to figure out a different way to like render.
Someone to look at might be Luis Callejas, the Colombian architect, landscape architect. Like I think he's a good reference in terms of these vignettes, and then also a kind of atmospheric drawing relationship. So those kind of two things. He's spoken at San Diego, probably not while you were there. I think it was maybe 6 years ago, but and also up in LA, both campuses. But pretty beautiful and wonderfully imaginative drawing. So good to look at.
Okay, yeah, I'll take a look at his work. Thank you.
One last thing, I really appreciate you showing the infrastructure underneath for the bioswale and water collection dish.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, well, thank you, Sabrina, for the presentation. And yeah, I think that the key takeaway for me would be rethinking how you represent it and how you present it verbally. You know, I think there's so many really fun and provocative yet subtle ideas here, and it's just about how you present it that needs to be worked out. So the renders, yeah, I have to agree with Stephanie completely. You know, they just give us too much. Leave us with our imagination going, huh, yeah, like, because what you're proposing in this slide right here is much different than what we're used to, right? I mean, they're wonderful ideas, but like, I don't think I've ever seen someone present a stray dog space. So why try to render it in this like Lumion way, right? Like, such a new thing to most of us that let our imaginations fill it in so we can work together to figure out how would we implement a stray dog space in the public realm or a butterfly tower. There's such new exciting things. Give our imagination some room to wander. But again, really nice project, sensitively done, good scale. Yeah.
Great. All right, thank you so much.
Thank you, Sabrina. Up next, we've got Endo doing the camera shuffle, it looks like. Sabrina to Endo. All right.
All right. Hey, everyone.
Taking us to Delirious San Diego.
All right. So,
and you know what, Endo, before you start, I just want to take a minute to welcome Sophia. Sophia Kutsenko has joined us from Rotterdam. It's evening time. Anyways, thank you for joining us on your Saturday evening. We look forward to your comments. All right, Endo, take it away.
All right. I started off by putting a link to the issue website that has a PDF of my presentation. If you want to take a closer look at the details and stuff. So without any further ado, let me just share my screen. All right. So Delirious San Diego, as I'm sure you guys are well aware, Prop S is approaching soon, the election season. They're planning on expanding the Shamu Freeway. So as you can see, the current freeway connects from Mission Bay down to the San Diego Bay. And the proposed expansion is supposed to go all the way down to about National City. It's supposed to connect its way to some of the lakes out up in the east. Delirious San Diego, yikes, what's going on here? Student becomes millionaire with architecture thesis NFT. What is this? Delirious San Diego is a gonzo journalism approach towards the exploration of collapsing architectural moments in San Diego history. Let's see. Elements of architecture are explored through San Diego's specific influences such as Irving Gill's work or the cross-pollination of absurd architectural devices such as the Shamu Freeway or the taco shop tank. Interesting. Delirious San Diego is not a proposal for a better San Diego. It is a funhouse mirror that distorts our own reality to create a fiction based in fact. Let's see. People are liars. Material is truth. We got a Shamu tube system here. It provides them with their daily exercise. That's interesting. Here we have axonometric of the Pan American Plaza. Okay. Comic-Con Museum seeks refuge in the Hall of Champions. So that's pretty nice. I know that's going to be opening up soon. We got some other stuff. What, craft beer saves the world? All right, what else is new? Okay, so we have a paranoid critical method. It's like a grocery list or something. Final steps. I don't know. Oh, this is pretty cool. The water solutions from Ford are looking pretty cool. They've started to put some of their diagrams as part of their advertisement to kind of show you some of the water working systems that they use. Of course, it is powered by Nestle, so it's really great to have those corporations funding our science. Let's see, we have an article about REM Rem Koolhaas, I don't know who that guy is. Zoom meetings linked to lung cancer. Teachers across America increase vaping activities during boring student presentations. Yikes. Oh, I like the taco tank. I don't know if you guys have ever been there. It's pretty good. There's one at Pan American Plaza. Let's see, what else do we got? Some real estate properties in San Diego. Okay. You could build the ADU in the back of a Craftsman house, make quick money from out-of-state college students. It sounds pretty nice. Okay. Artificial intelligence used for journalism. Technology creates an alternative world. Whoa, that sounds pretty intense. Yikes. Okay, the Ken Allen, the orangutan escapes again, found in Chick-fil-A kitchen. What the hell? All right. This is pretty interesting. Let's see, Pan American profits. Disney, Nestle, Ford, Chick-fil-A, and a number of other corporations flex their influence on Pan America Plaza. Okay, so this is like an original render by Walter Gropius. And then this is how it looks like now. And of course, Disney's taking over the top floor and they have an X-Wing on display in the front. So that's pretty cool. Let's see, Padres basketball. I don't really watch sports. Prop S, some facts. Oh, that's pretty nice. Some horoscopes. You're a Leo. Whether you prefer blue or green, wear it. That's pretty great advice. Let's see, whales on LSD, travel agents. That sounds nice. All right, so I'm getting into some cool articles here about Irving Gill. Okay. Let's see. Okay, so he's more than just white boxes and arches. What are some of these elements that they're talking about? Ceiling, okay, a roof, some stairs, that's nice. Window, I've seen those before. That's pretty cool. Okay, what's going on here? Deep architecture. Sequence of 75 images learning to generate architecture. Wow, that's pretty intense. Robots will replace interns. Sheesh, I hope that doesn't happen anytime soon. I'm looking for a job. Let's see, ship captures 3 dolphins. Oh, this is a Roberto's Taco Shop, Shamu Station, located in National City. It's pretty interesting. Some undies, all right. Some more architecture stuff. Okay. Junk space, some ostrich farm pyramids. Whoa. Yeah, this is a lot to take in right now. I've never really read this newspaper before. Okay, so here's another liberal socialist glorified homeless encampment, but well, that's kind of weird. So one page is saying no on Prop S, the other is saying yes on Prop S, so it's kind of interesting. Let's see, we got public shower utilities to allow homeless citizens to go to a place where they can clean themselves. But there's also a pedestrian water slide, and that's somehow connected to the Shamu Freeway. It's pretty wacky. Okay, we got the Shamu showtimes. If you guys want to go check out the next show, we can either go to Mission Bay or the waterfront if you want at 1 p.m. We could all meet up there. What time is it? We still got time. Oh, here's another advertisement by Ford doing some great things with their Shamu tubing systems. So they got a locking apparatus and a filter track system on the bottom right there. That's pretty interesting. Let's see. This is pretty cool. Look at that. Inside the guts of the Ford Museum. I've never seen it exploded before. That's pretty interesting. You can see we have it separated by, again, the elements. Okay, it's a good way to remember this stuff. We also got the Shamu fountain on the bottom over here. So, okay, yeah, so the Shamu fountain, you guys didn't know, the Shamu fountain is actually a pretty important part of Delirious San Diego history. It was unveiled in 1915 during the first Pan American Expo. Unfortunately, it did deteriorate over time along with the Ford Museum. But of course, as we all know, recent development on the site has caused a lot of major corporations to, put their dollar in and start fixing things up. So that's nice. And Oh, okay, cool. We got a little closing slide here. Fantastic. I want to give a special thank you to Michaela and David Pearson, Patrick Shields, and Bruno Mori for guiding me and helping me figure out what I'm doing, which I'm still not really sure of yet. Thank you. Yeah.
So what are you doing?
So so that was just mostly a joke. What I am doing is essentially grabbing a bunch of moments in San Diego history, whether it's through cultural artifacts or sort of these architectural moments, and starting to have fun with it and distorting it to the point of absurdity, but in a way that can maybe start talking about some of the conditions that we have in our own reality at the moment. One of those being the encroaching influence of corporations in our society. And what does that mean when you dial that up to 100 and they literally sponsor, large scale infrastructure like a Shamu freeway, like as you can see right here, it goes over the freeway. So yeah, and one of the ways I was using this sort of historical methodology is I was using these black and white grainy photograph images to start to create a little bit of visual indeterminacy, in the sense that like you can kind of make out that this is a building, but it doesn't have like that sort of realistic look to it that you might get out of a render or something. So enough to speculate, but not really solidify that like the Shamu freeway is a legitimate or even real proposal to go forward with. Yeah, so a lot of my process work involved reading Rem Koolhaas. So one of the things he talks about is the paranoid critical method. And the way he describes it is limp, unprovable conjectures generated through the deliberate simulation of paranoid thought process supported, in parentheses, made critical by the crutches of Cartesian reality. So on the left is his original diagram, kind of explaining this idea. And this on the right is sort of my own take on it, utilizing the Shamu language that is apparent throughout the presentation.
So if we just left you alone, and would you just keep going and just keep adding pages to this newspaper? Would it just keep growing and growing and growing, and every day you'd add a new page or a new spread of the new story? Are you like an AI that generates stories from a combination of like training it on Rem Koolhaas and then feeding it contemporary things that are happening in the city of San Diego? Is that what's happening here?
Yeah, so it's funny you say that, because when I was doing this at like 3 a.m, I was like, yo, I want to keep just making more and more of these pages. Like I could probably go on forever if I wanted to. So like I was told to continue to add some of my own graphics, as well as some of the like history that I'm pulling from different sources, like books and old newspapers I found on EBSCOhost or whatever. But yeah, I could, in theory, keep going on indefinitely, and I actually do plan on doing that. I would like to compile this into like a bigger publication with maybe a little more intentionality with it, for sure.
I mean, I think there's a lot of intentionality in the project. I think it's super, like, I think it's playful and so forth, but I think that there's a really precise graphic style. There's a really precise way of talking about things. I mean, we can't really understand the whole project with you sort of mockingly reading it for 5 minutes, right? It's sort of not, and this is not your fault. It's just not conducive to a, architectural thesis review, right, or a studio review. It's more something that we need to like sit down with and look at and kind of understand and sort of get the tongue-in-cheek jokes and then also the seriousness of the things that are in there, right? There's definite there's both of those things are happening at the same time. And I think that's really wonderful. So I guess for you, like the question is, I think, you know, in terms of how you present this, so I think you sort of, I mean, I think your presentation, I mean, I'm a big fan of the project. I think the project's really great. Your presentation, maybe, you know, I think, but you have to think. I think there's a decision you can make. You can make a decision. Do you want to give a presentation where it's very formal and you kind of lay out what the project is about, and then you present the project, which is more of like a conventional architectural project, or is it kind of a performance piece, which seems like maybe where you were going, right? And then how does that work, and or what do you want to concentrate on? So I think those two questions are kind of open for me right now. Like, so if you think of like Delirious New York, there's the whole preamble, which really talks about the history of Manhattan, and then there's the crazy projects, right? That ends with the Russian swimmers in the pool, right? I mean, all of these things happen after there's a kind of preamble about the history of the city and the grid. So I think, is that something that you want to put in here, or is that something you want to exclude and you want to make this much more playful and performance based rather than kind of the analytical aspects of Delirious New York?
Right. No, it's interesting you bring that up, because I was thinking if I were to, you know, make this into a bigger sort of publication, how would it be organized? My initial reaction would be to just generate a whole bunch of these styled like newspaper things, to generate just as much as I could, and then that would be sort of the intro. And then the second half would be me showing the actual 3D models that I generate in a sort of made in Tokyo Atelier Bow Wow style, where it's just sort of like these axonometrics, and then maybe a little bit of site context to kind of illustrate like where these things are going on in the city, but still kind of using that traditional, or not traditional, but that architectural representation language that we're so used to off of like Rhino stuff or whatever. So yeah, I do plan on, I guess you could call it cataloging some of this stuff and maybe organizing it more neatly, because for sure one of the issues that I was thinking about is presentation style obviously suffers a little from this sort of format. And you're right, this is something that like I did intend it to be something where someone can, you know, pull up on their phone or whatever it is, and just kind of give it a read through and, you know, have fun with it, because I had a lot of fun with it, and there's a lot of jokes that I put in there and that, like, you know, they're hidden in there, or they're just made off of artificial intelligence stuff that I just like pulled off randomly, and, you know, so it was a cool process to kind of throw this all together, and it definitely let me think about it in terms of a long-term game.
Sorry, maybe, hi. Maybe because this is kind of really interesting to start with this, I guess, as my first presentation, because I actually have no idea what to say. And I guess, like help me out a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. I know it's a bit confusing.
If you don't mind, is the project this thing, or is the project generated by something inside of this thing? Like, what is like, is this a means to an end, or is the means the end itself? Like, I'm not really sure.
So I guess I'm kind of using it as a premise to generate ideas. So I guess it's a means to an end. Yeah, so using the city as my canvas and thinking about it in a way where it's not confined to any sort of historical precedent in terms of like linearity, and having a bit of creative freedom to manipulate facts is kind of the way I'm using this to generate like my own sort of ideas, or maybe they're just variations of things that already exist, like the taco shop tank. I mean, it's like two ideas that already exist, but I just sort of put them together, and they both kind of have their own historical importance in the history of San Diego. The tank related to Sean Nelson when he took that tank over in 1993, I think. And then you have Vaqueros, which is the barrel, as it's famously known for, the 24-hour taco shop. So I'm sort of having fun with these historical ideas, and I'm just, you know, using them as a way to generate space. Like, what does a taco shop tank look like, or what does a Shamu freeway look like? Yeah. So
Okay,
and,
so this is like I mean, it's clear this is like an approach, no?
mhm.
And it's
Yeah,
like
definitely. It would be an
like,
approach to doing stuff for sure.
but like doing what stuff?
So overall, I do want to create architectural spaces. So my first sort of test dummy was the Pan America Plaza, which is a spot in Balboa Park, where the Air and Space Museum is at. And it's actually not this tall of a building. It's way shorter. So originally it was planned to be 200 feet. So I kind of used that little nugget of like information and history to speculate, all right, well, what if it was the original height it was supposed to be? And that's kind of what started to lead off on that idea, is this idea of just kind of going an alternative route with architectural buildings and stuff.
Okay, but so the idea is that, let's say, in the next step, this kind of approach that you've kind of derived through this book, let's say, is something that drives spatial explorations later on.
Right. So I'm
in
using the
itself,
text
there's
as a
one
way to world build, and through the text that's world building, it's also helping give it legitimacy, in the sense that if it's written, it exists, at least on the paper. So I'm using that as a way to generate ideas.
I mean, I guess what would be interesting for me is actually to think also outside of this thing at some point, because I think in a way, indeed, like someone commented, I believe it was Mark, that this could be an endless thing, which is fine. It's a nice thing to do, but I think that also at some point would be interesting to bring in some other factors that are not like self-generative, you know what I mean? So whether that is like I don't know, more concreteness in terms of generating an architectural space, let's say, that is useful, unless that is not what you want to do. I don't know if that's clear what I'm saying.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I'm struggling understanding what you just said.
But,
like,
I mean, it seems that you're kind of like you have all the ingredients. So what else do you need? Like, do you have all the ingredients? Well, like, what other what else do you need? Like, let's say, what do you want to have at this point? What are the unknowns, or are there any unknowns, or is it sufficient inside of this document, everything, to be able to do the next step?
It's funny you bring up the analogy of the ingredients, because like I feel like I have enough ingredients to make lunch, but I want to make a buffet, and I feel like this is sort of the starter course in a sense, like where I'm teasing out like what it could be, and thinking about it in a visual language that's consistent. So I'm not just like putting random images together. They're all following a certain style, and they have a particular look to them. So yeah, I mean, really, like I just need to keep producing more and more and more, and through that work, I hope to find stuff that might lead to other sort of conversations. And the idea with Delirious San Diego is that I have the whole city as my canvas. So if I wanted to stray away from this site and focus on some small houses in National City or whatever, idea it is, I can start working on that too, because I've essentially created a world that I can create in my own fashion. I mean, everybody has that ability, but trying to put it into like a way that's also kind of rooted in a bit of history was, I think, one of the biggest challenges for me.
Can I follow up, Sophia? Did you have more to say?
No, I have a question about the buffet, but I think I will wait.
Okay. I mean, I feel I agree with you, Sophia. I had similar questions, kind of like, so what my question in my mind was, okay, so what would you like us to comment upon? what should we say? Like, what should we comment upon? Because I mean, although I agree with Mark, I really enjoy the performance. The performance, and then this idea of world building, this disruptive, satirical approach is entertaining, and in and of itself, as Sophia mentioned, it's funny you say you're world building, because it seems kind of like a closed world. And it's difficult to kind of extract the components within your world, within your construct, that perhaps you are presenting in earnest for critical feedback. I kind of feel like they're like that isn't the point. And what you call the more traditional or conventional oblique or isometric drawings are kind of like embedded in that world you've constructed, and don't offer themselves up for critique. They don't offer enough kind of context like your colleagues have for us to say, maybe you could have made the pathways wider, or extended them to the water, that type of thing. Like you've invented your own context, which is totally not just fictional, but also like sarcastic, it's satirical, So in a way, it's closed. It's like a closed loop. And also from a person who's like not even in the US, an outsider to San Diego, also it's like very insider to San Diego too, which it just is. So it's not even a criticism, but I think just like for you to hear, also it reaffirms that reading that I have when you say that you can do it on and on and on forever. There isn't like a conventional problem you're looking to make a proposal to solve or answer. It's like a method or a response to our current kind of like, let's say even your conditions in San Diego, your skepticism toward corporate control, maybe even skepticism toward the role of architecture. And your response is this kind of mock newspaper, right? So I think that it's fantastic. I really, really enjoy it. And I think it's also like graphically just, it's like, it's restrained and focused and consistent and enjoyable to read, but in a way super difficult to critique.
Okay.
I mean,
yeah, I feel like you
would-
definitely hit the head on that one with that comment for sure.
I will just also add one thing. Sorry, I'm delayed.
Oh, you can go.
Yeah, I was just going to say, like, yeah, indeed, like, I think in a way, on the one hand, it's kind of a radical way of proposing, but in a way, it's a kind of safe world that you're creating for yourself. So I wonder if it would be more radical to actually like transform this into quite a, let's say, a straightforward project. And actually that would be the most tricky part about it. And so how do you generate a project out of all of this that is like really like, according to the norms? Like, so I think that there's and that actually would be an interesting dialogue between, in terms of the juxtaposition of the process to the actual thing that you realize at the end. And I was thinking when you mentioned buffet, because to me, this is already a buffet. I actually wonder if it's more interesting to think about like a refined, like molecular dish that
Okay.
is
Okay.
composed of like two elements, like air and fire. And so
Okay.
can you distill all of this stuff, which in the end actually is just for you? I mean, you know, as a process, and can you actually take it to the extreme of actually building a building? So, and I think that that would be more of a challenge than continuing with this vein, which is already quite clear. So after a couple of pages, I understand, you know, I don't need to, like, I can read the newspaper forever, but in a way, after a couple of pages, I already know what the newspaper is about. So it's more interesting to dive into like the transformation of this and being critical about how this is critical already of an actual project. So rather than taking the idea literally as you have sort of, but continuing this process, I mean, I hope I kind of made it clear. Like
Yeah,
to me, I
absolutely.
think, yeah.
But I also think that the project sort of opens up the possibility of saying, you know, what else can you do within architectural education, and like what are the potentials, what are the extra disciplinary potentials of what you've done in school, and so. Sure, maybe you could go into practice or whatever, but maybe this is pointing to something else that you're interested in, right? Like, so architects have an impact on a certain percentage of the population, but there's other mediums of communication and ways of dealing with the city that may have nothing to do with architecture, but also impact the city, right? So there's ways of thinking about this, and this is just one thing that you've done, but I think it might be pointing to some other interest that might not be in the built environment per se, but references the built environment. And there's a lot of stuff out there that deals with this. So I just like I think sometimes, you know, we do focus on like the education of the architect to end up, you know, you end up becoming an architect, you produce a building at the thesis, whatever. But then there's also the other potential that you have another set of interest, and that there's this kind of exciting potential of interdisciplinary work or extradisciplinary work that could fuel a career in something else, or fuel a set of ideas in something else. And maybe that's what this points you to. So I would encourage you to think about that, because I think you can easily jump into the sort of default, or not default, but the kind of mode of moving towards that. But I think this demonstrates an interest in other forms of communication that I think have potential.
Thank you.
Yeah, and though it's tough even for me. And I bet for Patrick too. But okay, a lot good points said. I have to say I agree, and along some level of agreement with, you know, what Stephanie and Sophia and Mark have said. And to kind of continue what Mark said, I think it's a choice for you. Where do you take it? How's it going to serve you? Is it in that you're exploring these other ways of communicating and acting as a designer, a creator in the world, or is it back to architecture? And if that's the case, I think Sophia's right on. The most radical thing to do is actually to say, I'm going to make a building proposal out of this. So you can look to like Koolhaas's trajectory of how he worked at this beginning, you know, how he did it. You know, in many ways, Delirious New York and his thesis project was a way to use text and journalism to paint a story and talk about programs and architecture in a way that couldn't be talked about at that moment because people were just doing architecture a certain way. So there's something nice about this format that allows you to kind of bypass however it is all your other colleagues are producing architecture, and try to come out about it at a entirely new way. You know, because you said it, world building, you're kind of world building. Maybe you're also like program building. Maybe you're also brief building. You're constructing a brief for a building, but you're doing it through this, and it's just going to take kind of so many iterations and so much, and probably it's some more reflection to say, this is what I want to do as a building proposal. Or maybe you just have to look up a competition that's out there and see how you can apply what you've done here to it. I don't know. or it's like Mark said, it's something different. It's outside of architecture.
Hmm.
But to go back to me saying I'm still kind of confused, I think it's because you got to decide what it is for you, how you're going to use it.
Right. Yeah. It's definitely a project that has a lot to say, but yeah, I think if there was one thing I would probably work on is get back more to that architecture stuff for sure. Yeah, but yeah, I appreciate all the feedback that everybody gave me. A lot of great points brought up. So thank you to everyone.
I would make I'd make a video I would make a video to present the project that you edit and you're careful about, and so it's not about a kind of architectural presentation. You present the project as a kind of piece of media, and you actually make a video about it. And I think that would be a better way of communicating your ideas and editing things together than presenting it as a series of architectural like panels.
Okay, yeah, that sounds like
I mean, and again, that's like a separate, like that's, after you're done. And then,
right,
you also brought up an app. You also brought that up. There's just other things other ways of thinking about this, I think. I mean, the newspaper's kind of historical object, but so there just might be other ways of thinking about how you might disseminate this kind of information or reach a larger public or whatever. But maybe thinking about the media aspect of it a bit more.
Okay, appreciate that.
All right. Okay. Well, thank you, Endo, for taking us on your journey here, and thank you to the guests. We are at a moment where we have a planned break for a lunch, and then to begin again at 1 p.m. Pacific. So I think before kind of adjourning, I'll just say special thanks to Mark, who's joined us for the morning. Thank you so much for spending the time and engaging with us. And also thank you to Stephanie for taking some time this morning as well. It's much appreciated. And then let's see. Oh, Ryan Kim, you'll also be leaving us. So thank you, Ryan, for taking time as well. So we will adjourn and take a break, get some lunch. When we come back, we'll be starting with Ryan Rosen. And let's see, Sophia, you're coming back with us. Thank you. Stephen Sun. And then we'll have Mary Luster joining us, as well as Marcos Rojo. So we'll have some new jurors. And yeah, again, thank you so much, Stephanie and Mark and Ryan.
Congratulations, everybody. It was really nice to be on an architecture review. It hasn't been on in a while, so I really appreciate it. So congratulations. Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Yeah, same thing. Congrats to everyone. Thanks for the invitation. Take care.
All right.
Hey, David, in how much time is that coming back? Just
What's 40 minutes? 40 minutes.
Okay.
Is that okay?
Perfect.
I know it's so quick for you. You like popped on and then sorry.
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay.
Okay.
All right. See you.
All right. See y'all. Hi, Marcos. Welcome.
Hello, how's it going?
Good, good. Yourself?
Good.
All right.
We will see in a couple of hours, so it's fine.
Yeah.
It's very weird for me to connect with such a big difference of a time zone. Anyway.
Yeah. Well, thanks for joining us late. And yeah, we definitely appreciate that. And let us know when you're too tired, you're ready to move on. Totally understand. So yeah. Let's see. I see one other. Oh, Sophia's coming back in from the weight room. So just give us a minute while everybody kind of regroups. We just had a lunch break here. So, okay.
Marcos, happy you're going to be able to see my final since you saw my midterm as well. Excited for that.
You did. My pleasure.
So I think everybody probably, at least the students, they saw Marcos during midterm review. But for those who don't know Marcos, just want to say thank you to Marcos. Marcos is in Paris right now. He teaches and runs his own practice and does a lot of interesting things. He's just a great person all around. So thank you for joining us. And we also have Sophia coming back. She joined us for the last couple. Our other person joining from continental Europe today. So thanks for dealing with the time zone stuff. We appreciate the late evening. And then let's see, in terms of guests, we also have, let's see, is Steven's son still with us? Steven, maybe not. No, okay. Steven may be coming back in. You guys met Steven before. Also, we have joining us Mary Luster. Hi, Mary. Thank you for joining us. Where are you joining us from today?
Maybe San Francisco.
San Francisco. Okay, so a closer time zone, same time zone. All right, so to keep things moving along and basically give the floor to Ryan, just want to kick off the afternoon saying thank you to everyone, and just I look forward to more great conversations. So, all right, go ahead, Ryan.
Awesome. Really excited, guys. So, hello, my name is Ryan, and this thesis is titled The Seriousness of Play. So here we go. Check it out. This is my project. But before we dive into it, allow me to share the research questions asked and the methodology subsequently developed to arrive at this point. So my line of inquiry commenced by asking the question, how can architecture encourage broader and more inclusive social interaction? To initially test these ideas, 9 geopolitical borders were selected as symbolically rich sites of division, and architecture was explored to see how design could potentially provide relief to these social tensions and divisions. In architecture, the architecture was heavily encouraged by children's spaces and childhood design, as evidently kids care less about ethnic and political differences than adults do. And that led to the next iteration in my line of inquiry, which is, what is serious and mature architecture? How do we define it? And are those definitions working for us? I think that right now, when we think of serious, mature architecture, values of symmetry, rigidity, not that colorful, almost like an urban fortress come into mind. And I'm not sure that's the optimal definition for serious and mature architecture. Why can't it be colorful, asymmetrical, flexible, and porous? We ought to elevate our conceptions of playful design as not as exclusively for children, nor fantasy parks serving as escapes from reality, but as a legitimate and valuable approach to serious, mature architecture. So how do we do that? What is playful? How do we define it? How do we design it? Well, over the course of the past year, my research has led me to create a methodology that I've coined the ABCs of playful design. The ABCs of playful design are rooted in values of color, flexibility, asymmetry, and porosity. And the idea here is this methodology provides a useful framework to leverage architecture's ability to encourage broader and more inclusive social interaction. Regarding the ABCs themselves, A, appropriating space, concerns with adaptive reuse and a family of flexible architectural objects. B, bringing together, prioritizes identifying social axes and social nodes in the design process, and then leverages diverse circulation types and overlaps them at these social nodes. And finally, C, contrasting style, focuses on the enclosure of the space. By creating a colorful and asymmetrical envelope, people might be like, huh, what's going on over here? But the hyperporosity of that enclosure ensures that people feel invited to enter. So as opposed to the symbolically significant geopolitical border, to test out the ABCs of playful design, I was searching for a more practically significant border, what we could call maybe a silent border. And I found that in my lovely hometown of San Diego, California, along El Cajon Boulevard. So when we look at the area in between the Kensington and City Heights neighborhoods, two different San Diegos are revealed on either side of the boulevard or border. North, home prices are much more expensive. South, not the case. The zoning is different. North is more single-family residential. South is more multifamily. And the border is racially separate. This boulevard racially separates as well. The boulevard itself is a major transportation artery in San Diego running east to west. And while the Interstate 8 kind of took some of the pressure off of it, it still has a ton of movement and is still a pivotal transportation artery in San Diego. And recently, the area around my site's been getting a lot of love. So across the street, the YMCA opened up a couple years back. And then kitty corner to my site, two prominent architecture firms here in San Diego are designing a ton of senior and affordable housing units. And yes, San Diego is not necessarily renowned for a public transport, but there is a bus line that runs along El Cajon Boulevard, and my site features a bus stop. Here's a couple photos of the area. All right, so we found a site, we have the methodology, let's test it out here. So we can break it down step by step. Step one, work with what is. Step two, use that existing infrastructure as the foundational logic to identify social nodes and social axes. Step three, open up the circulation of those existing buildings to flow into these social nodes. Step four, a colorful, asymmetrical, and porous shed encloses the space. Step five, diverse circulation types start to populate, bringing people around the skin of the canopy as well as from the ground floor to above. Step six, the flexible family of architectural gets populated. And here we go. Here come the people. So a couple flyovers, zooming in that we can return to later. Here's the bus stop. So to break down a little bit more of the ABCs, appropriating space. So that begins with adaptive reuse. It builds on all the existing wonderful arguments for adaptive reuse, but adds a social orientation component to it to try and provide further justification for the preservation of existing buildings. And then below, we see the family of flexible architectural objects. This ping pong table right here, now they're all kind of twisted. There's little like weird bubbles. I'm not going to brag, but I'm quite good at this sport. And I would love to apply my skill set on this table. So hopefully one day I'll have the opportunity. B, bringing it together. So I think there's tons of advantages of having a amphitheater-like public realm. But of course, the topography is inherently divisive, and my project's all about inclusivity. So how to reconcile this dilemma? I think I found a playful solution in being inspired by the magic carpets on ski mountains, excuse me. And this red carpet is essentially a magic carpet that meanders its way around the site. Other circulation types include elevators, stairs, ladders, tunnels, ramps, slides, not bad, slack lines, the best, and crawlnets. And C, contrasting style, the envelope of the shed reinforces these social axes. And then in the Will Oslop tradition, colorful slanted columns provide the structure. And, you know, to be a bit speculative, yeah, the technology is not there yet, but why can't these columns one day become like wind turbines? We begin to see the ABC's methodology applied in this section perspective. So it's cut along one of the primary social axes. And when we zoom in, we see the central circulation figure, which is this ramp. It's asymmetrical, extends along into the social axes. And we can note that, yes, this project's a celebration of movement, but there is seating along the entirety of the circulation. So it's also the circulation of place of leisure in and of its own right. In site plan, we see how it starts to read compositionally. And then bringing it in, we can see how the existing buildings provided that strategic logic for where the social nodes were located. And we kind of have an all roads lead to Rome situation over here. We can call this social Rome, not that Rome's not social. And there's a relationship that exists between this kind of central courtyard-like place and the bus stop over here that loops around with these two social axes that we can see better zoomed in. Whoop. And then how can architecture bring different social groups together? I think it doesn't need to be that complicated of a question. I think something like having slides, where generally children are going to use, fill out into seating, where maybe people from the senior housing come across the street and have their coffee or light debates in the morning. And just having that recognition of being seen in the public realm is a really great starting point that doesn't require that much activity. And then back to the ping pong table and trying to provide some spatial agency. I think of childhood design and kids can move their environment and they kind of create different conditions for what they want in that moment. So that's the value or the purpose of the family of flexible objects. And the idea is that the table could come into this tunnel space and that could activate the area. Finally, while the ABCs of playful design methodology absolutely has a social priority, that doesn't mean we forget about other variables. So environmentally, the shed brings in rainwater, can be collected and pumped back into the site. The shed itself serves as the second skin to preserve the lifespan of the existing buildings. You know, we could have food generation or energy generation. Economically, the space becomes a market. It's hosting concerts. Politically, we could host our political rallies there. I don't know, lighten the mood a little bit, a little more fun. Public health is a ton of movement in the project. And educationally, it could be museum, art gallery, and similar things. But there's other variables that we can consider. So in conclusion, my research over the past year into a topic that I'm so passionate about has yielded a methodology, the ABCs of playful design, that I believe moving forward will be a useful framework for leveraging architecture's ability to encourage broader and more inclusive social interaction. Thank you for listening. I'm really looking forward to you guys telling me how I can improve this.
Hey, Ryan, do you have maybe a thumbnail view where we could see the overview, since there's a lot of information there?
We can look at it in the Axon view.
Well, I was thinking more of like the thumbnails of each slide. I don't know, is that possible?
I do not have a thumbnail of each of the slides.
Okay.
But the logic of it, or sorry.
No, this is good then. Some general overview. Thanks.
I don't know if anybody wants to start or should we go? I don't know, David. However, I don't know because I saw this in the midterm review. That's why I was waiting a little bit just to hear the others before. But if Mary or Sophia wants to dive in, otherwise I can go. But I'm also curious of knowing someone that sees this work. In any case, congratulations to Ryan, because there's like a bunch of things. I mean, I gave you already my opinion in the midterm. I don't think I would never design a building like this myself, which it's not a good or a bad thing. It's just to tell you that it's quite surprising for me, and it's quite a challenge to position myself with these kind of things. So that's why I'm very curious to hear also Mary and Sophia. But on my side, I'm gonna try to push you a little bit more than the last time that we talked. And I think there's one slide, the slide that you have, like the summary of the concepts and the ABCs. If you can go to that slide for a second, please. Yeah, that one. I'm going to ask you 4 questions. That actually, it's the 4 topics that you have, which is a colorful, flexible, asymmetrical, and porous. And for me, the question would be, why, the first one, why colorful? What are you expecting of when your architecture or your design becomes colorful? What are you expecting this to produce?
So the idea behind color is that in general, children's spaces are more colorful. And I feel like there's like almost a stereotype that color is for children. It's kind of playful. And then once we become adults, we can kind of shed that and we can get into the serious realm because let's grow up. We're not kids. We don't need pink plastered over the walls. But I think that the idea is and how can we try and encourage people to come together? And kids seem to do that more effortlessly than adults do. Why not potentially elevate some of the design strategies typically applied to children's spaces into a serious and mature way?
Okay,
so that's the why.
By creating a more relaxed or chill environment, by the use of color, you kind of expect to trigger much more social interaction, if I rephrase what you said.
That would be the idea, yes.
Okay.
And kind of relax some of your existing tension in the social division. It's playful, so I think you might relax a little bit into it.
No,
be like,
this
is new.
It's clear. It's clear. It's clear. Flexible. Why flexible? In the same line of what you answered.
So I think that's actually a weakness in my project, but the value I think is important because I think kids being able to manipulate their environment provides some form of cooperation opportunity, because sometimes it takes 2 people to manipulate their environment to see fit. And there's something about the spatial agency that's brought there that I think is very powerful in trying to kind of create your own space. I always think back of like all the tagging that you see on buildings and stuff, particularly in Europe, or when I was living in India, like on all the walls, they're like kind of like the walls over the hills of this fort. There's all this graffiti and stuff on it, or just like tagging names. So it's like people want to feel involved. So I'm trying to allow people to put their footprint in space. It's not just the design. It's not super, super top down. People can get involved. And I think the flexibility happens there. Unfortunately, right now, that's only really happening in my family of objects. And I would love to see in future iterations, how could the shed, for example, be more flexible? How else could the architecture be more flexible?
Okay. I think, of course, you know the next 2 questions. Why asymmetrical and why porous? And what are you expecting from each of those as well?
Yeah, asymmetry, just because it's kind of contrary to like the classical and neoclassical order. So kind of just a little bit different. And then porosity, I think, is probably with color the other most important one, because of I think of the environment a lot in terms of fortress-like, and porosity to me is the anecdote. So any single time there's like an arcade from the street that allows like the pedestrian to bleed into the building fabric, I find a really exciting opportunity. So in trying to create a really welcome and inviting public realm, I think enclosing the site has value, but that porosity allows people to feel invited to enter and encourages people, I would propose, to enter.
Okay, because I think it's that is something which my critique and my advice for future development, they have to do with strengthening those 4 concepts and to activate them in a more clear way in your design. Because we had this salsa discussion the last time, and I think it's I will talk precisely about your proposition later, but I think it's still like a mess of many things, which can be a good mess anyhow. I'm not saying it's a bad thing, but I think each of the ingredients or each of the topics or each of the concepts that you were dealing with, so colorful, flexible, asymmetrical, and porous, they have to be much more. Again, I feel like you made an effort from the last time that we talked, but I'm still. I think you need to do really an effort, and I would go even like to write a 200 words or 100 words sentence or a couple of sentences on each of these topics, and almost like trying to point it out in your design. Of course, we see the colorfulness of your design, that's evident. The flexibility, you pointed out as well, it's not that flexible what you're proposing. Even if you have like this sequence of 2021, 2000, and you say like it's reprogramming, but I think there's like a huge amount of things to explore with the flexibility, and I think in that sense, this is almost like you were telling us that you were interested on that, but there's plenty of things to look at. For me, the asymmetrical one, I think it's a tricky one. Because I get what you're trying to achieve in contrast with something more serious and more established and more like the Capitol or the White House collage that you made. Of course, I get it, but I think it's and that applies to the four concepts. It's like I'm pretty sure that I can convince you that we can do a playful design with something in black and white, very rigid, completely symmetrical, and close to the outside. So, but what I'm saying is that it's what you decided to do, so you have to be super strong, and you have to be super clear in why this is the way that you want to do, and what is actually the added value or the qualities that these things trigger and produce in your design. And that's why they made it the best solution in your design strategies. Because otherwise, it's like I mean, to be honest, your project can be like super criticized in any orthodox approach to design of any European design school, because people will accuse you of not being clear about your concepts. And I think you are super clear, but it's just that you just need to make them stronger, and you need to point out why these things are meaningful for you.
So are you advocating a further clarification of how they're being used in the design themselves?
Yes, okay. Exactly. So that's for me, that's my biggest critique, is like, because otherwise, if I don't try to understand what you're trying to do, I would just say there's too many things and they are not clear. And I think it's the thing is that you are being too ambitious as well. So I'm just saying, like, for the future, you just try to this is like as you say, it's an ABCs that it will help you out to do all the designs, and it's a set of tools. So make them yourself and use them. So it's but maybe not always the same at the same time and at the same degree of intensity. That's my feeling. And then just very quickly, because I took too many time already, if I go precisely about your design, there are a set of perspectives in the inside of the building, in the lower part. Not this one, yes, but there were another ones which we are actually no, there were not people inside. They were at the very beginning, I think.
This one? Oh.
No.
A perspective of the building without people?
We were inside the space under this kind of the roof and in between the existing buildings. And I think there were... No?
That would be...
No, maybe later. Sorry.
I think that was from the midterm.
No. I just saw them.
Oh, you saw it?
Yeah. Go on.
Did I pass it?
Well.
Oh, this one in here?
Yeah, here, exactly.
Got it.
You see the two interior views that you have on the lower part, for me, are the most interesting ones, because it's the ones in which you are starting to deal with things, of course, that they come from your interest about colorfulness and so on, and you kind of disguise them afterwards in your collages, where sometimes you want to do some jokes that we get, and you try to be funny. But when we get in here in these interior views, there are many things already which are seriously architectural in your idea of playfulness. So, and I think that's when your project becomes much more interesting for me. And it's why I'm going to explain you why I think this kind of things is, because I see the existing situations. I see like this kind of roof that you do. I start to see like some communications and some circulations that go from the lower part to the upper part. There's like some friction between what it's existing that actually there's something that never happens, and I'm kind of missing, which is like the existing perforating this kind of slab, pink slab that you have. There are things that actually they're architectural or architectural qualities for the appropriation that you want, for having a contrast between two different worlds. And when you add the layer of the appropriation, which is your people playing around and doing things, then suddenly it's almost very difficult to see these kind of things. So when I saw these images, it's almost my favorite moments of the project, because it's when we can understand the elements before everything becomes this kind of salsa thing. So and then of course and I tell you this because, for example, I understand that you got super excited about these kind of skin things and slides and so on, but for me they are just the toppings, and you actually spend a lot of time explaining them. And actually I would like to know what you were thinking about the existing, about what it's the upper condition, when you actually are on top of the building and everything is like a kind of this topography of things, events, like a landscape which is on the top. When I'm in the lower part, where actually this random neutral boxes, they become the containers for something else. So I think for me that's the most specific, the most interesting moments. Then otherwise I get lost too quickly in the anecdotes of the windmills and the turbines and the slides and so on, which is your thing, and it's like I think they are like an extra, but the most important and the more interesting parts for me, they are somewhere else.
Well, those two images also show more of the existing buildings and the relationship between the old and new, which I'm sure is of your liking as well.
But that's my personal opinion, and I took already way too much time. Sorry.
Appreciate it, Marcos.
Yeah, I think that for me, I mean, I think your presentation was quite clear, actually. And I would say that the ABCs for me are actually a bit problematic because the ABCs actually oversimplify the complexities. And so I think that there's a level of kind of discussion to be had regarding inclusivity, because in a way the ABCs, they kind of make it seem as though you solve all the problems, and it's kind of, yeah, okay, this is clearly the answer to everything. But the question of inclusivity, that for me is the most important, and that's something that you started with, like with regard to this project, because I would argue that right now this project is seemingly for everyone and no one at the same time. So for me, I'm lacking more specificity about who is here, why they are here, and how they occupy the space. I think there are quite a lot of images that depict, many different types of people occupying one space, but they're also occupying every space. And that is not necessarily how it's going to work. And I think that there needs to be a much more deeper look into what that actually requires, and would be interesting to understand who are the users. And actually, I would agree with Marcos about his comment, kind of an intuitive like desire to understand more of these underside spaces, because actually those are the most inclusive spaces that you have. And I would argue that this top kind of thing that is floating over everything, that is actually quite an exclusive space. And so I think it would be much more interesting to be more specific and be more dedicated regarding what space belongs to whom. And actually, when you kind of look at other projects that deal with inclusivity, that placemaking and actually owning a part of the space that you're in is very important. And I would say that the plurality that you've kind of created here is, for me, a bit too plural. Like I cannot imagine, like, I mean, maybe that's something that you've thought about, and maybe it's just that in this presentation everything was kind of distilled down to kind of the new kind of the shape or the form or like the color. But for me, it's a bit too simplistic view. And I think it would be much more interesting to talk about each space in terms of who is the user and how it is being used. Also about access and accessibility and security, because all of these questions are really critical, especially to these kind of very complex projects that try to be everything for everyone.
Yeah, I think there's a fair criticism of, is it too plural, right? I'm inspired. There's a book by some researchers, I think from Rotterdam or Amsterdam, called In Search of New Public Domain. I can't see what their names are. Unfortunately, my bookshelf is too small. But they talk a lot about trying to, the public realm needs to have exclusion insofar as like this space is for a certain user group and then this space is for a different user group. And then there's some confrontation, how they all come together and use the totality of the space. Here, I did to a degree abandon that and try to make it so every space was for everyone. I agree that the slope that I created in the canopy is inherently divisive. The magic carpet was to try and reconcile that, to have because I think there was a ton of advantages of the slope, especially originally there was more of a political disposition to this project. So the idea of it being an amphitheater. So I do think that some of those questions were reconciled, but I think maybe in a more practical standpoint, you bring up an excellent point that I should demarcate a little bit more, identify what the user groups are, and then demarcate a little bit where they might go. And then maybe where those user groups overlap could be a more potentially interesting space.
I mean, I think you need to talk to the users. I mean, I think your project could become much more rich if you had a kind of, like a sampling at least, like just for the purpose of creating this project, of who you're designing this for. Because for me, I do not have a picture. I mean, I see there's like a dark-skinned person in the image, there's like a disabled person, there's a kid. But for me, it becomes a bit too simplistic a view of what that actually means in terms of kind of the community that you're inserting this into, and how that actually affects the community in the long term. So I don't know. For me, we can discuss this. We can discuss it separate from like all the form making. I'm not really sure, because the essence of the project seems to me, I'm not sure what that is. Actually, what do you care about? Do you care about the ABCs in terms of constructing a space? Do you care about the ABCs in terms of constructing a space for a specific person or a group of people? Because right now it's just like everything. But I already said that, so I will stop.
Yeah. No, perhaps it's too generic. The idea is designing a space, and the purpose of the form isn't for the form itself, but to have kind of the civic ambitions of the design realized, which would be to promote broader and more inclusive social interaction. So I would try and leverage form to do that. Maybe the form, from your perspective, isn't quite there, but that's definitely
no. Actually, I've said nothing about the form. The form actually for me is something completely alien to what I'm saying. Like I think there's a more fundamental and much more basic question to be kind of addressed here, and that is, who is your user and what are you doing for that user? Because right now, to me, I don't know who do you design this for.
Yeah, I went with the public at large. So I had received that comment before of who's the user group, and then what does that user group need? And
but what is the public at large? What is the public at large?
City of San Diego. I try to be inclusive, thinking of the viewpoint. Even it could be on this run for tourists.
But
as well.
I think that I mean I'm not saying no. Like I'm not like trying to dispute you. I'm just lacking the, let's say, kind of because your argument is sort of like right now is from your perspective, which automatically makes it exclusive to your viewpoint. So I think that there's a lot of really good ideas, but they need to be supported by the work that you need to do if you're designing this for a community. And it's just something to be aware of. So it depends on it depends on what is your emphasis. Because if your emphasis is the community inclusivity, that's one thing. And then let's talk about how to make this thing actually inclusive. If it's about like form making and, let's say, distilling a design down to kind of very easy digestible steps of how to achieve some form, that's another thing. So I don't know, I hope that was clear.
Okay. I agree that it's missing some public participation processes, which I would love to include in future projects. It just wasn't something I worked on for the purpose of this thesis with COVID.
But more, sorry, I jump in because I think it's a very good comment what Sophia is making and the direction she's pointing out, because it's not really like adding extra things, right? I think you have the capacity for adding things, you have it. Relax it for a second. I'm just saying, like, just picking up on what Sophia said, it's like for me, the fact of wanting to create this space super inclusive. For example, when I was hearing her, I was thinking about the Jamal Fna square in Marrakech, which is like a square in which everything is possible. It's like you can go and there's a person with a snake playing the flute. There's a dentist. In the evening, you can eat there. Then there's a market. Then there are cars going through at a certain point. But it's super clear in the logics of the appropriation of the space. It's like there are schedules. There are spaces that you cannot go through. People, they can only stay at a certain time of the day. There's some infrastructure which is provided for certain uses. So in order to be inclusive, there's like a certain kind of rules or protocols or logics, or call it whatever you want, which I think it's a very good point, what Sophia was saying. Like what I think or what I understand of what she was saying is that actually it's very difficult to understand which are the protocols or which are the what you provide or the logics of what you design for these things to happen. More than just like putting a collage where all these things are coming together, where you have a guy with a Make America Great America Again with and a hijab in the background, right? So I think I would definitely think about that because I think it's a very good comment.
Okay.
Yeah, kind of piggybacking off that point about who it's for, I think potentially it could have been interesting to focus more on the specific community that it's in, because you talk about how it's supposed to be for San Diego. San Diego is a huge city, and I see this as kind of like a public plaza in a certain sense, even though it's elevated. So, and I think those kind of spaces are spaces that you're accessing mostly by foot from a pretty small surrounding area, as opposed to people, people might come to check out a new project once, but like in general, people are going to be accessing it from a pretty small area. And there's probably some specific, some interesting research that could have been done about what is actually happening on both of the two sides of the freeway, and how this project could specifically speak to those people and not just people at large.
No, I think it's fair that perhaps I was too generic in my approach. I was trying to do something in a more abstractful way that I could then take forward and use in future projects. And I think it is useful moving forward for sure to be more specific on who the user groups are. And of course, as you point out, Mary, it's not like people are going way out of their way to visit projects that frequently. So the hyper locality is another condition to probably think of more.
But you keep saying generic, Ryan, but I think it's super specific in the design elements that you
generic in the user
you provide. And I think that's the contrast as well. It's like it's super. Like, of course, we didn't talk so much about the form and the project itself and its materialization. And I'm sure you had these conversations with David at a certain point. But for me, if these protocols or the community or if the users and the needs and the protocols to activate that space for those users become clear, then all these kind of vocabulary, architectural vocabulary or elements that you are using, they will become much more clear. And actually the topics that you are pointing out at the very beginning, they will become much more clear as well. So I think it's all about clarity in the, so it doesn't give you the sense that you actually, it's suddenly you just, this thing popped out from your table at certain point.
Okay.
All right, Ryan. Well, good variety of comments for your plurality. I think that the thing I would leave you with is kind of reiterating a few things that were already said, but Marcos's, exercise, and this goes for everyone, the exercise of putting to paper, some text on specific things that you're exploring. Ryan, I commend the amount of writing you did early on. And I think having done some more writing, like Marco said, 200 words on colorful, flexible, asymmetrical pores could help us understand from your view, because it's very much coming from your view. And the thing I guess I would add slightly different is there's the contrast between the form's very specific, but you're talking about something very generic and plural. There's also this kind of competing thing about how do you make something more pluralistic, but yet it can be appropriated, so what is the threshold until it gets so plural that it's hard for certain groups to appropriate that space? So I think that's a real question with a type of project like this. If you just say it's everybody, then how do you really take over that space as a group of 5 or 6 people or just 2 people? And so these are these weird, hard differences to work out. So I commend you for going after it, but yeah, there's a lot of work to do on this topic. You know that.
Right on.
Right. So I highly encourage you, post-COVID, to make it more participatory. COVID is something that just like was a detriment to your own process, but that will always be difficult in the profession, is how do you make it more participatory? And this kind of work definitely just has to be pluralistic, inclusive during the design process itself. And if it's not, it's always going to suffer from that exclusivity of opinion that drives the project forward. So in your future work, I look forward to seeing how that manifests and how you can incorporate those other exercises.
Appreciate it, David. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Ryan. Let's see. We're going to go to Matt Hummel. Before Matt gets going, Matt, go ahead and share your screen once Ryan's done. But before he gets going, I do see that, let's see, yeah, Junichi Sato joined us. So I just want to say thank you for joining us. He comes from San Diego State University, working in the interior architecture department. So hi, thank you for joining us and spending some time on a Saturday afternoon. All right, now Matt, yeah, go ahead and take it away.
Right. Hi, my name is Matt. My thesis project is called Latent Formations and Architectural Rehabilitation of the Whitewater Preserve. So in August of 2020, the Whitewater Nature Preserve was at risk of being wiped out by a forest fire that took out over 70 acres of ecologically critical vegetation. Emergency workers managed to stop its spread right at the entrance to the preserve. However, this was the 4th major fire in the last decade to have found its way into the preserve, and the second to have originated on site. And this trend has conservation agencies concerned due to the fact that whitewater is a unique and hypersensitive ecosystem that hosts an array of environmentally critical and endangered vegetation and species, while also being the primary source of ground and surface water for the entirety of Coachella Valley. So this is just a quick look at some of the damage caused by the fire along the site. So it's just looking at before and after from the same spots. So A is the forest canopy that's right next to the entrance, and then below that just shows the road leading in. And then the second image is of an existing pond there with a dense vegetation space that has some critical habitat in there, and that was almost totally decimated. And then lastly is the campsite, which is on the north end of the site. And then I just included a brief overview of some of the vegetation on site and kind of like a color study of it. So my proposal is to respond to this forest fire and the condition created by it by rehabilitating the affected areas, expanding the natural landscape, and then preserving it. And to do this, I'm proposing an architectural intervention that can be introduced on site to provide the framework to support these 3 concepts, while also adapting the site's existing amenities to reduce their impact on the environment. So I've chosen to explore these 3 concepts on 3 different areas along the site. First of all, starting with a nature center / welcome center, including a reimagination of the existing ranger station, a campground, and then finally a nature pavilion. I'll be starting with the Whitewater Nature Center. So this is my site plan showcasing how the building responds to the ground floor. And my strategy for this was to to minimize the interference on rehabilitation of the natural landscape by moving underground and creating experiential spaces that focus purely on enhancing and framing the beauty of its surroundings. And I chose this site specifically because it was affected by the forest fire, or it had already been built on. And the little circles above are where that forest canopy is at, and it ends right there. So the hope here is to have that canopy come back into this area and take over the site. So looking at the plan, I'm showcasing the subterranean nature of the building and how the nature center is connected to the ranger station, which is on the right, and showcasing how it's related to these two existing ponds. And then I've just included a few planters that will be addressed in a couple slides. So this perspective section, looking at the volumetric conditions of the building and its relationship to the landscape above. I was really interested in making sure this building is entirely passively cooled. So I utilize these exterior courtyards as intakes and exhausts, while as well, including a series of cooling chambers of different scales that have different intentions, whether that just be purely for light studies and showcasing the effect of light on the material, or showcasing conditions of the site. So I created a series of renders to showcase the experiential nature of some of the spaces within this nature center, starting with the entrance and showcasing how it can be utilized by rangers and kids or classes on tour. Then one of the exterior courtyards, which is meant to frame the cliff to the east of the site, which is kind of the main natural element of the site. And this specific courtyard is intended to showcase the effect of fire on the natural landscape just through this little memorial in the corner. Then just below the entrance and down from the courtyard is a cooling chamber showcasing the rehabilitation of the landscape in the area, and just putting this underground to kind of create a very specific experience showcasing this. And then finally, the central cooling chamber. And so the planter I mentioned before is one of the strategies I've been taking to assist in the rehabilitation through architectural means. And to do this, my concept was to develop a living panel that is intended to disintegrate over time and be taken over by the natural landscape. And to do this, I made a ceramic panel that has a seedling in the center. And as the panel disintegrates over time, the seedling is exposed and then continues to deteriorate the panel before eventually being taken over by the natural landscape. And the next intervention I have is Whitewater Village, which is my campground, specifically catered towards the hiking community of the site. So these are just some diagrams showcasing how I landed on the location of the campground. So there's some critical habitat zones just to the north and south of the site. And I've chosen to put the campground in the middle of this because these critical habitats are being taken out by the river, where every time it floods, this narrow portion of the valley creates water speeds that uproot the critical vegetation and don't allow it to grow, which cause these two critical habitats to split. So this is kind of just a plan showcasing my concept for this campground, and it's mixing these temporary hut structures with the permanent structures on the exterior that host the utilities are intended to be consumed by the landscape as time passes and become a new condition. It's much blurrier than I thought, but this is just a zoom in of the relationship between these permanent structures and the different living types, and showing that the permanent structures can host like the laundry room and the kitchen utilities, and then have the temporary living structures have kind of amphitheater style seating around them, just so people on the site can come gather and hang out. Just one other zoom in, showing more of the relationship. It's just a render showing how the campground sits on site and the relationship between its inhabitants. And this is just a render showing the entrance and those external structures. I intended to kind of generate their form in a way that it becomes an extension of the ground plane, mainly for the intention of them being taken over by nature over time, so that eventually they create mounds that can hopefully protect some of this critical habitat by raising it above the floodplain of the river. So this is just a proposal for that adapted floor plan once the temporary huts are removed, and that a series of connections are made between those exterior structures. And then that's the gray is just showing the land taking them over. And this is a render from that same perspective, showing how this could potentially look over time once vegetation takes over these mounds and just little access chambers into these underground dwellings, whether they just be dwellings or just like access to utilities. And then light wells / exhaust coming or poking through the landscape and just showcasing that there's something architectural underneath. And then the final intervention I've coined the PCT experience, which is the Pacific Crest Trail experience. So this last one is kind of, for me, the totality of research and work I've done this whole semester, whether it was failed or not, and just as I fluctuated throughout concepts and ideas. So it all started kind of with looking at intensive computational analysis of the environment and seeing how I can merge that with parametric design and sort of standard passive design strategies. So I use those computational environmental analysis diagrams to determine the location of where I would put this nature pavilion. And then once I got that, I started to determine a form based on the site conditions. And my concept for this was to showcase the climates along the Pacific Crest Trail, specifically in areas that are polar opposites to this desert climate. So I chose a site in Oregon and one in Washington. The site in Oregon is represented in blue here, and the site in Washington is in green. And my intention was to try to replicate these climates within this enclosed space and to do it passively with as minimal mechanical intervention as possible. This did not succeed necessarily. This was an example of the parametric element of this project, as I did a surface radiation test of this form, which determined where I could put openings that would become solar chimneys and assist in the cooling of the building. And this is an external shot of the building in its form, and just showing how I intend to use it kind of as the amphitheater of the site. And then finally, the interior. This is kind of like the idealistic view of what I thought could possibly happen if this became a conceptual grow lab sort of thing, just representing these climates of Washington and Oregon. And since their climates are much more conducive to forest and flower growth, this is my representation of what that potentially could look like, assuming that my process did work. And that is my last slide. Thank you for coming out.
Hey, Matt, there was a lot presented there. Is there a single intervention or a topic or a theme perhaps that you would prefer to talk about, where you want the conversation to go?
I think the first nature center is where I mostly landed on. The other two were kind of like explorations throughout the semester that I just kept working on here and there.
Okay.
Yeah. I think it's a good question because they are very different as well as design approaches. It's almost like you I could say there's almost like a cliche of an architectural approach behind each of them. So it's almost like first as if you were playing Zoom tour, the third one as if you were playing parametric design, and the second one and more. So I think it's pertinent, the question that David put you. I think I'm going to just ask you a couple of questions, because first of all, I didn't know the research, so I was kind of looking at some pictures. So it looks like a gorgeous place, at least the pictures before the fire. I think what I'm missing is that I don't know how the three come together. If they are if they are close, if they're not close, if there's, I don't know, for me, it would be useful to have like a site plan where we could see like the three of them almost when you were going to talk about them. So I don't know if you can answer that, like how close they are or how do they relate one to another.
Yeah, the concept like a couple months ago, before stuff started to go kind of wrong, was to have these like nodes of intervention, and then show them all connecting with the site plan like that, to show that like each of them is bringing back vegetation to the site, or like expanding it, and then showing how that works across the site. But that concept didn't really work out for me. It was mainly focused around like showcasing different climates, but I kind of just made a last second
okay
concept.
Okay, just to not to don't be too harsh to yourself. Like I think they're good things, very good things, on things that you have. Maybe it doesn't make sense at certain points in the big picture, and that's what I was struggling the most. But if I take, for example, if I take the first object, is the one that actually it's I feel closer to, and I can be more specific about the comments. But even like I think this strategy, like saying, okay, architecture can be like a triggering device for a regeneration or natural regeneration of this area. I think it's a very powerful statement, and maybe you were being too ambitious, but I don't think it's a bad. I don't know if suddenly you lost confidence on that or not, but I think what happens is that because the designs were a little bit triggered by that, if you abandon them halfway, and that's what happened, is like suddenly it's as if you were missing one leg of the chair at a certain point. And that is how I was feeling from an external point of view. I think it's, and if I talk specifically about the first one, for me, it would be also good to have like a before and after plans as well. It's like that's what I wrote down when I saw this site plan. For me, it's difficult when you were saying, okay, this actually fits into the landscape, into the topographic lines and etc. Yes, to a certain point, but for me, for example, like this big parking, it would be good to know if it was there before or if it was not, or if it's a part of your intervention at a certain point. So I think from this is purely from your presentation point of view, and just to get to provide the reviewers with the proper information so we can position ourselves. I think that's the key. And if it didn't exist before, my question would be like, get rid of it. It's like I think it's like because for this part of the project, which I find very beautiful, and I really like your section and some of your interior images, it's suddenly just imagining that you arrive to this kind of concrete asphalt parking before getting into this very delicate underground space. It's kind of weird. So and then if you go to the next slides and the section, yeah, like I think this is for me one of the most beautiful documents that you have. But this is because it's quite clear how is it positioned in regard to the ground, and how you relate it to the upper parts, and the different moments in which you kind of get conscience of what was this place and what happened with the fires and so on. I don't think it's that being said, it's not very delicate with what it's existing. I just go back to the same thing. They say you're gonna need to actually work heavily on what is this natural place, and maybe that's not an issue. or maybe it is, but it's you to who has to take a position, because it's like in some of your renderings you have like these kind of ramped earth walls with the courtyards and so on that looks like if it was very natural and it was always there, but actually it's going to demand a lot of effort, which I'm not saying it's a bad thing, but it's just that it's maybe a little bit it's not going in the same direction of this argument of natural regeneration of the site and so on. So I'm just giving you food for thought for this, okay? And then for me, it's another thing in the next one.
The next.
Yeah, in the 10. Yeah, the rendering. It's like, this has to do with some of the things that we were saying with Ryan, that for me it's the key when you become a designer, is that actually some of your design decisions, they have implications in the qualities of the space that you provide. So for example, the use of light in here, and why you have some like skylights which are perfectly square and they don't filter the light, or the other ones that actually have some kind of louvers. So I don't know if it has to do with anything in the building. It has to do with static moment circulation. I don't know. This is a kind of a question for you. I don't know if you have a clear reason for that to be like that, or you didn't think about that.
Well, by the time I got to it, it was just like crunch time for this. So it's just something like I made happen. Okay. The idea was that the louver things are kind of like directional paths taking you up, down, and that the squared off ones are like an extension of the exterior, bringing it into the interior. So it shares the same roof condition.
Because I think that is, for example, something that it could be great to see in your plans as well. And it's like this kind of processional movement, and actually the light and the way that you modulate the natural light to go into these underground spaces. It could be a very beautiful way of approaching the project. And that leads me to what I think it's would be my final comment. Is like probably there shouldn't have been like 3 different sites, but actually there's like a concentrated of one site that actually could work in these 3 different programs at the same time. It's like could these propositions, for example, like take what you had about the camp, that actually was like dismantling some parts, or that actually vegetation takes over, or that some of these of your plan, some of these parts they become part of for the camping or something like that. I think it's if you were kind of feeling that you were running out of time, like dealing with such a huge amount of space and trying to make sense of a full complex, maybe it was it's very good to be ambitious, and it's better than that the opposite. But at a certain point, I'm just feeling like you were kind of you just realized you didn't have enough energy for that. And then I don't know if it's a personal interest or not, but when you arrive to this, I'm going to talk just very briefly about the final one, about the form generation by this parametric design and so on. I think for me that's maybe one tool that many architects use, but what I would like to discuss it, or at least to think about, is like what actually you produce in terms of spatial qualities of that. Okay, so this is very clear. Very clear. Okay, it's like I don't believe it, but this is my personal approach. But you have this form that you get to, and what I would like to then discuss is like I don't mind the way that you arrive to the final form. That is your scaffolding, if you like. But when you build a building, you just remove the scaffolding and then you see the building. And what I really, this is the path that you want to take, then I would like to see, okay, what are these dots and what happens inside, and what happens when I'm inside and I'm getting this kind of wind that is going inside and it's making me feel as if I was somewhere else, or the light that is kind of filtered inside in the same kind of delicate way that you were doing in the first exercise. So I think I wouldn't, don't be too harsh with yourself, but force yourself to take a position and decide if you want this kind of parametrical approach, or there's the other one which is much more phenomenological, or this another one which is more based into the reversibility of what we do as designers. Because I think then just concentrate on that and go like take ownership of all the things that you made and make them evident, because I think there's plenty of value in many of the things that you made. So I don't know how you feel about that. You just, to the answer, the question by David, you answered to the first one. I don't know why do you feel that, or is it like the most successful piece that you achieved? Maybe you can or that you feel much more personally related to it, or?
Well, that was the last one I did. I think by the time I got to it, it was just like I felt confident in, I guess, the representation techniques specifically. And just, it seemed the most fully fledged out, even though it was the one I spent by far the least amount of time on. And I think there was a lot there. And as you mentioned with everything, if I had more time, as the case with everyone, I think that one would have bled out into these other two and kind of driven them more than these three things being totally separate.
No, I'm sure, but it's funny because the three of them, it's like designed by three different people. Yeah. I could say.
I just want to test stuff.
I think for me, what I mean, first of all, I want to commend you on the like the level of visualization. That, I mean, I think that was for me made things very clear in terms of. I mean, there's a lot of kind of an imagination that you're using for each space, despite the fact that, let's say, maybe the architecture is not fully fleshed out. So there's a kind of a experiential quality that comes through all these images. But I think that what I also want to say, and one thing that I kept thinking about, because the one thing that really brings all of these three projects together and where I can see that they're all coming from one person, is actually to go back to the title of your project, which is kind of latent formations and about the regeneration of land. But I think that what would have been interesting, or maybe it is there, but somehow this aspect of when does regeneration start? Because it seems that in all of your projects, regeneration starts after the architecture is in place. But actually, the land has a way of regenerating itself. So I think it would have been interesting to start a bit earlier in terms of like, where does the process of regeneration begin, and try to work that also into your process. So for example, I could imagine that one aspect would be to consider how the materials are brought on site and where you're actually building. Like maybe it actually makes sense to only touch in few points on the ground, because in all of these projects, they seem to actually be quite horizontal and taking a lot of space and requiring a lot of groundwork, a lot of earth, moving around earth, which potentially that's okay. But one thing that kept like coming back as I was looking at all these projects is, could it be much more precise, and could it actually be much more vertical? Maybe it's like it's a tower rather than a horizontal surface, like a horizontal building or something like this. So actually, I mean, obviously, like there are certain steps. It's not to say that it should have been a tower or anything else, but just to say that the aspect of regeneration and how we think about regeneration could also start earlier in the process.
Yeah, you're right. That's something I started thinking about like very late on, especially the precision element of that. I was really hoping to get like to the point of showcasing the regeneration work, but it just started within the last week, and I thought I'd get it there more, but oh well.
Yeah, because it seems like in the first images you were showing of these kind of axos and these kind of diagrams of the land itself, like that was sort of, for me, it was very nice, like to see, and I thought that you could go much more deeply into kind of the specificity of all those elements, considering also that I can see that you have quite good command of the elements and the 3D programs and all of this kind of stuff. So it would have been really nice to kind of bring that more and actually showing that part of your process more.
Mm-hmm.
So I thought your project in general was gorgeous, and one of the most interesting parts to me is kind of the back and forth between the nature shaping the buildings and the buildings shaping the natural environment. Actually came to mind. I was watching a documentary recently about mushrooms, actually, and there was a study where after the wildfires in Australia, they saw mushroom species they hadn't seen in a long time, and they apparently had been activated by the fire itself. So that's just something that came up. And I mean, I've lived in California for several years now, and wildfires are now very much like a yearly cycle that we have to contend with. And I think there would be an interesting place for exploration in how the building responds to that yearly sort of cycle, because there's regeneration, then there's going to be the sort of a constant of that happening again. So I think that would be something you could think about in the future.
Yeah, I think that was like, I didn't know about the fire until very late in this, which was a huge like clicking moment for me. But I saw that thing about the mushrooms too, a few other things, and I thought conceptually that could have been really interesting to explore further, especially this being Southern California. Forest fire seems like a really good thing to start with, but that came on late. I wish I had found out about it earlier though.
So Matt, thank you for that great presentation. I was very intrigued by your idea and your title. I think that the project was very large and very ambitious in many places, as it's been mentioned. So I won't go into those little details, but overall, what I was most intrigued by was your statement about the campground, where you built something and it was taken over by the nature. You had the rendering of the campground after sort of ecosystem started to take over. So your architecture starts to become a part of ecosystem. I thought that was a beautiful concept. In many ways, it's sort of like you're building something that would be taken over or degrade and become a part of nature. So there's this ephemeral quality to this idea. And that, I wish that sort of thinking was kept throughout the whole process of the project. So how do we, as an architect, create something that's only going to be disappear after a few years, but the disappearance of your building actually signifies the success of your project, right? Because you're trying to regenerate this ecosystem of nature. And that sort of a way of thinking is probably what is needed for a project like this.
I appreciate that. That's a concept that was brought up, I think around the midterm. I thought was really interesting, and I definitely want to explore that further. The concept of disappearing architecture.
Yes, this rendering you're showing is very intriguing, right? It's sort of like a counter intuitive to many of the architects, because we want to make something that's gonna last forever and stay beautiful. But this idea of letting things go. And you had also talked about the panels for the tree on the first part that disappears, the ceramics panel. I think that those technologies are being developed now. So you could probably bring all those new technologies that sort of enhance this deterioration for the better ecology into all aspects of your project. Like, the asphalt, instead of asphalt, there are materials you can use that's biodegradable, stuff like that.
Yeah, definitely. The technology is becoming very intriguing, environmentally speaking.
So thank you.
No, thank you.
And I'll say too, thank you, Matt. There was a lot of work at a really high quality level. from like a professional standpoint and as a student. So I just want to say it's definitely noted the quality of the work, the visualization, the thinking, the research. And I really, I want to say, thanks for just going after what you were interested in. You weren't quite sure, but you kept trying these different things out, and you had the skills and the abilities to try them out at a pretty sophisticated level. You kind of dismiss it like I did these other ones earlier and then this one with less time, but all of them read in this context, given the time and like the standing you're at, they read at a pretty well resolved level. So, and you did that while exploring a series of different ideas that aren't easy, simple ideas. So thank you for that, and well done.
Thank you.
Okay, so from Matt, we're gonna move on to Marco, Margarito Mendoza. Are we, as we move to him, I think we are losing a juror. So Sophia, thank you so much for joining us. It was a pleasure.
Thanks for having me. It's always very nice to see everyone and to see what great work you're doing. Good luck, guys. Looks really good. I know it's been probably very tough, but looks like you've done well considering. So good luck, and see you again in the future.
Definitely. Thank you, Sophia. All right, so yeah, Marco, please go ahead, share your screen, and let's hear it.
Okay, my name is Margarito Mendoza, and the title of my thesis is Sheltering the Mind. Good architecture can make a positive impact on the occupant's quality of life. Areas of architecture has done impressive work to include spaces and elements to incite positive feeling and mood in an individual. Mental health instability is one of the leading causes of death in the world, and the numbers keep rising more and more each year. How can architecture improve the quality of our mental health? The emerging discussion in neuroarchitecture that look at the connections between neuroscience and architecture could be an opportunity. Sheltering the Mind incorporates the sublimity in massive boulders to make the spectator fulfill the need to encounter the sublime on a regular daily basis within our communities. So what is the sublime? On the Webster Dictionary, it's of such excellence, grandeur, or beauty as to inspire great admiration or awe. In philosophy, the sublime is the quality of greatness, whether physical, moral, intellectual, metaphysical, aesthetic, spiritual, or artistic. The term especially refers to the greatness beyond all possibilities of calculation, measurement, or imitation. My understanding of the sublime is that it's an aesthetic feeling, it's a sense of an overwhelming encounter. And as philosopher Immanuel Kant said, our ability to reason empower us to overcome, feel good about, and even contemplate the situation. Sheltering the Mind is located in San Diego, California, on 47th Street and Market Street. It is on a hilltop. It captures the unmeasurable horizon of the city line on the west and the Hamel Mountains on the east. Some characteristics I consider on finding a site was easy accessibility. I want Sheltering the Mind to connect to other communities. So it's right off the 94 and the 805 freeway. There is good transportation. There is a transit station and a trolley station, like within 5 minutes distance. It's also in a highly populated zone, and there is a lack of green space and communal space, so I wanna bring a communal space into the community. So the boulder, what are the characteristics to make the boulder sublime? Some characteristics is that the boulder is really strong, it's massive, heavy, reflective, incalculable, unique in form, and it's unpredictable. Every rock is different, basically. Also, the fact that 20% of the Earth crust is of boulder, ingenious rock, that becomes overwhelming. So I collected a bunch of rocks on a small scale, and I started positioning, trying to find special opportunities, and to kind of have a sense of the feeling that I want to create. And I took it to the next level. I decided, I manipulated the stone, I cut it. And I discovered some fascinating things. On a bigger scale, I realized that we have the technology to manipulate these big stones, big boulders. I try to stay within. I was looking for realistic and wild and processed materials to kind of enhance the feeling of the sublime that I want to achieve in this space. As you know, the boulders is like the main element. I decided the columns would be of pine wood, southern yellow pine wood, and concrete slabs that show the naturality of the aggregate in the concrete. And just to add a little bit of modernity, I added some windows, some window mounts. So the program, it's going to be all the specialized programs, such as a gym, therapist offices, the dance studio, and what's the other one? Healthy food choices. I wanted to arrange the spaces that each space have the opportunity to look at the horizon, to look at the downtown on the west, and the horizon line on the east with the Humboldt Mountains. I decided to put the gym and the dance studio in the bottom, and the office, therapist office is on top. Here is a floor plan of how I arrange the spaces. I also wanted to create a scheme that is like rustic and non-linear skin. So I try to come up with a lot of variations here that I gather from a crumple paper. Here is a render of the north side of the site that is which the north kind of leads into the third floor where the therapist offices are. We can see people contemplating the sunset or the downtown skyline. This is the terrace, which terrace / third floor. It's surrounded by big boulders to achieve the sublime feeling and looking at the downtown. And I also added some traffic barriers to resemble the encounter with the sublime on the highways of Rocky Mountains or the Grand Canyon. This is the gym. Also looking at downtown and at the unmeasurable sky and sunset, the beauty of the sunset. This is the public plaza. It's surrounded by all the big boulders, which I think it's like a very important space. It's the public space. And in conclusion, this space brought into the city will allow individuals to have naturalistic space and specialized programs such as therapist offices and gym and healthy food choices that will empower and improve their mental health status. Thank you.
I don't know if June or Mary, do you want to go? Maybe.
Before we go, let me ask you a question as a verification. Are these boulders already there, or are you proposing to bring those boulders there?
I'm proposing to bring them to the site.
Okay.
My intent is to bring the sublimity of the boulder into our communities. Not every community has the fortune to encounter this the sublime experience. So I want to bring a little bit of that sublimity into the cities, into neighborhoods.
I think yeah. No, please, Mary.
Okay, I was just gonna say, I think your use of boulders is really interesting, actually. I think there's something to be said for the spaces created by boulders. To me, it sort of evoked images of being in a cave, which is kind of an obvious point, but and there's a sort of sense of safety that's also found in that kind of space. I mean, going back to earliest civilizations living in caves, like it's just has that kind of feeling to it. I think potentially the design of a space surrounding the boulders might be competing with it visually a little bit. I think something that could have been interesting is to treat, like I was thinking of the concept of grounding, which is used in therapy and used a lot for people with anxiety, which is the concept of kind of coming back to a physical touchstone that you can identify that brings you out of whatever negative mental space you're in and back into reality. And I think the stones kind of or the boulders are kind of a good visual representation of that concept. So I would have liked to see those placed slightly more intentionally to where they become a sort of visual, how do I describe this? Like a place you come back to in the project, and it kind of defines how you move through the space.
I think, Marco, yeah, so I saw your project in the midterm as well. So I really appreciated that you put those models that you were hiding the last time and you were not showing, like those pictures where you manipulated the stones and so on, because I still think they are crucial to understand what you are doing. And first, I want to congratulate you, but also to the previous students. I don't know if I did it so explicitly to arrive to this result, because of course, as everybody's saying, like given the circumstances, like reaching this point with this amount and quality of material, it's commendable. So that's the first thing. Then, if I if I have to suggest something, okay, so first of all, it's like your definition of the sublime, which what I understand, and also what I knew about the sublime has to do like, correct me if I say something wrong, of the contrast between a certain beauty and a certain risk or a certain monstrosity. So there's always like you see this is like this painting that you had of the Friedrich painting where there's this man looking to the immensity. It's like it's beautiful, but it's also dangerous at the same time, and there's a certain monstrosity in it. And I think if we all agree that that's definitely your topic, for me there are two problems with that. It's like the first one, it's how the sublime and this kind of contrast between beauty and risk relates to the problem that you have chosen, because it's somehow a way of healing some pathologies. So my first approach would be like, if I need to heal something, it's like keep me quiet. I don't want to know anything about the risk or monstrosity. It's like I just want to be calm down in my corner. But that's my way of approaching it, and I haven't chosen to. So I don't know if you have something to say about that. I think I can see that you want to say something about that. So
about the sublime, that's the perception that most people have about the sublime. It's a scary thing. It's a fear. But I mean, yes.
It's the truth. It's not only that. It's just that it's a mix of there's an amazing beauty that comes also of the fact that there is it's risky.
Yeah, it is scary. It sounds scary, but like the philosopher Immanuel Kant basically described it or concluded that it's our senses, the individual's ability to think and reason is what makes us sublime. You know, even though these encounters are a little bit scary, we have the ability to think and say everything's okay because the nature, or let's say I don't know, the waves in the ocean are scary, you know, but we have the ability that the waves do not have, you know, they cannot think. Therefore, the fact that we think and we know that we're going to be safe, it's what makes it sublime. It's where we get the positive feeling and emotion, and that's what makes us feel good. That's in psychology. I mean, psychologists recommend, you know, people to go and stare at the ocean or stare at mountains to kind of see things in perspective and realize that whatever personal problems they're having, you know, whatever thing that's overwhelming them, it's like a way to ease themselves out of those minor insignificant problems that they have.
Yeah. But these people look it from very far away, and you put them inside the boulders. So I'm just saying that, I don't know, that for me it doesn't sound so evident what you are saying, and I'm just I don't know, I'm just asking myself if that is the best program. And I have to say that for me, what you're doing, it's almost independent of the program, I would say. But that's my take. And that was one issue eventually. And the second one that I was thinking about, it's how do you recreate these sublime conditions? And I think for me there are two ways to go. Again, it's like one, it's being very literal with the use of the stones, and actually we discussed it the last time. So it's almost like the discussion was like, should we bring the rocks as they are? Should we cut them off and reconstitute them? What should we do of that? And should we actually inhabit the rock itself? Or is it just like a kind of an accident that appeared to be on site? So I think that's for me like the rocks and the immensity of the rocks are sublime, and we use them as they are, and that's it. And then you have to come up with the devices or with the strategies to occupy those stones. Okay, I'm going to call them stone because it's an easier word for me than boulder. But inhabiting those stones, and I don't know if it was with you or with another student that we talked the last time, for example, of Chillida in the Canary Islands, where he's actually digging inside a volcano, and it's actually this amazingly beautiful rooms of 15 meters high, where the light is filtering inside the mountain and so on. That's for me one thing. And the second one would be like not being so literal in the use of the stones and making some manipulations. So you said, like, for example, you said the manipulations of cutting them out and making some things. But for example, for me, it would be like crack them completely and make concrete of it, which is what the Romans did in the past. It's like there's this Cyclopean concrete that was made with big pieces of rock. And actually, it's an artificial rock, which is made of a natural one. And I tell you why I'm saying these two different strategies. It's because for me, each of those, for the contrast that you want to achieve for the sublime, they react in a very different way. And when you put, for example, the wood, or when you put your fan in your renderings, for me, it's kind of undermining this notion of the sublime when you are trying to be literal, which is what you are trying to do. You are actually putting the rocks as they are, and actually, suddenly you have to deal with the particularities of the radical move that you made, and you just put it in on top of wood that you could buy in the department store on the corner. You know, so I think for me that's what needs still to be worked out in a way, because there's the contrast exists, but the fragility or no, I don't know how to say it, the mundane, the daily life condition of what you are doing undermines your idea of the sublime. And I think there's something to be thought about it that has to do, for example, with what is this? Maybe when you were showing this, I think it was a little model that you made where there was the stone and the 4 legs holding it with the wood. I don't know if you can put that one for a second. There's one slide at the very beginning when you do your experiments with the stones.
This one?
No, maybe no. Before, I think before.
Oh,
oh no. It's after. Sorry. Right. Next.
There's I think it's this one with the legs. Kind of.
Hold on, because I've got a little lag and I don't see the pictures.
This one has 3 legs.
No, but there was one. It's a model. It's not a rendering, but you had like a physical model of a stone when you were doing the manipulations.
No,
Go back. Stop. Because I've got a hold on. Next. Hold on. It's maybe there's some delay, and I don't see it. When you go through the slides, I don't see them. I just see the first and the last one. But I think it's the 10 or 11, maybe.
All right.
Well, I don't see it. Sorry, it's like there's some delay and I don't see all the slides. But what I'm saying,
ceiling fans.
What? Yeah, this one. 12. Number 12. Number 12.
Number 12. Wait, this one?
Hold on. 12.
Oh.
Yes. Stop there. Okay. That's the one. Because I think it's like there's plenty of things. I think it's for me here it's like when I saw this, for me this kind of sublime condition can happen when actually there's some apparent structural instability with the supports. So, and there's, for example, like there's a very interesting book on that, which is by Cécile Balmond. It's an Arab engineer that used to work with the best architects that you can think about. And he's explaining the Maison in Bordeaux by OMA by the structural instability. And actually, he's actually balancing the house with a huge stone that it's holding together. And it's actually this effect that you think that if you cut the rod that it's holding the house is going to tilt and a disaster is going to happen. And I think for me, if I had to approach your project, for me, the relation between the wood that you are proposing and the stone should be exactly that one. It's like the stone, the wood and the stones, they're in this such a very light and complicated relation that a catastrophe could appear at a certain moment, because that is going to actually highlight the beauty and of the move of bringing the stones and so on. If the end, your move, it's going to become like just a decoration for a curtain wall and a traditional interior, then it's a pity. Then I would rather go for the cyclopean concrete and make like a nice treatment center where actually the stones, they give me like this amazingly beautiful concrete, and that's it. You know what I mean? I don't know. I try to exaggerate the positions just to make a point. But for me, I think with the elements that you have, you don't need the fun and you don't need to put the recessed lights in your stones. You just need to find a solution in which actually, when you were putting the stones together, they will hold. But imagine now that you, with only 3 legs, for example, and you will start like creating these beautiful sculptures in which the whole is going to become really sublime without adding so many things. So I think it's for me, it's still it's clearer than the last time, but it's still a little bit in between. I don't know how you feel about this, or maybe you say I don't agree at all with what you're saying. You can say that. So.
No, yeah, I get what you're saying, but I always had in mind, like I don't want to create that the fear, the scary emotion in the rocks. I don't want to like worry people, but I want to use these rocks kind of like a reminder to people of sublime things out there, to kind of to basically kind of see things in a different perspective and try to help them with their mental lives. That was my main focus, you know, throughout the whole semester. Try to make an impact on people's quality of mental health.
No, but that's for me the first part of the discussion. Once we agree with that, which okay, let's say you convince me. For me, the second has to do with how you deal with the elements and the materials that you provide for yourself, and with being literal, which I think it's quite a literal in the use of the things that you set up for yourself. I don't know if it was with you or Marco that we discussed this photograph of an artist and an architect I really like, which is called the column and the wave. And actually, it's a column in Rome of 1.50 meters of diameter, like a huge column. And on the side, there's just one scale of 1 kilo. Okay, and actually, you can say one really presents the wave because you can see it. The column is 150 and so on, and the other one represents the scale. So for me, in your project, you have to decide if what you said to me, it's a representation of the sublime. So then you don't need the boulders there. It's just almost like you can reconstruct them and make them as you want. If you are going like to the presentation of the sublime itself, for me, it's like the stones themselves, they have to be the space. But okay, I just leave it to June and Mary. Maybe they have more things to say. I try to talk too much. So
So Marco, thank you for your presentation. I'm a rock climber, and this is, I understand where you're coming from. And then one of the reasons I moved to San Diego is because this is the area with most large amount of rock crop. There's so many boulders in this city and surround. So the reason I asked you why you had to bring this boulder to the site is because I think if you drive 10 minutes, you're going to be in the middle of this rock crops. And, I think in one way, I feel like you could have sort of did this in middle of this rock crop where beautiful boulders are lining up the mountains. But I'm going to drop that and then just focus on what you propose, bringing these boulders to this site. Many indigenous cultures believe that the boulder have some special powers because, as you started your presentation, these rocks are old, and it contains so many history of this planet, and it goes way beyond our imagination. And I think a lot of indigenous culture worship it because of that. And we feel, and as a rock climber, whenever I touch it, I get the sensation that I'm interacting with this sort of a history of this planet. And that's what draws me to rock climbing. And I think a lot of people do that for that reason, philosophical reasons. And I think the idea of creating this place where people can be next to those monumental natural phenomena is a great idea. So I would encourage you to look at these ancient cultures where the boulder is treated as a sacred object, like in Japan. They created this huge temple, not on the boulders or not leaning to the boulder, but respecting the boulder, so that the people who come to these buildings can truly appreciate the power of the boulder, right? So there's a different kind of relationship. And there's a respect towards these boulders, which I think you could incorporate more into your project. Also, that the boulder, when you say boulder, every boulder is different. And, I'm now talking like a rock climbing geeks here, but every boulder has characters and talk to us in a different way. So if you could sort of, and for you, for this project, I think those characteristics becomes really important in helping people cope with this mental health. So I would actually take a particular rock and analyze every part of this rock and create a structure that honor and sort of exaggerate, create a moment where people can interact with this different part of these boulders for their mental sort of a balance.
I like the way how you use the word, or how you use the phrase that a boulder can speak, and that's that was very strong. I should have known that one like before that. But yeah, that's true. Like a boulder can like communicate in a way, or make you feel. I mean, I don't know. I don't have the words to describe, but there's some kind of connection with the boulder. That or a different relationship with the different boulders, since they're all different, right? So that's what I see in boulders. There's some kind of connection. I don't know what it is, but I mean, I discovered the world of the sublime in like later in the semester, and that kind of helped me kind of communicate the kind of relationship that I can see, on boulders. But yeah, that one's really good. A boulder can speak.
But then, sorry if I'm heavy with that, but then if you follow what June just said, for me it's that suggestion of going to a site where the boulders are already there, it could make much more sense.
Yes.
Than just disturb them, because probably the stones that the boulders that you have brought to the site now, they will be all complaining between them. you cannot hear them now, but maybe they will be saying like, give us some rest, Marco.
Yes, I
Which
thought
is
about
not a project, I'm just saying.
No, I totally get it, and I thought about that, but I also like during someone's presentation, I don't know who it was. The topic of not everyone has that the luxury of driving to the boulder or driving to the beach. No one has the the luxury. So how can we do to bring that into the city? And I mean, yeah, that's what we do normally on a regular day basis. If we feel, that's what I do personally. If we feel like a little, down or blunt, we go and I live like right next to downtown. I can just walk like 5 minutes and I have that encounter with the sublime. But not all the people have that that access to the beach or to the mountains. So that was my idea, to kind of bring that into the city, to make an impact in our communities. I mean, we know that that the boulders are out there, and we can easily go and build something over there. But that was not what I was focused on. My intent was to bring it into the city, to the I don't know, I should say, the less fortunate, or the not everyone has that access to these encounters with that one. So I thought, it would be nice to bring it and see if it alleviates anxiety levels and stress levels, and then see what happens. Because it does, it does something to me, and I don't know, maybe this is personal, so I kind of wanted to share that with the community. The way that I found it help, it was through the sublime concept. Maybe I still need to develop my thesis more. I think that I can just I feel like I'm like halfway there, right? And I need more time. Unfortunately, I ran out of time. But I feel like my project is like halfway, done. I think it can just go and I don't know, something nice will emerge. But yeah, that was the intent.
Yeah, Marco, I think that's a really nice reflection on your part, because you've presented us with a lot of interesting ideas, and the images are quite captivating, and you're sitting here saying, I think I'm 50% of the way there. So I think that's a mature thing to say at the end of the thesis, to be like, even though I've done all this and I thought in all these different directions, I see how much more work there is to be done. So I think that's promising. It just shows that you have some real promise as a designer and just somebody in the world. So I want to say thank you for exploring a topic like this. It's it's pretty atypical for what we see in architectural thesis. So thank you.
Thank you, David. Thank you.
So yeah, to keep on moving and go to the next, we're gonna hear from Elizabeth White. Before Elizabeth gets going, I do want to recognize that a couple people have joined us. Mike Todd is here with us. Thank you for joining us. And then also Megan Groth has joined us, fellow Woodbury. Hi, Mike.
Hi, all.
Thank you. Thanks for taking the time, to both Mike and Megan. And to keep things moving, I'll keep it at that. Just thank you so much for your time on a Saturday. Elizabeth, please go for it.
Hello, my name is Elizabeth White, and my project is titled Expansive Chula Vista Commons, Connecting the 805 to the Bay. The aim of this project is to transform a stretch of underutilized land into an expansive public space for the surrounding communities. The goal is to create an open, common area where all of the neighboring communities can gather, linger, and play in both open-ended and specifically programmed activities and sites. This transformation traverses a 3-mile stretch of SDG&E owned land in Chula Vista that spans from the 805 freeway to the San Diego Bay. The majority of these parcels are fenced-in lots devoid of any structures other than the utility poles that carry the power inland from a transformer station near the bay. The expansive Chula Vista Commons also serves as a green corridor/urban wild and water recapture site. This project utilizes mainly native plant species with a few other drought-tolerant species to reduce the need for fertilizers and reduce the watering needs of the landscaping. And I have divided my site into 4 zone types: ephemeral, kinesthetic, meander, and linger, which I will go through one by one. So my thesis question is, how can we transform underutilized land into expansive public spaces for communities? And this is the site that I am delving into with this project, which serves as a model for how to treat the remaining lots in the 3-mile stretch that I am proposing this transformation for. So this lot here is about 250 feet by 1,800 feet. So it's about 450,000 square feet. It is a very large lot. And I initially saw these empty sites along Orange Avenue and began to wonder at the possibilities for the site. I looked at books on pedestrian zones and Kevin Lynch's site planning to get ideas for the site. And I was particularly inspired by a quote in Kevin Lynch's book that said, "The openness of space is not so much a matter of how few buildings stand upon it, but rather how open it is to the freely chosen actions of its users." This is a behavioral definition. A space is open if it allows people to act freely within it. And so that idea of openness is something that I really wanted to incorporate within my project. There are currently very few safe bike paths throughout Chula Vista, and this site can serve as a way of connecting the inland sections of the city to the bay, as well as promoting outdoor recreation among residents. Most of the existing bike routes are along roadways, which is not the safest option, especially for children. And in yellow here, you can see the 3-mile stretch of SDG&E land, with the site that I am focusing in on being this one to the far west. As I mentioned, my site is divided into 4 zone types: ephemeral, kinesthetic, meander, and linger. And in this, the zones that I am focusing in on and these types are within this stretch of SDG&E land. So ephemeral is the light blue, green is the kinesthetic, yellow is meander, and red is linger. And then here is my site plan, and the site plan showing these 4 zone types within this site. So the video showed a good sense of the kinesthetic zone, which traverses the entire site and serves as a recreational walking, biking, and skating pathway. And the meander zone, which is shown to the left here, is distinguished from the kinesthetic zone by the separate paving pattern. This project utilizes mainly native plant species with a few other drought-tolerant species to reduce needs for fertilizers and the watering needs of the landscaping. And this is a view from building 2 looking west towards the water playground that I've created, as well as the ephemeral stream bed. The linger zones are areas where people are meant to stop and enjoy the program, architecture, and activities. This is building 2, which is meant to be a site for interaction with the building. Thus, the building can be scaled on both the east and west facades. This also allows people to take in the view to the west of the bay. The interior spaces are not programmed, as they are intended to suit the needs of the surrounding community and are open to the input of the locals. This is building 1, which I have created as a ceramic studio and a restaurant. This being the ceramic studio with an outdoor workspace and the restaurant with outdoor seating and a pond feature. This is the water feature, which serves as a playground similar to the waterfront park in downtown San Diego. And then to the west is the ephemeral stream bed. Here you can see some aerial images of the site showing the green zone here that occurs when there is rain, and this existing area which serves as an informal water recapture site, which I intend to formalize with my naturalized channel that I'm creating, as well as the open space that I'm keeping here on the west end of the site. And here's some photos of the existing water channel and what it looks like. It's polluted with lots of trash, and it's not really a very attractive feature that people would want to go to and experience. And then this is my proposal for what it will be. The power lines across this site influenced my design heavily, and I established rules for my buildings based on these lines, such as the buildings being no taller than 15 feet tall, and the buildings and pathways running parallel to the lines overhead. So here in this zoomed in site plan on the east half of the site, you can see the more developed portion of the site, and you're able to see the buildings and pathways proposed, which run parallel to the power lines. So there's 3 sets of power lines here on the site, there, there, and there. And all of these pathways that I'm proposing, the shade structure for the pathway, the meander pathway, and the buildings are situated to run parallel to these power lines. And then here are the roof plans and the floor plans, and then a few elevations of the site where you're able to get a sense of the true height of the power lines. The lowest line here being 50 feet tall, and the top of the largest power line being 140 feet tall, in comparison to the building, which is 15 feet. And these are the north elevations of the buildings. And thank you guys so much for your time.
Oh, go ahead, Marcos.
No, please. I was going to.
Okay.
Yeah. I just wanted to know a little bit more about the site, but I let you dive in because since I'm not so familiar with San Diego, I've got so many questions. But please, Megan, go on, and
well,
I can go
just
after.
Want to say, well, first of all, I just want to say, Elizabeth, I think it's great that you're looking at a site like this, and I think especially in the current context in San Diego of passing the Complete Communities legislation and trying to get more parks and more locations, especially after COVID and in response. There's a lot of activity right now looking at parks, establishing parks, better parks, parks for everyone, et cetera, et cetera. So, I mean, I hope that you can use this and you can present it and you can propose it, because if this actually can work, you know, in terms of, you know, I have many questions as well, but if, you know, if this has legs, I think it's really exciting. And I think it's a really promising thing for our city, because we need more parks, and we need more parks in certain parts more than others. So, so I just want to say, like, in terms of a place to start and a place to look, I think it's fantastic. I have some questions though. A lot of my questions initially have to do with access and edges. So much of what you've shown is about the center. And I think I'm so glad to see kind of that aerial view. Where do you enter the site? And I'm talking about like trucks for, you know, pole maintenance and that sort of thing, but I'm also talking about relationships to community. And I know we've talked about before, because, you know, this is the back of all the buildings, right?
Yes.
But how will that change over time? Where do you see insertions happening? And then how, and I think it has to do also, to be honest, the fact that your animation was a linear view, and we started like in it and then just kept going straight and then came back the other way. I didn't get a sense of the edges, and I don't understand how it actually interfaces, because I think that starts to be the most complex and interesting part of it. So I don't know if you want to talk about that a little, or.
Yeah, so to the west end of the site, right along here, this is the Palomar Street trolley station, and there's also a major bus stop here. So this is a major point for people who are traveling north from Chula Vista. So this would be a point where people could really access the pathways and travel inland if they're biking to the trolley station, for instance, to then ride it downtown to work. Okay. So these two ends, so this was the end where you started in the animation, and then this is the other end. So this is Broadway and this is Palomar. So this would really be an opportunity for people to be able to move through the site and move inland.
But because it's so big, what about these dead end streets halfway through? Like, isn't there kind of
these
like
ones?
Yeah, exactly.
Yes, so there's a couple, most of this in this southern region is industrial, but there are some churches in here, which is kind of interesting in like this industrial zone. You see that occasionally in some areas. But I think that this area to the south of the industrial zone does have opportunity, that the street that dead ends right there and is where this sort of ephemeral zone begins. I think that this could be an opportunity for people from the south to enter the site in this area, and it could be a park that they could take their breaks on if they were at the office working during the week, or if they're having a church event, they could have some sort of party in the open area in the park or something like that.
So have you designed any of those entrances, any of those nodes, any of those cross access? Okay, because I think that's definitely for me. That's my first feeling is you've got to break the edge, and so don't draw it as just a huge long rectangle. It has to have insertion points, and those edges have to be dissolved.
Softer.
Yeah,
that makes sense.
Figured out, or strategies. Yeah. And I think that's where, like, looking at James Corner's stuff, like he does these long linear parks, but there's always like, where do you insert? How do you insert? And then what's the relationship between the park and the urban condition? And that is just like such a key part.
Yeah, I think it's good that you went first, Megan, because my questions had to do with the site as well, and I was going to ask you, Elizabeth, pretty much about the site and the current condition, because I'm not so familiar with the city of San Diego, of course. But for me also, because I think if what happens with this kind of projects, I've seen some others in some theses from Woodbury in the past, which actually it's like a case study, but it wants to be like exported to other conditions in the city. And I think for that, it's a kind of a paradox, but you have to be super site specific in the case study in order to be able to understand which are going to be the logics and the strategies that you will be applying to other specific case studies. And I think I agree with what Megan said, that for me, I don't know if you have like I don't recall having seen it, like a master plan where we can see with the existing. Not really this one. Yeah, well, this. Yeah, this is good. That one is good. That one is good. Yeah, because I think it's also because of the way that it's because of the drawing itself and the technique, but it seems very much like a steel strip, which is very disconnected of what's going on, almost like the back part of the parking lots of the back part of the buildings,
Yeah.
And I think it has a lot of qualities on what you are proposing, but if you would be able, you did like a kind of a Kevin Lynch analysis. Of course, you have read the book because you have the quotations, but you've done an analysis of the situation and very much decomposing the elements. But I think then for me, you as a designer, you have to, because Kevin Lynch was not doing that. He was using that as a tool analysis, but you are designing something. So once you have done the Lynch analysis of the situation, then how you describe them, how you design them, how do you craft them to be super site specific so they can be paradoxically exported somewhere else. So I think that's for me where it's key. And you have like your 4 categories and the way that you are producing the buildings. I think in your presentation you could build up your presentation in a way where one things are adding on top of the others, and you arrive to kind of perfect articulation of the whole. Because I think that's for me one of the concerns, and the second one has to do with the openness of the final result, and how people can engage and propose activities which are not necessarily planified by you from the very beginning, because what this could be perceived as well is a kind of a very exclusive. Sorry, don't get me wrong. I'm gonna force the adjectives so you get it, but for me, it can be like a gentrified urban park with higher classes activities that other people cannot do. So in that sense, the openness that you are aiming for with the quote of Kevin Lynch's quote is very clear. I think it could be perceived in the other way. And I don't know, again, it's like if you become much more site specific, if you become a little bit more specific as well in the kind of openness that you are aiming for, we couldn't get this sense of that we get of the first animation, where everything seems like super clear and all the vegetation is perfectly lined up. Of course, it's the drawing, but the image that you are conveying, it's almost the opposite of what you are saying, because of maybe because of the technique, but also because I think it's not so site specific as it should be, I think.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, so another question I have, I totally agree. And I also think there's some sort of like, there's some diagrams that are just missing, like in general, maybe about how you're approaching it, you know, from kind of that 50% level, not the super high, not the really like the animation, but in between. There seems to be, and you can keep it at a diagram level, but a diagram with a lot of information. And I feel like right now that's missing. I also think, you know, just in terms of the edges, looking at that, we talked about this before, like, you know, 2 reviews before, where that's not going to be a parking lot and a chain link fence once this park goes in. You know, like the edges are porous already, and they're going to get even more porous. You know, like the buildings will turn around, you know, they will transform the community. So thinking about the time scale, once this happens, then what happens to those edges? Because you'll design them a certain way and then they'll be transformed a different way. So like being the designer to think ahead a few levels. But I would like to talk a little bit about the architecture. How did I thought your section elevation showing the different levels of heights of different things was very interesting, and I think, you know, brings it home the size of these power lines and the range of the power lines. Did this inform your architecture? What informed your architecture? I guess I'd like to talk a little bit more about how it did, if these power lines did, if they didn't, how they did. I guess if you could just describe kind of your process a little bit, please.
Yeah, so within the entire 3-mile stretch, there were a couple different sites that I was originally zooming in on, and there were a couple that I decided I was going to leave more natural and organic. So then with this site, since it was in more of a commercial retail space, I decided that it would be more linear in its design and not so organic in its shape. So that was one of the ways that the site influenced it. I took the lines from the power line, and that was my sort of deciding factor for this linear nature for all of the pathways. So the pathways mimic the lines that are running overhead, so that they're all parallel, and it's just this continuous strip throughout the entire project. And then with the buildings, I wanted them to also be linear in nature rather than like curvilinear, really organic shapes. So that was an influence upon the actual buildings that I created. I did give them a little bit more of different edges, like this one I gave it sort of a butterfly roof just to give it more intrigue and not just be a flat, plain box as it kind of was when I began.
But yeah, I guess that's the thing, is like what else is informing that? And also exposed timber like that, it's got to be capped. Like I really hope it's, you know, that's gonna rot and go really bad. I know we have like no rain here, but I'm just saying, you know. So I mean, yeah, exactly, like this, you know, the pixelated kind of, you know, mountain house. Where you know, where are you pulling from for design inspiration?
For this building, there was some architect that came out with a concept for a building. It wasn't something that was actually going to be built, but it was something that I saw where they had this sort of stepped thing on the corner. And I thought it was a really interesting concept, but they had it out in the middle of nowhere. And I was like, this could be an opportunity for people to interact with the building, and people could climb up there and they could utilize this space. And I thought that was a really fun idea, especially for the concept I had of this being an area for the community that benefits them. This is a building that they could interact with, and they could be able to go up there and use it for parties and events. And if there's a daycare in there, the kids could go climb up the wall during playground time or something. And so that was sort of where I got the idea of the pixelation. And it didn't really exactly relate to any specific site quality when I put it in there. The site is a very flat site. There's not much of a slope to it, as you could see maybe in the aerial image and a couple of the site images that I had.
But that's where, like, doing a landform building like this or a version of this, that's kind of interesting, right? You have recognized the site is very flat. There's not a lot of opportunities for vistas or like larger perspectives onto the community. I mean, that's where like diagramming that out, this is why this has to be in this location. I guess there seems to be a part design thinking process, kind of design diagram information that seems to be missing right now. And maybe it's just us, maybe it's just me responding to like a finished animation and being like, whoa, where did that come from? Like, I'm not understanding why that building has to be there. And as designers, like, that's what we do. We don't just pull things out of our pockets and like, I like this there. No, there's a reason for it. And so I guess that's where right now I'm missing that.
No, but I think Megan, you're totally right, and I think that's what I was trying to point out when I was saying like you need to design the elements or the categories that you analyzed, that you got, like these meanders, kinesthetic, ephemeral, linger. They seem like four things which are laid out together, and they don't actually interact, or they and what the analysis that you were describing, Elizabeth, is actually the mix of the meander and the linger categories that you said, because you've got the meander rise, and then it becomes like this vertical field. So, and that goes back to this discussion we were having about making these things much more site-specific and everything working together. And I feel like Kevin Lynch is not helping you here, because his work is purely analytical, or dissecting how the city was made and identifying the elements and being able to put them almost like in a lab, one by one. But what you are doing is designing with his own strategy. So I think now it's about mixing them, and maybe the categories are not so clear, because it's what you have. And there was just one thing that I say that Megan said that it's super interesting, is when the buildings are gonna turn the faces back to the inside of the park, that is something that is room for architectural intervention as well, because it's a black box that has no light access. For example, suddenly because it's facing a car park, the day that they will be facing a great lawn with new uses and so on, maybe you can add like an extra volume or an extra facade that I don't know has any other uses. It's like, can you have workshops or workspaces, or can you have even dwellings that actually are they're just plugged into that facade to take advantage of the new situation? Because that could be, again, like a new site specifics and an extra added value for the city to develop these kind of spaces.
Yeah, I wanted to jump in too. I really appreciated what everybody's had to say. A couple of things that came to mind for me is we have these four categories that we've spoken about, but one of the things that it feels like very much to me is that everything is sort of destination based. So you're either crossing the entire site to get to the train track, or you're coming to the building, or you're going to the water feature. But that idea of meandering kind of doesn't feel that it exists quite clearly to me. And so maybe that's a factor of that linearity of following the power lines. Another thing that came up for me in my thoughts were how it feels like very additive in every place. Like that building, the landform building, is an additive form, so it creates a topography going vertically, but we're not getting anything in the subtractive sense, which might create more of an undulation in the site, and might allow for these pockets or these places to kind of go and meander, or have that ethereal space where there's shade or difference in light or things like that. So one of the thoughts that comes to mind, or a project that comes to mind for me, is Maya Lin's Vietnam Memorial, where it has that linearity, but then there's this change in planar sort of elevation and different experiences, but you have these lines to follow, but you have a space to move through and have a different experience as well.
Okay.
Can I ask, Elizabeth, how loud are the power lines?
I don't notice any noise when I'm on the site. Like I've heard several people, like I remember in the last review, like Endo mentioning that people play like Ouija boards next to them because they think that the electrical power like calls spirits or something like that. but when I've gone out and visited the sites, I don't notice any noise from them. Like there might be some next to the little like transformer boxes that are.
Oh, okay.
Don't
I know
like
having
this, but yeah, like the lines don't really make any noise.
Really? Okay, because I know it, you know, like hiking in the Cascades in Washington, you hike under the power lines and you can hear
the buzz.
Yeah, the buzz. And that's where I was looking at that fountain. I was like, how cool would that be? You overlay that onto your animation, the sound of the power lines, then you attenuate it with something else, you know. I mean, thinking about kind of the whole, you know, idea of being in that space, what that would be like. I will say in terms of shade, that's another thing in San Diego, and especially in certain neighborhoods in San Diego, we do not have shade, and we need shade and the heat island effect. And I really like seeing the idea of like this canopy that runs across, and that could have integrated lights and shade. And then you say that it's for the bike path. So, you know, does the bike path need the shade?
I figured like it does get pretty warm during summer, so I was like, if you're riding your bike, it might be nice to have a section where you've got some shade that you're riding in instead of just sitting in the blazing sun while you're jogging or running.
But so that's also something though, like overall, like in terms of the diagram of how you're approaching this palette, where do you need more shade? You know, because I imagine there's going to be a lot of time during the year that space, that green space between the bike path and the meander path will not be used. You know, everyone will be huddled against the wall and under the trees, you know, so.
Makes sense.
Yeah. So I love that you're looking at native plants, but then it's that next level of, okay, now seasonally, what do we need from this park? You know, what's important for the neighborhood? What doesn't the neighborhood have as well?
Yeah, I would have liked to see the native plants, like you said, kind of take on more of a role. I like the linearity and sort of procession. I think it's interesting to kind of walk through it and see all these different elements and different feelings and verbs that you use to describe it. But I think something that would be interesting is to have something that I like in public green spaces is spaces that you feel like you can claim and hang out for longer. Like you have some seating, but if I was going to just come with some friends and spend an afternoon, or if I'm taking a lunch break and I just want to find a secluded spot to sit by myself, I'm not going to be drawn to the collective seating area. I'm going to want to find a little nook or a little space. And I think the green spaces between your procession paths would have been a nice space to explore that. And I think planting could have
created more secluded areas where people can sort of sit and have an experience without being just out in the open.
Definitely, and an ability to deviate from the procession, because especially if you're local to the area and you're using the space often, you're going to kind of get the gist of the procession after you've been through a few times. But it's nice to like still feel like there's places to discover, or places that you can kind of, or you might find a favorite spot or something. So I think there's as a secondary sort of means of experiencing the space would be interesting.
All right. Well, thank you, Elizabeth, for sharing that. I, like kind of Marco before you with his atypical approach to a thesis or an architectural thesis. I also commend you for going after such a large site with so many kind of constraints and stakeholders, and like doing your best to just lay out a number of clear design strategies and then find areas where you can design at a more architectural scale. It's not an easy feat when things are so big. So thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so up next we have Kaylee Cornejo. Oh, Marcos is going to be leaving us. Marcos, thank you for sticking around. We know you're 8 hours ahead. It must be
always a pleasure.
You're always game for the late evening.
Yes. I would like to stay longer. It's always nice to share this with you from the distance. But 9 hours more from Europe, it's what it has. So I'm almost falling asleep now. But congratulations to all the students and to you guys as well for the effort of putting this thing together despite the circumstances.
Thanks so much, Marcos.
Best of luck to everyone.
Nice
Bye-bye.
night and a good Sunday tomorrow.
Thank you. Talk to you soon. Bye, David.
Hey David, this is Marcel. You
Hey,
cannot see
Marcel.
me because I'm having troubles in my camera, but I'm here. Sorry to be
Okay.
late. I'm having technical problems all the time, so I'm sorry to be late, but I'm here now. And you cannot
No,
see,
no
but at least I can see the projects and I can be part of it.
Great, great. So everybody, Marcel Sanchez is here. Did this year's group of students have Marcel before? Yeah, okay, great. So no need for an introduction with Marcel.
Okay, perfect.
Thank you for joining us.
All right, Marcel, this project is for you.
Okay.
You guys can hear me fine. Sometimes I have some mic issues. Okay, good.
Yeah.
Hi, everyone. My name is Kaylee Cornejo. My thesis takes on the concept of health and care in the design of an urban hospital for urban needs. So how can spatial and programmatic design provide health, hygiene, and nutrition while simultaneously alleviating the economic impact of homeless healthcare? I believe that if a hospital can expand its program typologies through easily accessed spatial design, it can better serve its local homeless community and reduce medical needs. Today, we are exploring the design of an urban hospital that provides non-traditional support amenities for the local homeless population to promote health, hygiene, and nutrition through programs, structure, and the blending of natural and built spaces. The aim is to encourage homeless individuals to utilize the site for non-emergency purposes in hopes of improving homeless health and thus reducing the need for emergency services and the economic strain on the hospital. My focus is the ground floor, as it is generally the initial point of entry, the most easily accessed and the highest trafficked, and thus the most convenient. One vital element of the design lies at the site's entry. The orchard is the encouraged route for pedestrians for its beauty and for what it provides. It offers a variety of fruit trees from guava to peaches to avocado, work opportunities, vegetable and herb gardens, and outdoor cook sites for nutrition, relaxation, and socialization. Blending the natural and built spaces, the orchard and hospital structure are organized on a grid, playing on the vertical elements of both and using this directionality to connect the dichotomy of organic and geometric. In order to provide this blend, light wells had to be punctured through the upper hospital to ensure sunlight reaches the trees below. This is the only alteration in design of the upper levels and solely for the purpose of serving the ground floor. Moving into the built space, new support programs are incorporated. These are some vignettes of showing what could be happening. So the light well showing coming from above to the trees below. Moving into the built space, new support programs are incorporated to help with homeless needs, including a market, storage, laundry, and public restrooms and showers. These show moments within the spaces and how they can be used. Working our way in, the pharmacy was specifically designed for the easiest of access from the main lobby and emergency room, as we'll see later on, with the idea that individuals and patients will visit the pharmacy for their medical needs out of convenience. I also wanted to highlight the thresholds of spaces in different programs in terms of circulation. The final program is the emergency room, as it is the main destination for homeless patients today. There is a dual emergency and pharmacy waiting room designed for convenience and encouraging use. A patient belonging storage space was also added to care for patient items as they are admitted. This interior view shows the uses of the medical program on a daily basis, along with the play of natural light pouring into open air divided spaces. The relationships between the programs are interlocked yet independent, and the arrows on the diagram highlight the entries and thresholds between the main spaces. This is also represented here in a linear way to show the connected programs and elements. So starting in the orchard and moving in, this would be the structure of the storage and public restrooms and showers into the cafe and then lobby, and then the emergency room on the northern side. Zooming out is the immediate surrounding context. The site is the UCSD Hillcrest Medical Campus. On the Hillcrest Canyon Mesa overlooking Mission Valley, it is located in the residential area of the Hillcrest neighborhood in San Diego, California, and is a major facilitator of homeless medical care in the city. Moving back in time to its origin, the hospital was built in 1904 as the county hospital with the main purpose for the treatment of the indigent workers for the Mission Valley Poor Farm. UCSD bought the site in 1980 under the condition that it maintains its responsibility for the care of the San Diego's indigent and underserved. The campus is currently undergoing a major demolition and rebuild due to seismic regulations, which is what I am piggybacking off of. Here is their vision. And this is my vision. From the beginning, the underlying concept was to change the way and how that homeless individuals go to the hospital. Changing the hospital from the last resort to a daily destination can sidestep multiple problems in terms of both health and economics. The concept evolved over time to blend the hospital's original purpose with its modern context and the dichotomy of the natural and organic with massing, structure, and program. And that is what I believe my design attempts to do for the UCSD Hillcrest Medical Campus and what it can do for urban hospitals and homeless everywhere. Thank you.
Okay, so since I just got in here and I'll start in a way. I think I like that something about that studio that we had like a few years ago, like it was about homeless. Remember, like that was the studio, and I really like that. There's something about how to create this kind of housing. It was that, but we remember. I don't know. If you remember we talked about at that time that there's different stages of how the homeless go through the process and what is the sequence of that stage, and there's different kind of characters, different kind of ways of addressing them. And I see your project, and I think there's something that you're telling me that there's the ground, the spaces that are being articulated there, and then going to the inside. But I would like to know how your thinking is the process, how your design is one that is helping in that process. One, maybe. The other one is that a little bit more clear, why do you think the pairing up of the hospital is the appropriate one? Because I see you're trying to understand it. There is something now that is incorporated as an infrastructure. And now, how do you think more in particular the design of your proposal of your design is handling these conditions? What is the design as a more particular element that you're saying? Design in my project is really working in this way. How is it really trying to do that?
The design using the orchard as the initial point of entry for pedestrians kind of brings people in. So trying to encourage the homeless population to use the site, to come for the free fruit, free vegetable gardens, like free cooking spaces, socialization, and then also in the built space, the laundry amenities, the market.
Is there a drawing that you can show us how that really works? Because I think that you went in one moment you said this is the vision of the hospital and this is my vision. And in that moment I wanted to say, okay, here's going to be clear what is their vision and what is your vision.
I can go back to that. So this is what they're proposing.
Right. But here, okay, so we have a new vision, but I cannot really, I can see that there is a different configuration of the space as a green area. What is the new vision you're saying? And maybe in this drawing, we need to say the new vision, the new parameters, the new kind of ways that design can really create a new vision and work in this thing. Maybe here you need to kind of highlight those moments and tell us what are they doing and how they're really kind of framing that. Right? Because it's, and then I will question: is it the top view the best way to kind of tell us that this is a new vision? Is it really a sitemap like that?
Yeah, no, I agree.
That's where I mean I'm wondering about number 21. I think where you have the floor plan. But, is there a drawing that then also blends the exterior and interior? Because I think that's just the interior floor plan. Or not 21. Sorry, not 21, but one of your other ones. Sorry, Kaylee. Maybe it was earlier where you had all the intersecting pieces.
Oh, wait, what is the diagram?
But I don't know if that includes also the exterior. It doesn't. So okay. So yeah, it'd be interesting to see like what it would have been, like what this is a response to, like what the alternative was, because this is your design.
Yeah, so the in response, so the UCSD has a long range development plan, but there's not a lot of information on it, so I kind of had to conjecture.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I agree with Marcel. I'm a little confused. It jumped, and I guess yeah, there needs, I don't know, I'm not seeing the drawing where that kind of explains it, where, you know, it shows the exterior spaces, it shows the interior spaces, because you're trying to blend, you know, that's kind of what your idea is you're taking over the ground plane and you're blending interior, exterior, all these access points and thinking about it in a more holistic sense. At least that's how I felt like it was presented. And right now I'm not, yeah, it's.
Sorry, I think what I say, because for me is similar to Megan in that sense, but I'm trying to understand the different stages in the sequence. In a hospital, there's some really important factor how sequence of movement of people go into the hospital, how people are different people are being treated differently, and there are different ways of flow to the hospital. And then you're bringing another variable, which is the homeless, and they also have a different sequence of how to kind of move to the, and that's a challenging polemic for a problem you're talking about, saying how the hospital, the ground, you're problematizing the ground, which is what you're doing, saying the ground is one of the key factors of how to move it. And then the word you're talking about, care, which is interesting. It's a really interesting word that suddenly more and more people are talking about. And even Isaskun Chinchilla, with her new book, hopefully it's translated to English, but it's really interesting, the city of care, right? And then when she talks about city of care, it's about how these designs, the idea that designs are critical to design, that men has dominated the design, and the things are being not designed like in a more kind of caring way, and how to kind of be more accessible. And so for me, I think it would have been nice to kind of really unpack the hospital and kind of criticize the hospital in the ways that you can say how it's not being designed. Maybe you can think that it was designed with care, but it's not. It's more like something that is being designed more engineering, kind of just to kind of get people kind of function, but there's no really relationship how to kind of understand more as a care system. Maybe that could have been a way to kind of really unpack the building first, criticize the way that you're saying how the building, it needs to have a better kind of connection of care and sensibilities and kind of relationship to the kind of humanizing a little bit more. And then saying that could also kind of fall back to what could be the new sequence that you're trying to approach. What I'm saying at the end is that these sequences that you're going to construct between what the hospital is, the homeless, and the vision or the lens you're trying to construct it as a system of care or as a way of understanding care. And then you need to kind of create your own drawings. Sometimes a section, a floor plan, or these things, they are the way we represent things, they are not enough. So we need to kind of construct our own way of constructing the way you need to tell us the story. So what I'm trying to say is that what type of drawing do you need to kind of create? Is it a fusion between a section and perspective, or a diagram where you have a section and then creating kind of ways of understanding the care? I think it would be nice to kind of show some sort of how your methodology, the process of discovering or process of understanding the safe space could have kind of helped you to kind of unpack these moments of intervention in your project. Sorry, I took so much time in explaining these things, but I hope I didn't confuse you. I might have.
No, I think all of it is really valuable. I think because I want to kind of work on this still for my portfolio. So all of this is great, good stuff.
I wanted to jump in real quick. And so from my understanding of the project, it's very much about sort of the providing extra resources and services to the homeless. But a question that came up for me was, what happens when they're done? Where do they go? Do they linger? Do they have encampments nearby? How would we handle that? And what is your thoughts about how to do that?
Honestly, in UCSD, and a lot of people may not like it, but I say, why not let them hang out in these spaces? I mean, obviously it's something that people might not like, especially in a residential area. But I mean, in my opinion, working through this whole semester was they're out all scattered around the city. And if they had one place to go to where they had care and just sanitization and hygiene and like resources, they would stay there. And if anything happened to them, obviously it would theoretically improve their health. But if anything did happen, they're already at the hospital.
So I guess the question for me is about shelter. So when they're staying in the site after they've utilized the resources, is the thought that you're kind of going towards like, oh, they could just stay and sleep there? And if that's the case, are they sleeping under a tree? Are they setting up a tent? Are they building some temporary structure themselves? And again, there's going to be the political kind of struggle with a neighborhood like the residents nearby. Also, the challenges of any place that's kind of a congregation of people that are homeless, whether it's the different kind of challenges that come with that, like the mental health, drug addiction, or all the things that kind of influence or create that dynamic or situation for them individually. So it's like, is it long-term care? Is it long-term resources, or is it just this passing through? Even if the temporary idea is a couple of days or a week or that, or is there like, how do we implement a program or a system that then starts to work towards housing them or things like that? So that was what came up for me.
Well, one main portion of the UCSD's plan is these are residential towers, and I ultimately at the beginning of the semester wanted to kind of take those over and use that as a site. But then later on, I thought, what if I converted it into, or at least one of the towers into housing for the homeless, which could obviously still be an option and something to explore.
I mean, I think what Mike just mentioned kind of brought up to me is that the plan, and I know it's because this is like a site on a bluff, right? It's overlooking, the Mission Valley, et cetera. But I guess what I'd like to see is a diagram of where the other services are in the area in Hillcrest. Like, where are they? Because this is not a standalone piece. Like, this isn't going to do everything for the community, nor should it do everything for the community. It's part of many things that work together. And I think the idea of, they're scattered throughout the county. Well, yes, but strategically, right? Someone does, you are where you are because of what is available to you there, the perceived safety, the perceived, you won't be bothered, so it isn't random. And so I guess I would like to see, a little bit zoomed out a little bit of like, where does this connect to? What is the path along the way? What is the bus that everyone's taking? And I think I mentioned in my last, time I saw this was that, like, living in Seattle, you live on Capitol Hill, you go past the hospital where everyone does their methadone clinic, and then you go down to Pioneer Square. You're on the bus with, there's a network of places where people start during the day and they finish their day. And I'm sure that you are plugging this into a system and a community that already exists. So I guess, seeing how that lays out and how this is an opportunity to kind of expand it into one reach, like, expand it more into one location maybe. But how does that work, I guess, is my question. And then also I just have to say that, like, I've only been to a hospital when I've been in labor, but there are serious, like, access issues and security issues to access points in hospitals because of all of things that happen. People that come in and people that try to take things away, and so when looking at that access diagram more and more, maybe from the homeless perspective, that all makes sense. But as someone who would want to also use the hospital who is not homeless, the number of access points would probably be a big problem.
Yeah.
That's what I was saying, Megan, before, going to the different access of how that's a big problem, how we have different access. And I think that I will try to kind of focus what how big of a problem you want to kind of work with. And I think that that's for me kind of the scope of your project is that accessibility in different kind of ways of access. And then architecturally, I go back to architecture because sometimes we can talk about all the complexities, the social implications, but we need to kind of hone it down into what is the architecture you want to kind of really focus. And what is the architecture, what architecture can do at that realm. And I think that's what I'm trying to say, is this the problem of accessibility in different ways, and then trying to kind of support homeless people, and at what range we're going to work with homeless people. So you have a problem of security, accessibility to the hospital, to everybody, and then to the homeless. That's it. In my opinion, if you focus into those two areas and saying how design can we work with that design in that problem, instead of trying to bite so much, I think it would have focused, and then we can see an architectural piece that starts to kind of try to see how can that we work, and you refocus it more. And we see the saying, yes, these are the 4 stages that homeless people go. This is where it can be treated. This is the way that this corner or this area can work. We can make it happen. The hospital can work still if we do this. And you answered it specifically. This is a way the hospital can work, really can still work, because if we do it this way, it functions, it works, it creates great spaces, it creates the way that people can do these things, and not try to kind of create all the others, because it's going to be very, very, very complex.
Yeah, that's something that I've wanted to do, and I think I'm still going to work on this to try and kind of like hash that out.
Yeah. Sorry, if I go back. I think that's what I've tried to talk about, it really more unpacking, trying to unpack the main critical things of the hospital, the things, and then how do you kind of work with those unpacking of those projects. And then these architectural pieces, if they are in the ground, they're prioritizing the ground, prioritizing the edge of the entrance, how maybe kind of bleeds into the inside. And I will go then how these pieces, like I was saying before, we know that homeless people, there are different types of homeless people, there are different treatments for homeless people, and this needs to be addressed. That needs to be addressed.
Yeah. Okay.
And that's where just like I automatically think that maybe it's not all the same building. You know, you've got a whole collection of buildings. You know, I mean, like that there can be these different locks or these different, you know, concentric circles kind of diagramming of like, okay, if this happens, you end up here and it has this sort of security. But if it's not that issue and it's some other issue, then it actually happens 2 buildings over, but you maintain sight lines. You know, you still can have this kind of campus large planning, but maybe it isn't all the ground floor of the same building. I don't know.
Okay. That is something to explore.
I think something that could be interesting is seeing how this program could create ongoing relationships with the people that are accessing it too, and especially potential for preventative care or things like that, where people can kind of come back and it can actually help them along their lives instead of just necessarily, you know, being like a place to come and you have to go to the ER or whatever. So I think there's some and how can the people accessing it find some sort of ownership over it, and how can they feel like they can make it their own in that way. Interesting.
Then just last, sorry, I'm just the last thing I think that that I go back to architecture in the sense of that what we're talking about the architecture is really hard, because for me, honestly, I'm teaching thesis also. It is really hard sometimes for students, and I'm having the how to kind of hone it into architecture, and we are dealing with these social problems and all this, and then how to deal with architecture, how to bring it back. And I have some students also that they're having a hard time to kind of come back to architecture, and I think it would be beautiful to think about your design, your methodology, your aspect you're trying to work with, the methodology of design, how to deal with this. And I think you had moments there, you were talking about a skylight punching into the building that I see on the top, and then you're talking about these kind of trellises, and then you're talking about these kind of spaces. I think that if we can talk about these pieces of what are the architectural moves that trying to work with this, more specifically in saying how they're performing for this kind of type of project, I think we can do that. And that happens. I know thesis sometimes is really challenging. It's a very challenging because suddenly we're trying to kind of cover so much, and then we lose it. We're talking about architecture in a thesis project, and it is more like the issue of the social, political, and conditions that we lose that notion, the architecture in itself. And trust me, I have the same. Is difficult. I know. Just as a recommendation, I know, and it's always hard. And even in your future, what I'm trying to say is that think about the architecture. Think about how architecture has the power to do this, and how can we translate it into architectural terms. And that's really hard to do. And it's something I battle all my time in my practice. Also, when I try to do kind of social projects, that we need to kind of come back to this. Yes, architecture has a value to it.
Yeah, absolutely. I did struggle throughout because it's such. I really liked the concept, but bringing it back architecturally was a struggle, like throughout the process.
Right.
But I think, I like, I commend you, Kaylee, for thinking beyond the building, though, and sometimes as architects and as students, we don't do that. And I actually would encourage you to think even more beyond the forest, like onto the street, onto that next level. Because yeah, I mean, all of it can be dealt with. And I heard this great lecture by Amanda Levy last week, and she got a museum commission in Portugal, and the first thing she did was say, okay, we need a bridge over the train tracks to get to the museum. Like, I'm not even going to do, like, my site is bigger than what you say it is. So I mean, and that's true, because it wouldn't work if there wasn't an access point, like, no duh, obviously. But that wasn't part of the brief. She extended the brief, and it's about access and having to go out, and thinking about the urban, the landscape, the building. And so I commend you for doing that. And now it's almost like, okay, now further, at least in my perspective, okay, further, because this edge that you now have is not the edge. Like, there is more. And maybe it just comes down to diagrams and thinking about it urbanistically, and then moving in and then going back out. But I commend you for just starting with the landscape, the exterior, moving in and saying that that they are connected and they are related. And so yeah, it's very complex, but I commend you for how you're going about it. And I just think more, further, out.
Thank you. I will dive deeper.
One little thing that came up as we were talking about access is, have you thought at all about there being resources that sort of aren't managed by the facility, or you don't have to go through a gatekeeper, so to speak? So like, is there services like possibly like showers or laundry services, those kinds of things, to get more specific in the program, where those kinds of humanizing opportunities can happen without having to go through a sort of a bureaucratic process or a formal process of how to get access to different places. And then the other part to me is, we're Megan was talking about it, but there is this sort of challenge with intermingling different populations. So other people that are coming to the hospital for, say, to give birth or other kind of things, and then there's this community of the homeless, and are they crossing paths? And if so, is that going to lead to, let's say, the housed public coming to the place and then feeling less safe or less willing or reluctant to start to use that facility, and then how does that deteriorate the whole concept?
It absolutely does. Obviously there's always a stigmatization around homeless and anything related. People often, like, they're gonna feel uncomfortable one like hygiene, mental health, like something that you're not used to obviously is going to make you uncomfortable, and it definitely can. But I think starting this process for me, it was more like then they have other places they can go if they do feel uncomfortable, because there's not a whole lot of places specifically for the homeless population. So I mean, it sounds a little like crude,
But I think that's a good point though, Kaylee, because I mean, I don't know you as a young woman, but me as a young woman, if I'm in some sort of pain, I need the ER, and there's an older man walking towards me talking to himself, like I've been in that situation, you've probably been in that situation. How do you feel about needing to access, getting the help you need? So I think that's a really legitimate point.
yeah, absolutely. It's a something that's unfortunate, but very real. And on both sides, like there are valid points on both sides, but I'm focusing on. I would love it if everybody, like if it were a perfect world and everybody felt comfortable to be around everybody, but realistically, like moving forward, if this were to actually be brought into real life, I don't know how many like housed people would initially come if this became a hub for the homeless.
But that's where you as a designer, like there are great tools and there's great books, Feminist City as an example of like, what lighting can you do?
Yeah.
What sightlines can you do? I mean, there are some basic things that can be done that are not often done in urban spaces. So I think then that's your challenge.
Yeah.
It's not to say, sorry guys, you have a flesh wound, but you can't go to the ER because you think someone's going to hurt you on the way. It's really for you as a designer to be like, okay, how do I deal with this challenge?
Yeah, absolutely.
That is a challenge we all deal with and we all need to deal with. Absolutely.
I think that's a layer that could be explored.
Yeah, that's what I go back to what I was saying. Design, this is where design can create a process of dealing with those issues, right? If we're talking about accessibility, we're in this only one, but I think we can say, well, how do you going to kind of choreograph this series of sequences of people in that space, improvised in the ground? How you're going to kind of design a wall, a screen, a canopy, a way of dividing, not dividing, uniting, right? These things are going to be spatially contested, right? They're spatially attributed. They need to be inhabited. And so in this moment, you're constructing these ways of contesting how these spaces are being constructed. This is where design comes about. And that's why I think that Megan asked you to kind of go further. I would say for my priority, Megan, if I disagree, but I would say focus into something, like choose your battles a little bit and to kind of say, hey, I'm going to focus this area. And then if you focus that one and you know how it works, then you say, well, I can I can go even further on the other ones, right? Or go to the other one and then go to the close. But for me right now, I think it was a little bit of too much of everything, but not really developed more carefully one or two that you're really more in control. And that's what I think is missing here. That you needed to kind of realize more specific to 2 or 3 things and then designing those things more thoroughly.
Specialization.
I don't know specialization in this case, but I don't know if it is specialization, but it's more like trying to focus 1 or 2 ideas, and then you see how far you develop those ideas, and then you can see, well, I can branch out, I can expand more, or the other way around. I think it needed a little bit more careful thought on certain aspects of your design, so you can really kind of grab it a little better.
Thank you.
Well, Kaylee, that was a good wide-ranging series of comments, and I will kind of emphasize Marcel's, I don't know, just the kind of attitude he gave, which is really like a perennial question with the thesis project, which is how do you define the bounds of the thesis in light of it being for a bachelor's of architecture? That's not an easy thing to do, right? So it's up to each student to define where their scope is going to go, and that's what we do as architects every day. So it's an important lesson to learn and continue to learn, and similar to the past too, I admire that you took on not only a complex building type, which we didn't get into that, but just a complex issue that's homelessness on a site that is urban with all these different things. You took on a lot. So I just want to say I admire that, and well done.
Thank you so much. And thank you everyone for your comments.
All right. So next up, we have a couple students left, which we're definitely excited for. And coming up next right now is Alan Nani Reyes. I don't know if there's other jurors who maybe have joined in the interim, but if you have, let us know. Definitely want to say hi and welcome you. All right. Okay, so Nani, please take it away.
All right. Hello, everyone. My name is Nani Reyes. Today's presentation is going to be in a video format, so I'll be sharing that. But in the chat, I put a link to the direct video if you guys want to watch that separately. And then I also added a PDF with thumbnails for your reference at the end. One sec here. So without further ado, enjoy.
Somewhere fun today? Are you all right?
What gift have you got, Sam? Is it a calculator?
Off somewhere fun today? Are you all right?
Have you seen this epic fail? What's that? Have you seen this epic fail?
Somewhere fun today? Are you all right?
Is it a calculator? Sorry, did you say? I thought you were a professional.
What's
Are you okay? How can I help? I'm autistic, and sometimes I get too much information.
Greetings. I am the Martian ambassador.
These Earthlings are a curious bunch. Their buildings arise out of their brains, and like the brain sheltered by their bodies, they spend an average of 87% of their existence in buildings. And yet, know relatively little about the interaction of the two and its effect on neurosensory. I wonder how their built environment affects the neural activity inside their brains. Maybe I can give them evolutionary ideas, cognitively marshalling the information necessary to design archetypical buildings.
Well, you see, Martian man, we Earthlings only understand autism through the medical assumptions, as a medical condition, a disorder, a tragedy. My generalist assumption about autism is that it creates deficits in social interaction, communication, sensory processing, repetitive behaviors and routines, delayed motor skills, extreme emotional outburst, hyper-obsessed, and unadaptable to their environment.
That's the old way of thinking.
Pardon me, What did you mean by that crack about the...
The old way of thinking. First off, think of autism like this. Like the world is an American outlet and you're a foreign plug. Wants to fit, should fit, but just can't. Needing an adapter. We both experience sensory overload from mild to extreme, affecting a person's visual, auditory, smell, touch, and motor skills. An alternative way of thinking of autism is through the neurodiversity paradigm, which describes autism as a part of the range of natural variations in human neurological development. It's just a different way of thinking, duh. And although you may not be able to see it, I am disabled too. I'm not disabled by my autism though. I am disabled by my environment. You were taught to use the medical model of disabilities to think of autism. This model assumes that disability is an individual problem. It places disability within the disabled person, within me. I am concerned that our educational system is failing to stimulate and educate the visual and pattern thinkers in classrooms. As you can see here, current classrooms separate neurotypical and neurodiverse children, placing them in cramped, dimly lighted, non-interactive, over-materialized spaces, suppressing a child's natural sense of curiosity and exploration. Like Dr. Temple Grandin says, you have got to keep autistic children engaged with the world. You cannot let them tune out. As you may know, some of the stereotyped behaviors exhibited by autistic children are also found in zoo animals who are raised in a barren environment. We must ask ourselves, do we want our children to learn organically or based on assumptions?
Where would we even begin? What would disabled architecture look like? And how could that create an engaging and developmentally supporting space for neurodiversity? And where?
You start by using a spectrum of methodologies. First of which beginning to implement neurosensible qualities to current A.D.A and building standards. Why should it only help people with physical disabilities? And secondly, stop assuming. And start watching and asking. Start observing, and listening to a child's pattern of behavior. It's a reflection of the unique way the child is processing sensory information from the environment. Incoming sensory information is organized and integrated by sensory processing networks in the brain, which are intimately connected to networks that plan and execute motor output based on association and keywords. Think of it like Googling dog. You'd be bombarded with thousands of images and sites in milliseconds. That is how my brain works. Let's take a cruise down to San Diego. There's a site surrounded by the Justice League, cops, furry friends, animal shelter, and smelly businesses, commercial stores. A site of 5 buildings, representative to the 5 senses, where you could apply the spectrum of design methodologies.
Wouldn't it be enough to replace the material, filtering light and sound to prevent sensory overload?
Hear what I hear.
You could, but you'd still be part of the problem, lazy. Neuroscience research shows that proper sensoromotor integration creates a foundation of stability and predictability in a child's experience of the outside world. These networks are, therefore, fundamental to social emotional development and self-regulation. To better interconnect the sensory networks, you must learn how to make a disabled building that is the combination of different building and schooling techniques, provoking active stimulation through hands-on learning, teaching practical problem-solving skills, desensitizing sensory overload through non-typical comfortability. Reframing the issue in terms of tactile information to protractile philosophy. The biggest problem with the human language is that it covers up sensory-based thinking. The real universal language is based on learning by specific examples. Children should be working on projects, crafts, and playing games that are based on self-directed activity, hands-on learning and collaborative play. Where the rules and duties are negotiated, valuable social skills are taught, all within a mixed classroom of neurotypical and neurodiverse children alike, so that both typical and atypical children develop a better understanding of one another's needs through shared accommodations. And remember this: our thinking is associative and not linear. Yes. Yes, it is logical. The most logical schooling typology for this design approach is a collage of Montessori and public schools, in which children make their own creative choices in their learning while well-trained teachers offer age-appropriate activities to guide the process, yet be free to all children no matter disability or social class. This school is formed by the needs of those with autism, providing the thoughtful spaces essential for social and societal flourishment, giving the freedom to learn and develop their own sensory processing for comfortability. We all learn, some of us just learn at a different pace. Just as architects learned in the 20th century that there exists no universal building that works well everywhere, neuroscience has recognized that, as one researcher put it, there is no universal brain. Culture and context matter, and how we think and feel reflects the environments in which we develop. While we still have a rudimentary understanding of that relationship, in an era in which sensors wrap our bodies and our buildings, we have to begin to gather data about the physiological and cognitive effect, good and bad, of every structure, and begin the necessary inclusion and implementation of neurodiversity in our current building standards and practice. The way we ought to be looking at autism is through the social model of disability. In this model, disability happens when a person's environment does not cater for their individual characteristics. In the social model, don't refer to people with a disability like it's their loud chihuahua. Instead, use the word disabled as a verb. Disabled is something that's being done to me. I'm actively being disabled by the environment around me.
Thank you, everyone. I'd like to acknowledge today, thank you for watching the Archetypical Guide to Universal Design, Autism Spectrum.
Hi, I'm James P. Creel. And I'm Dean Holland. It's time to fact.
Sorry about that. Autism spectrum disorder affects 17% of children, myself included. This is a personal topic, as many of others with ASD are often subject to stigma, discrimination, and human rights violations, making us feel like aliens. Access to services and support for people with ASD is inadequate, and at a smaller scale, public schools are often not equipped to provide that extra aid for children in a timely form. The built environment in which we currently roam treats people with physical disabilities as a nuisance and fails to address the needs of people living with mental disabilities. What I am presenting is the necessity of change to ADA and a universal design approach, in which architecture becomes the early intervention of aid and as an engaging and developmentally supporting space, becoming beneficial to both neurodiverse and neurotypical individuals. As said before, individuals living with ASD are faced with stigma and discrimination, and for that reason, I am encouraging the necessary conversation that has largely been ignored and seen as taboo. Mental disability may not be seen on the outside, but it is in the details. Thank you.
Thanks, Nani. I have so many questions. Can I ask, just first of all, I mean, I'm only somewhat familiar with universal design. Like I know what it is. I've read kind of like the tenets of it. Do you have a critique of universal design? Like in part of this study that you're doing, is there aspects of it that you don't think go far enough? Are there aspects of it that you think are just not being applied? What is your kind of take on what is currently written up as universal design?
To me, universal design right now is just kind of focusing on the physical and visually impaired, not the mentally impaired. So it's more of a sense of space that it's not creating properly or giving that the code to say, hey, you need to build this extra space, especially for children in elementary schools. You're gonna have tantrums. You need to have them, give them a little cave essentially to go and calm down. It's just a necessary thing. It's universal. This is in every school. So we just need to redefine our universal design to include mental disabilities now.
So even, but even like the universal design, out of North Carolina, like even those guidelines you're saying are not including things beyond physical,
It
needs.
doesn't feel like it. It feels like the bare minimum.
Okay. Because then what I'd be curious is like, what are those guidelines? Like if you were to adapt the universal design guidelines from, I forget what University of North Carolina, who has it, or someone back there. What?
I'm not too sure.
I forget. One of the universities is kind of the holder of universal design, or like looking at like the EU, their kind of building requirements, what as they call it, universal design. It'd be interesting, to get the perspective of like, okay, so those are if that was the starting point, if we actually designed to universal designs guidelines that are recommended, and then what you would add on to that, or what, if you were thinking about from this perspective instead, like what would you add on to it? And then, I don't know, maybe I'm too scientific, but thinking about then the cost, like the then coordination of like, okay, so let's look at like deaf space, or let's look at another kind of form of, disability, if you want to call it disability, that is, currently being like researched and worked on, and what overlaps there are. I don't know. I guess I just have many questions about like, okay, so what would those guidelines be, and how would it also be like designing for those spaces would actually be, like you say, like design for everyone. It's not, it's not about designing for a specific group. It's about designing more holistically so everyone is a part of it. There's not a group that's left out, someone that's not left out. Because I know, like, deaf space, for example, I guess I know most about deaf space because my husband's parents are both deaf. Actually, the tenets of deaf space is good space for everyone. It's wider corridors, it's good lighting, so you can actually see faces. Like there's aspects to it that, if we all design schools, for example, in like a deaf space perspective, it benefits like everyone. It's just better design.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess I'm interested in overlaps, and anyway.
Can't really think of them off the top of my head right now.
Okay, no worries.
Nani, I think that I see you're very linked to this topic, and I appreciate that you're kind of have a very kind of strong relationship to it, and even you having that strong relationship. What better way that you can kind of tell us what things you have gone through that have worked, and you can tell us specifically like what spaces or what elements have worked, or do you think that they work, and then we can really kind of gravitate to those examples and saying, in my experience going through this space, I can show you this space has worked. But then you can expand or say this space doesn't really work, and I think you showed us several ones or kind of got a glimpse to it. But I think that it would be nice to say this could be a way of seeing it. And in your personal experience, I think it would be great to say, hey, when I'm in this space or in this space, this is really a quality of something. And I think you could have done that a series of like a catalog, or kind of a series of kind of matrix to tell us what is those spaces, and then through your lens of experience, you can create a catalog of those things. And I think that when you have that catalog, I'm saying my experience through these spaces, they really work, and I kind of got a way to evaluate it, because it's very difficult. How do you measure that? And then we can say that you are the mode of measurement. You became the source of measurement, because then this becomes how can everybody measure that? Well, you can be the guide to tell us this is the sort of measurement, and then we can evaluate because you are going through that process. When you create that catalog, and then you're saying how other people also that have similar kind of conditions, you can kind of relate your experience to other ones, and then when does it become more consistent or not consistent, and then we can start talking about, okay, you can answer the question that Megan said. This could be guidelines. This could be a series of guidelines because this is the way I'm trying to create the measurement. But I really would love to see that in your project. I got all this stuff, but I was not able to kind of understand you a little bit better because you didn't tell me what was your personal, and then that becomes a proposal for your project.
Okay. I guess the way I'm looking at it is the way people try to treat autism right now is to control the senses first off, like suppress them and try to get them in control. But in my own personal experience, that's not the case. You have to get me in a comfortable, quote unquote, safe zone location. I have to come in and grow into my own sensories. Like if I had superpowers, I would have to grow into them, learn how to control them and stuff. That's what autism is. And so schools try to suppress that. And what I'm saying is, no, you need to create a Montessori school type of school where the children kind of go free and roam around within this building, but still have those spaces to go and control their senses, go explore, which is what autistic children do. You have to keep them moving, especially for me. I have to keep moving, just think about little things. And we're storytellers, and so that's kind of why I did this, and I try to embody autism in this video. And because of that, we also try to find patterns within that story. And so, yes, the building might look chaotic, but that's the point, is to give these children that if they get distracted, they're finding and looking at all these little tasks and random things. So it's just kind of desensitizing them in a way.
So you're saying, for instance, what I'm trying to see is that the proposal that we saw there, like a series of elements clashing to each other, kind of different ways, like there's like this series of architectural pieces that are clashing to each other, that you're saying that's like in the Montessori, because I can see Montessori, some Montessoris, even my kids, when we were living in Rome, they went to Montessori, and it was not so much about clashing, but I don't know, it was not about clashing elements, right? But it was a different way they went through Montessori, they had this experience. But interesting, I would like to see that how do you dismantle, how do you classify, what are the qualities of Montessori that you were talking about? And I think that would be really interesting to tell me, oh, in Montessori, this space and that space works and we can kind of change it or kind of add it different way.
I guess I mentioned it really quick in the video, but it's more so taking that freedom and that learning by example, learning by doing.
Right.
And engaging with your peers, because in typical public schools, they separate them, neurodiverse and neurotypical children. And that kind of doesn't let you understand the other person. Like growing up, I didn't have that many friends, or it was hard for me to make friends.
Okay.
So it's just that interconnection that you need to make. And so that's why you kind of want to mix them into a
and how did you translate that into our, what do you think when I like all you're telling me is interesting, right? How can we start seeing that translated into spatial kind of ways that we can comprehend that? Mm-hmm. How can we start seeing those spatially? I understand all these problems, but how can you help us understand it more spatially? What ways can you show us, and even in your renders, and can you explain spatially how can that happen?
Well, so like my site, spatially, I guess I didn't show this in the video, but I chose this site for specific reasons. It has 5 buildings, each kind of correlating to the senses. This building here was a church, so it's loud. Right across the police station, that's gonna have the most noise. And so that video, site plan video you guys saw, is at this corner, and it's kind of taking all that noise. This building here is 2 buildings, and so that represented balance and delayed motor skills, which would that building would focus more on that attribute. Site here, it had the most visible site around it, and it's site to USD. This was a paint factory, so smelly. And here was, I forgot what that was, but it's right next to the animal shelter. And so my thought being, oh, maybe they can create a system where these sheltered animals could kind of like become service animals to these children and go and like calming nature and for touch. I don't know if that's answer your question about space. It's coming back to just throw them in this big place, give them some few rooms, but for the most part, they're roaming around, interacting with each other. That's how it becomes universal.
I think it would have been nice that you were telling me a little bit more, like, for instance, I can see the side and maybe you already, it's some of it, right? You're telling me already an approach saying, well, there's something about the side that you're trying to understand, and there's a contextual kind of quality that I'm trying to see what you're telling me, or there's an opportunity in there in the side. And then I see that you're creating a series of kind of manipulations in the buildings. You start kind of breaking it apart, pulling away, pushing walls, bringing the certain aspects. And so when you started doing those decisions of pulling away, because you were making decisions of how to kind of transform these buildings, in those transformations, exactly those series of transformations, do they have a very kind of specific kind of way of you understanding that how is that being created?
Yeah, so it comes back to this key box here. Let me see if I can move that thing. But each move is based on associated to an autistic trait or attribute. So tweening, social impairment, how do you show them to be social? You mix them and put them closely together. So that's tweening. Poor communication, split. Routine is just going in a circle all the time, basically. So rotate. Delayed motor skills, half off balance, offset. Emotional reactions, you're expanding, you're exploding, hyper focus. You just set on one thing, and then adaptability. You can adapt easy or it's difficult to adapt. So these are pros and cons of the traits to everyone. And the thought being that for neurotypical students, that they're being taught by these traits essentially. So they become accustomed and know how to be with other children.
Yeah, no, I understand that. That's what I'm always trying to so slowly we're getting into more into the architecture. Can you elaborate, for instance, in this facade? And you can you describe this building? Can you describe, for instance, tell me the corner, this corner is tweaking to the side, is kind of pushing backwards, the wood black thing coming up in the front. There's a kind of window. Is there a way we can kind of talk about your strategy of space?
So I have the form making recipe here. The actual form making is based on chaos, because it's just chaotic. There's no order to it. There's no system, and it's based on finding patterns. And so it's giving those children that opportunity to go explore and use that sense. As for like here, the yellow nesting, I wanted to give classroom spaces, so I'm going to put that closer to the rooms. But as it nests, it's creating a space behind it so that when a wall comes, a child can go hide back there. So it's becoming dual functions. It's just kind of everything went later on in like the second animation. This was the form, like the actual space making part.
So Nani, I have a question. I mean, I was listening to some like critique of a Saya music video, I guess, that was about someone with autism, and the critique from someone who was autistic was like, basically her music video was trying to, I guess she was trying to show what it's like to be an autistic person, but as an autistic person watching it, it's a hellscape of color and noise, and like it's miserable. And so I'm wondering, like, as you're talking about this building, are you designing a building that is intended to showcase universal design, or is it a building that is showing the experience of what someone with autism may feel about their environment? Do you know what I mean? Like, is it, that's where I'm, now that you're talking about different moves that you're making, but different moves that you're making are based on what the experience of being in a kind of traditional classroom setting is like for an autistic person. But in then using those as like action verbs, are you creating a space that is a better learning environment, or are you just creating a space that is representative of what that chaotic experience is like? Like, is this somewhere that you would want to learn, or is this somewhere that you would not?
My thesis to me isn't about the product, like most typical thesis. It's about the methodology. The architecture doesn't matter to me, essentially. What matters is getting the method right. I don't know the true answer as to getting the spaces, but this is one of them. And it's more so we need to start thinking about this and how can we start thinking and implementing it. That's really what it's about. Sure, we could use this and see how it can happen. We can test it, but that's not what it's about. So I think that's where we're kind of getting lost a little.
Wait, you can test it, but it's not about testing your methodology?
No, it's about testing a methodology. It's not the methodology.
But what is the methodology? Because you're saying that architecture.
What I'm saying, the methodology is a mixture of different things that's combined. It's a collage. It's collaging Montessori with public school. It's collaging autistic traits with traditional building techniques, or mixing different building techniques. Mix a type 5 with a type 4 or something. It's just mixing these things up, giving them a sense of that the world isn't normal, and so your building isn't going to be normal.
Yeah, but I think that I think it's I understand, but I think that saying that architecture is not important at the end is a process. I think it is a process. I agree, and I understand that it's a process, but at the end, the architecture, that's what happens when we talk about social aspects, and I agree. That suddenly we think that architecture is not so important. In reality, architecture, that's what you're talking about. That the architecture is the limiting kind of condition that is kind of constraining and not having that. So it's really important because you were even saying the environment is making me disabled. So that's where architecture happens, and that's really important. And so that you are not saying that it's not important and is derailing, no, because that's your argument that the environment is creating disabled aspect. And I think that yes, the process. Then we need to think about that the end product, the environment needs not to make you disabled. So it is important, and you said it.
I guess I didn't see it as important right now. I see starting the conversation and having this go forward and figuring out the architecture from that process. My thing is, architecture right now does not consult people with ASD. If you look at most guidelines for designing for autism, and you look on who did the research, it's just random architects. They're all built on assumption. That's all architects are, just generalist assumptionists. And we need to have people with that experience in there giving my critique. Yes, some of this may be all subjective, but the whole problem is objective in that sense.
Yeah, but that's what I'm trying to say. I think instead of becoming more defensive, in my opinion, my recommendation, instead of becoming more defensive, I think that's what going back to my first comment, that what I recommend, I think it's really interesting. They say, hey, Nani, you know what is those spaces you think, what places have worked? And I will go back to this comment saying, hey, take us through, in order to understand it, take us through to that catalog that you can say, hey, this kind of works, this could be possibilities. We don't know, but you say architects make assumptions because they're not going through it, but you're the one who's going through it, and you're studying architecture, and you're becoming an architect, and you're the one who knows, can tell us a little bit the narrative of those things. And could it be nice? I would have been say, hey, these are the spaces. Now when I start seeing these spaces, that this is what Megan, I agree with her, said, is it more about what we feel that like being in that kind of thing, or how these things can enable us, or they becomes a space of enabler, right? It becomes a space that helps us in those things. And I think that that's the methodology. I think that the process, I want to see that process. That's what I'm trying to get at. Hey, that corner, that when you started saying, yeah, you can go down, you can go up, I can jump, I don't jump, I can do this. If you do this, I can do that. If you do that, and then we can start kind of understanding spatial kind of conditions. And I can see it, but it would be nice for you to kind of tell us what are those series of components that mark it. And is architecture important? I think it is architecture important. At the end, you're trying to kind of tell us, even making the decision to show us a space somewhere there, that's what you're trying to tell us. Hey, it's important to talk about this space.
Nani, I would love for you to go, I don't know if you've been, but to the Children's Museum in San Diego. Okay,
Yeah.
I would love you to write up a case study, like write up a few pages of like what was successful, what wasn't successful. Because to me, that is a very, tactile, many different rooms, all sorts of things. But like, what about the acoustics? Do the acoustics work? Are the acoustics too much? Are the spaces and sizes too much? I mean, it'd be interesting, just kind of what Marcel was saying at the beginning of like, maybe a case study actually is kind of like a way to enter it, rather than coming up with your manifesto of 15 things. Like maybe it is analyzing a space
Okay.
in more detail. Yeah, and I totally, I'm on, like, I think this is so important. I think like you got me. I think we need to do this yesterday. And so what I guess I'm just having a hard time, as we've said before, about just the process. What is your process? I guess I'm having a hard time understanding what your process is. And you don't have to answer that, Nani. I'm just saying, just like as as you're preparing this for your portfolio and as you're using this to go do other things and think about more critically and develop it, just what is that process? How is that process being presented? And what is it relying on? What information is informing it is something that I think we all, at least I want to know. And I think Marcel and yeah.
Okay.
Nani, don't worry. I think I agree with Megan. I like, that's what I say. I like, yes, I agree. There needs to be more informed. Architects need to be more aware that these are things that we need to be more in touch. Like I said, there's a lot of talk right now about care, architecture of care, the idea of care. There's a lot of talk of that, which is amazing, which is really great. That is part of it. And I think that yes, getting the voices, getting different points of view, that we need to kind of comprehend that we're constructing space that is for many different ways of inhabiting. I understand that. Now, your point of view, that's what I'm trying to that's what I'm trying to search, saying, okay, how can I unpack and how can I really see these different ways you're evaluating these spaces and for us to kind of comprehend it, right? And this is your thesis. And this is saying, hey guys, I'm going to show you these things that I consider in my perspective that they are working, not working, and kind of describe it even further. What are the ways we can inhabit, kind of work with this space, and it will be nice. And I think you give me that image. Here it's one image, right? We're seeing some image. Now, if you can kind of in future, right now, I'm not asking you to do it right now, but if you can kind of let us know how can these design decisions you made here and how the process lead you to that moment that, like you say, you're still experimenting. That's fine. That's really amazing. You're experimenting to that process. Now, how can you start kind of tell us what are these kind of ways of the process and how did you get to this process and what are these pieces that can help us understand these spaces a little better?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I wanted to drop in real quick. And so for me, what this really brought up was just a lot of questions. It's clear that you have experience with all of this. And what I would like to see is some proposed answers. I think the case study would be a really great way to go in there and experience different spaces, textures, colors, sound, light, and to then come back and kind of quantify for yourself what worked and what didn't work, and then be able to adjust your proposal or your thesis or expand your thesis to start to propose interventions that you feel you've experienced that worked or that you could elaborate upon. I like, this is a super great imaginative, creative thesis presentation, but to me, it didn't really offer answers. And that would just be the one thing I would kind of try to lead you towards is like, how do we find effective solutions to these questions if we're looking at sort of a dreamscape?
Yeah, kind of going off that, I think that list you had on one of your pages where it was a key of all the different sort of traits, and I think a lot of those actually have very real world implications with buildings. Like I think I'm personally neurodivergent myself, and I know one of the things that a lot of spaces cause me distress in is overstimulation. And I know I can probably, if I thought about it, point to specific qualities, whether it's light or sound or echo or too many people in an open space that sort of cause distress in that regard, and then also ways that you could use that to create a space that's more accessible for people who are neurodivergent. So I think that would be maybe a good step. I think it's that one on the top middle of the, I don't know if you can go to that part of the video, but yeah, moving from those list of traits and just thinking about, like other people have mentioned, case studies and how, what does work and what doesn't work and what you would change. And that would be a good way to kind of form a framework for universal design for neurodivergent people.
Well, Nani, I like how much conversation you just provoked. So well done on how you've put it out there in a medium that is not so architectural, you know, using the video, splicing things together from different sources as well as your own new content. So I think that, if anything, is something to commend. It's different, and it's helped us see and feel how you see and feel. So you've no doubt, I know this is just me personally, but you've created more empathy for myself upon neurodivergent individuals. So I appreciate that. So many things have been said, and I just want to hear more from you later after you've reflected on this. Like, what are the next steps? Because I think what you've done is you've set up a really great base and vehicle to communicate the problem. And now let's talk about what's next for Nani, what's next for universal design.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So keep me posted, please.
Well, thank you guys. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nani.
All right. How are the guests doing? We have one more student. Allie Hayes is coming up next. I know everybody's got all kinds of things going on a Saturday. So if you need to leave, please let us know so we can give you a proper farewell and thank you.
I have to head out, but thank you so much for all your hard work, everyone.
Thank you so much for your time. You know, your generosity and your comments is very much appreciated, Mary. Thank you. All right. Well, Allie, yeah, you're sharing your screen. Great. Yeah, looking forward to this and the comments that follow.
All right. Hello, my name is Allie Hayes, and today I'm going to talk to you about Sound Logic, an acoustic research center that investigates the tectonics of sound. This project intends to delineate the relationship between sound and space while applying acoustic principles to the design of a sonically charged architectural environment. By analyzing the effects that sound has on our health and well-being, it is deemed an important variable for logically sound design. Sound logic addresses and challenges the neglect of oral design. Traditionally, sound is viewed as temporal and architecture is viewed as static. As an attempt to challenge this notion, this research hypothesizes that all architecture is fluid. At a certain point, all matter deconstructs to vibrating particles. So to test this theory, a series of acoustic devices were designed to explore the structural capacity of sound and the formal implications of sound-induced vibrational damage. The site is located on the north perimeter of Balboa Park, and it is home to the Blind Community Center of San Diego and the Lions Optometric Vision Clinic. It's roughly 400,000 square feet and sits on a canyon in the middle of a eucalyptus grove. So geospecific sound captures were taken from the vicinity in order to identify the individual sound sources within the broader typologies of sport and recreation, traffic, MEP, and nature and animals. A second sound mapping exercise categorized the soundscape into various typologies: flight path, traffic, nature, commercial, and residential. When combined, they start to reveal the unpredictable nature of sound travel and the complex aural environments of space. Now, form starts to derive from these constraints. The radial forms indicate then, based on the patterns of the sources, that sonic flows eventually combine and begin to merge with one another, creating complex sounds and vibrations throughout space. There's roughly 100 feet of elevation change across an 1,100-foot site, and the steep slope on the eastern portion of the site encouraged development in zones 5 to 7. So to better understand the influence that sound has on the built environment, a triangulated circuit of acoustic transmission devices were designed to test architecture's resilience to sonic pressure. The 3 devices are connected through a network of input and output pipes, which distribute sonically charged power from the building through all 3 devices before the sound is finally released and shot at the architectural target. The first device in the process is a transistor. It is a large cone-shaped structure that regulates the electrical signal from the building and converts both AC to DC current and vice versa. The next step of the sonic impact test distributes electricity to the nested orb structure known as a resonator. This device acts as a preamplifier and an acoustic filter, and each filter applied produces drastically different formal results. It is also a cymatic device, meaning a tool to visualize sound. The final device can be viewed as an acoustic weapon. Known as a sound blaster, this device acts as an amplifier and rectifier, straightening out the direction of the current before shooting at its target. It has a relatively narrow beam width of 30 degrees and can fire at any object within its 100-foot radius. So to demonstrate, the control center in the building warms up the devices. The device's generator warms up and the camera orients itself to the target. The battery is turned on and sends an electrical signal to the transistor and through the device circuit. And once the signal reaches the sound blaster, it calibrates to the target and fires away. So after the experiment is executed, the scientists head back to the sound lab to analyze the data and continue their research, determining the structural integrity of sonic impact against a variety of forms and materials. This research indicates that sonic impact can generate new form-finding techniques, helping to challenge the notion of a window or a room. In another experiment, a concrete dome was tested against a 174 decibel sound pressure with a halide crystallization filter. This diagram illustrates the diverse sonic reactions that emerge as a result of 3 variables: the direction and angle of the sound, the wave type, and the filter. So the building has 3 stories and a watchtower, and here's a couple sections moving north, and a few floor plans moving down in elevation. This is a look inside the watchtower, whose form was generated during the first sonic impact test here at this facility. Moving down, we have a look at the 3rd floor, which boasts an open floor plan and a series of small studios and reverberation chambers. The main entrance is on the 2nd floor, and program on this level include a lobby, a bilateral Chladni plate, which is a machine used to visualize waveforms at different frequencies, and the control center that directs and monitors the acoustic devices. Here's a few examples of what the scientists are analyzing during these experiments. Finally, the bottom level serves as a bridge between the acoustic devices in the control center and watchtower inside. Here's a closer look at the entrance to the sound lab and a few of the pivotal pieces of equipment inside. So apart from the device's battery and generator, many small and mid-scale sound experiments are performed on this level. And in order to accommodate the large machinery, the scientists ran one more experiment to blast a hole through the ceiling. So this research intends to highlight the capacity to generate form and space from sonic vibration. We ought to start constructing with a destructive force, sculpting matter with sound, organizing space based on invisible forces and connections. We ought to embrace the unseen architecture. Thank you.
Sorry, Ali, I'm trying to wrap around my head. I'll be honest, I'm trying to wrap around my head what is a project. I can see it, but I'm trying to understand what's at stake in my point of view. I'm asking my question down and saying what is at stake in the project? What are we then and then saying, okay, you're trying to tell me that we need to use sound. What I got is we need to use sound as a generator of space and by destruction in some way. I understand that kind of thing. That we're saying how sound is being used as a way of kind of destroying, kind of changing something. The other one is about how to visualize sound in a way. How can we visualize sound? How can we kind of manifest it in the figural form? And how we need to kind of be aware of sound in the relationship of space, right? I think that those are the things that I'm trying to understand here in your project.
Yeah, I think you do have a pretty good grasp of it. It's just a semantics issue, but I don't think I would ever say we need to do this, we need to do that. I think it was a very interesting exercise in, I guess, a methodology in order to find interesting forms that actually can produce certain sonic qualities. I mean, in the beginning, yes, I just wanted to make a sonically optimized environment, but it felt a little bit dry and too scientific. So I wanted to take a little bit more creative agency over the project, which is where the whole structural implications and tectonics came into play. I guess if I was to sum it up, I think it's just an interesting thing to look at vibratory architecture in general. Everything vibrates, whether it's our Earth's crust or the cells or atoms inside of us. And even though I don't think, someone's base is going to break a window tomorrow or whatever, I still think it's interesting to look at the capacity of what these hidden forces, how these hidden forces might impact our built environment.
So that's interesting. My question for you was, first of all, some people have a lack of ear protection in your renderings, and I'm concerned about them. So I would like them to wear some really good ear protection. Second of all, so that's interesting, the vibrations. Right now, I'd like to ask about your rendering style and how you manifested your building as kind of CMU concrete block, because it looks like a Bond lair, to be honest, like a villain from a Bond movie. And so on one hand, if this is like DOD, like research from the 1950s or something, like why does the building look the way it looks? And if it's about vibrations and stuff, is really concrete. Is concrete the material that you want to use? It seems like everything's concrete. Yeah.
I would say that concrete and copper are definitely the materials that I ran with the most. This is also supposed to be cork as a way to combat some of the reverberation in the rooms because it's absorptive. But as far as the concrete, it was an existing building and there was the big CMU walls, and I think it was probably a standard stick construction. But I think my early explorations, I chose a few materials to study and they ended up being concrete and glass. And I think those experiments were pretty successful. And so it just made me continue using that as opposed to trying and starting from scratch and trying with a new material. And then the copper, on the other hand, was just chosen for its conductive properties as far as sound is concerned. But I do understand what you're saying about really heavy concrete. I just also think that it's a solid mass. So when you get these really strong forces, you can either get like a little break in the concrete or it can protrude through a whole hole, as opposed to maybe something like wood or a more elastic material like metal. It would vibrate, but it would usually settle back in its original position or only slightly warp. And I was kind of going for big graphic moves, so the concrete was my best choice.
So why did you choose to do this DoD like research facility in Balboa Park in an existing building and not in a purpose-made building in the Mojave Desert, which like is probably where it really would be, right?
Well, I'm actually not sure what DoD means.
Oh, sorry, Department of Defense.
Oh.
This strikes me as like seriously, like, war games related, like how can we, you think of like the big shells like on the coast of England, that were all about sound waves and making sure it doesn't affect, the land or whatever. I mean, so, I'm interpreting this as like a UCSD Department of Defense research project. And I guess I'm wondering, why is it cited here in an existing building and not in a purpose-made piece of architecture in the middle of nowhere?
That's a great question. When I was originally finding sites, I stumbled upon the Blind Community Center of San Diego, and I was really fascinated with that demographic because of their reliance on sound to navigate and make sense of the world around them. So originally I was going to create a program for the blind. However, again, I ran into the same issue where it felt a little bit too rigid, and I had these ideas that I couldn't get out on paper with that demographic in mind. But that is why it stayed there. And I guess I could have mentioned it, but my theory was that a lot of these visually impaired people would be able to help operate in the sound lab. That's their expertise. They don't necessarily need to see. Personally, I learned how to use machines by how they sound. You know something's wrong when you hear that noise. So I think that application to the blind would be, oh, these guys will probably actually really be helpful because they have that heightened sense of sound.
But I think that that's great. So you started kind of jumping from one, and that's fine, you change. And I think that what I'm trying, when I ask you saying, what is a stake? I think that's the question that I will still kind of ask you, saying, what is a stake, right? What are you really challenging, right? And I think you have certain ideas there. What is the stake that you're trying to construct? And I agree that the notion of vibration, the notion of sound, the notion of these elements are more something that we can experience. That's what I'm asking. When I said, even you said, I wouldn't use me, but I think that that's what I'm trying to say when as I stake is saying, you guys, I think we need, right, or a way of perspective, a position you're constructing, saying, what is your positioning here? And that's the thesis. What is your position of saying, this is the way we need to kind of, or this is architecture needs to move on, or architecture or things that we need to consider in space. And I think that's when we start seeing, is it about architecture being done by sound? And that's something that you're trying to tell us, I think. And how can sound be a generator of space? Either by demolishing or constructing or vibrating, how sound is a generator of space. And I think that that's what I would like to kind of see in that process.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense.
Hi. So thank you for the very intriguing presentation. It's visually striking, for one. And if you know, I was looking at it as sort of looking at a Japanese anime kind of science fiction, and I was kind of getting really involved in the story, and I was looking for the conclusion, which never came to me. And that would have been a big bang in the end. So that's my take on this. If I look at this as a science fiction, that's what I would expect. But if I'm looking at this as a master's thesis project in San Diego, I would take I would look at it from different angle. You know, I've lived in a lot of places, like Manhattan, Shanghai, Tokyo, and you know, those loud places. But I must admit that the San Diego is one of the first place I've lived that I get woken up by the plane shaking the house. There's something crazy going on in the city. The sound is not heard. The sound is felt in the city. And I would take that and turn, because I think there's something similar in my experience of being in San Diego to what you just described, the sonic machine, that, you know, the weapon. And I feel like I'm living in the story daily. And that if you could make the connection and then conclude with some sort of a design strategy or proposal or criticism, for that matter, you know, living under this sort of flight pattern, I would think someone would come up with a better way of building, but we don't, right? So if you could take that and sort of take on this challenge of creating a San Diego vernacular architecture based on this flight noise or something like that, I could have relate much easier.
No, that's a great point. That's one of the first sites that I was going to choose, was actually in another location in Balboa Park, closer to the museums, and it was right under the sound path, that flight path, and you feel it. You feel it in your heart. Your whole body vibrates, and it's really eerie. But yeah, I would agree. I think this is just the beginning. I've been interested in sound for almost 5 years now, and I can't wait to see where it takes me. So I will keep going.
But I think that what I'm saying, like, I think I like that I get, you embrace it, right? Do you embrace sound and vibrations, or do you conceal it? At what range are you going to say it's about really, like the flight by the Junichi is saying, well, you're in San Diego, dude, embrace it, right? So is it sound that you embrace it, or you're going to kind of say, no, it's going to be concealed? In one moment you start kind of challenging that conceptions, right? What I'm interested in, how do you challenge conceptions of sound? How do you challenge these things, and how do you kind of create, once again, in my opinion, once again, how do you really deal with this in spatial kind of form in this aspect?
For sure. I think it's a compromise. I think sometimes we embrace it, and sometimes we really need to address the situation. As far as embracing it, I think that, you know, very good things can happen through vibration if it is controlled. Whether it's music or whatever, there's a reason why people dance to vibration. But then on the downside, I have gotten probably 15 noise complaints this year alone from my neighbor next door, because there's pipes inside the walls rattling every time I play a little bit of bass music. And it's extremely frustrating. So I'm a DJ, and I haven't been able to make music for the past 3 months because my neighbor I'm in an HOA, gotta love it. And my neighbor will complain every single time I play music. So it's those type of situations where I think, yeah, I think maybe it's more of an engineering mindset, but we do need to account for sound as opposed and go past the bare minimum. It's not just a 6-inch wall with however much insulation you need, you know, like, let's actually figure out what noises bother people, how it impacts our health negatively, and address that. This was more of a tangent and a creative tangent, but I would hope it would get that point across. And then as far as the compromising with architecture, I think sound and architecture need to compromise with one another because clearly architecture is the more static, stronger force. So when architecture can compromise to sound, whether it is with rotating elements, I designed a few rotating ceiling panels, or just things that will, one, might be interesting formally, and two, actually address situations that aren't usually thought of. I feel like sound is a second, it's second fiddle to sight as far as design.
I think that what you said, in my maybe correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that the last thing you said right now, those are the series of questions and kind of challenges you were setting for yourself. That those are the things that your project should have kind of evolved and addressed. In my opinion, is in okay, what is this? What is these topics that we're talking on, especially? And I think that that's what I think we see it in saying, oh yeah, these are the things that we need to consider in sound.
That's noted. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Now, does anyone want to help me build it? We could do it in the Mojave, Megan.
Hey, get that government contract and, you know.
DOD, I got you.
I know. No, but I mean, you know, they've done research. You know, there's a lot of research and, you know, how to shoot sound at people so it makes them go crazy, and like interrogation techniques. I mean, like seriously, this is.
Oh, 100%. I think the
Yeah.
biggest inspiration was the LRAD, the long range acoustic device that the police use for crowd control.
Yeah.
It's insane. This thing goes up to 150 decibels and has ruptured people's organs, eardrums. Like, it's crazy.
So I
But
guess
the
so, yeah, but I guess like what's your position on this? You know, it seems like you're taking a very neutral position, and this is not a neutral. I don't interpret this as a neutral subject. And maybe I'm just, you know, I haven't gotten there yet, but.
I mean, I've always kind of been a little bit non-confrontational and haven't wanted to take a solid position unless I absolutely know everything about it. And to tell you the truth, I don't know everything about sound. I've been studying for 5 years and I still don't know. So I don't necessarily have a position that I'm willing to back, but I would say if I had to lean towards one side or the other, I'd say, yeah, let's look at destruction as a constructing force. Let's do it. I hope that's a strong enough position. Let's go blow stuff up and see what it makes.
Yeah, I mean, it is just in terms of architecture and yeah. Anyway, yeah, I'm down with that.
Yeah, so that statement is very much kind of what I was taking away from the project. You know, using sound as a form making or a space making apparatus. But I guess the question that has still remained for me is, what then do you use that created form or space for? Are you saying that it's just a new methodology to create space or shape that, you know, somebody said earlier, like as designers, we don't just pull things out of our pocket and say, hey, I like this, therefore. And this could be a way of form making that has its own embedded algorithm or system or process. But ultimately, regardless of the mechanism that's creating the form, what is the form for?
I think it would depend on the results. So in some of my experiments, it was really clear, like, whoa, I just made a window. And that's what the form is for. Some of them were just like, well, that's kind of an interesting shape. And actually it would probably reflect sound because of all the triangulation and different offset angles. So I could actually use that in my reverberation room or my sound chamber because that geometry actually works. I guess it just depended on where I saw the value and then how I could make that application to the form. So I didn't necessarily have it 100% like sussed out when I was doing it, but it was definitely a methodology. It was just, whoa, this works, this does this. oh, this would be perfect for that. Okay, let's keep going.
Okay, I mean, what that kind of makes me think of is, we go into a music hall or a recording studio, and they've implemented these different materials and systems and things to reverberate sound, reflect it, to deaden it, to absorb it.
Mhm.
And there's a specific use for that, right? We're in a space and we want the acoustics to be a certain way. And that's what's driving the whole thing. But with this form making and these things, again, it's like, it seems sort of accidental, or maybe that's not the right word, coincidental, of what has been made and then how it's applied.
Okay. I wouldn't necessarily deny that statement. I think that it definitely wasn't an accident of where I ended up. There was a lot of thought about what the geometry does, starting with platonic solids. How does a sphere differ from a rectangle or a cube? And then chipping away from those basic platonic solids to start sculpting is kind of maybe where the oops happened, the happy accident. But like I started with domes because they were all symmetrical, and because it was 360 degrees, it mimicked how sound travels. Traditionally, sound travels in 360 degrees. So I wanted to see how the dome would affect it from inside and outside. And that then I went on tangents of, less symmetrical shapes. So I think that it was grounded in Eurocentrism and platonic solids, but that was way earlier studies when I started looking at the difference of a 4-inch wall versus a 6-inch wall, and if the size of a window influences sound, like when I was back in the more scientific realm. Yeah, I don't know if that answers your question or does anything for you, but that's what I got.
Yeah, I didn't want to say that I was questioning the rigor or the process. I was just kind of still trying to understand the use and the intention at that end.
Okay, well, I mean, this slide right here is probably a good one to talk about. As far as how the shape was made, it was again started with a sphere, and then incisions were cut and other spheres were nested inside of it. But it's supposed to be a cymatic device, which cymatics is the visualization of sound, stems from the Greek word cyma for wave. And this was a speaker stuck in the ground, which is obviously connected to the pipes. And then there's like a little petri dish type thing of acrylic above it, so that when it vibrates, like it would be interactive and people could come and watch the vibrations as the demonstrations are being set up. But it's like, okay, well, a funnel is what's going to get the sound out. So that's where that shape started. Then in order to visualize it, it had to be pretty, not a lot of height, because the water wouldn't show the vibration if it was really deep. So it's a lot of like a back and forth. I'd say it's a very circular design process or cyclical design process.
Well, but Allie, that comes back to like just, in terms of the method, like asking questions about methodology, is that as you develop this or as you put this in your portfolio, are there some key little diagrams that show, because you have a lot of research go into this, you have a very strict methodology that you've used. And when you show a finished image as people responding to it, it's hard to understand the depth and the and you're right, design is cyclical, and you get there through many ways. So I do wonder, like, as you move forward and you put this in your portfolio and you want to explain it quickly, or try to see if you can explain it graphically in a quick way, maybe there's like a series of little diagrams of like this to this to this, and it's not going to be like a Bjarke Ingels like perfect and there's a building, but maybe there are like 4 steps of like, first I thought about this shape, and then we put it in space, and then you do the material finish, and then this, I don't know, like maybe as you move forward, if you find that is a helpful way to communicate even more the depth of understanding and the depth, the rigor of thinking. So that also, as you develop this further, or as you develop this kind of way of thinking further, you'll have that as like touch points of like, oh yeah, but what if I didn't go from this to this? What if I actually went this to something else? You know, then how would that reconfigure? I don't know. I mean, that's one way to think about it.
Right.
It's not a question of rigor or method. It's a question of, it's just asking questions about the methodology because it is so like in depth and it's so thought provoking. And so it's just like, okay, I want to know the 25 steps, you know, but I can't understand the 25 steps looking at this right now.
Okay, that's fair. I don't know if I can even.
Yeah, no, I mean, maybe it's a futile thing, but it would be just kind of an interesting, like, try to sketch it out in your sketchbook, you know, like.
100%. Yeah, I think that's all great advice. As far as getting this to be easily digestible, I think this is a whole nother mission, which I'm just starting, so.
I was just a thing to clarify, and maybe that just to help, because it seems that for me there are two sides of this project in my point of the elements that create sound and the impact of those ones, right? There are elements of generating sound and the ones they're receiving sound. And I think that those two things, the generators and the ones they're receiving, to understand it in the way of these two worlds, as the tool and the one that is being as an element that's constructing space. So for me, since, okay, I understand you're constructing the tools, and then how these tools are constructing or generating space. So we know in real world that we have hammer or the crane or these elements, they're the generators, right? The tools that we use to create space. And you're saying, this is the tools that I'm kind of constructing to create as a way of helping generate space. And I would like to see now a little bit more about the different ways that it's being constructed space and how you kind of really kind of fine tune, tell us all the complexities of that generating of the space. There's a lot of how the tool, but not so much on the other side.
Okay, I will take note of that.
Yeah, and maybe it's my desire to have an answer, and there, you know, the answer will evolve. But again, I go back to sort of a recording studio, or even, I don't know if you know of that, maybe it's called the Vibrarium or something. It's like a sound bath building in Palm Springs. So you make an appointment, you go there, and there's a sound bath, and it's a structure. But I'm still trying to understand, like, is that sphere a place where we can go and visualize or visually see sound because of the vibration occurring?
Yes.
You know, what is it that that the visitor or the user or the what is the built environment doing to the inhabitant? I understand the part of the sound is creating form and shape and a response to the different settings that you're putting in place. But again, I'm still kind of unsure of exactly, like, if I go there, what am I doing? Is it, and at one point you spoke briefly about sort of like people without sight being able to work with sound. So it's like, okay, is it a place to employ people without sight? Is that the intention or the purpose of the place? Is it a place to test frequency of sound and in that DoD, you know, line? Or is it another thing about, okay, we can use sound to blast things and create windows and shapes and have a reason or a embedded logic of why things happen and break down the way they do through that rigor of frequency and timing and all those sorts of things. But again, I think for me, the main thing that I keep wanting, and it maybe doesn't have anything to do with the need of you going down that path, but is sort of like the answer. What am I doing there if I'm there?
Okay, so to kind of reiterate, you think it would be a wise idea to really nail down like a tight program and I guess user profile, as opposed to kind of having all these different sound ideas coming together in a vague way?
Well, I think they're all there and they come together, but I think if I go like, is there a way to move through and experience each one in its own way? Is that the intention, or is it to go outside and just have this one thing and the rest is private? You know, I guess it's just this desire to know why I would go there, and then if once I'm there, what I would be doing or what I'd experience.
Right. Okay. Yeah, the intention was it would be for the public to come and understand, kind of like a pavilion park, I guess, to understand sound and engage with it and interact with it, start to see vibration, not just hear it. And so that's the original intent. That obviously it would employ either scientists, architects, visually impaired or not. But I think what I'm getting out of talking to you is that I probably need to refine it a little bit better in order to sell like the narrative and have that ending, I guess. But yeah, I mean, it all started when I made a Cladney plate, which is a device to visualize sound. I hooked up like a subwoofer to a piece of sheet metal through a threaded rod. When you sprinkle salt on that, depending on what frequency you're playing through it, it'll organize in different shapes. And it was the coolest thing in the world to me, and it still is to this day. And I think that realm of acoustics is overlooked, and it has been since the 18th century. So that would also be maybe it's a cymatic museum. So yeah, you go there and you see the sound happening and you engage in these ethereal shapes and challenge space in a new way from the vibration that you can see and feel.
Yeah, I think June said it very well, where he said there sort of wasn't ever that final conclusion. And I think what you just spoke about is very much what I'm looking for. And it until you said it right then, it never felt like it got there.
Okay, good to know.
Anecdotally, it was really fun. When I was in school, I did a little project, kind of like what it sounded like what you're doing. And I used a dog whistle an app on my phone, and did the same thing. And depending on the pitch, got all these really cool different geometric patterns as well. So I can relate to that and how cool that is.
Cool. Yeah, no, it's awesome. I try and tell everyone about it and nobody cares.
Allie, can I just say one thing as your professional practice teacher and not as your reviewer right now, is that everything we do in architecture has an ethical implication. So even though I guess I would challenge you moving forward that you don't have to know everything about sound in order to kind of have a position or to understand where it sits in that. And so, yeah, to be neutral is to, yeah, not, you can't be neutral. You're never neutral. We're never neutral. So I'm not going to buy your excuse. And I look forward to you developing what your ethical position is on this in architecture in the future. I've said
Okay, I'll take that advice. Thank you.
I will also answer, put once again, what's a stake once again as a question.
Oh, are you actually asking me, or is that rhetorical?
No, I'm just saying when you move on, that would like with Megan, for me, is that's what I was in the first. That's the first thing I said to you, like what as a stake at the proposal, and this is where you start constructing the position in my point of view.
Okay, what's the stake? That's my challenge.
What's at stake? What's your position, Allie? Good questions to end on. Well, Allie, like many before you, I definitely appreciate all the different thinking you provoked here in conversation and comments. And this is probably after what's just been said, it's going to come off pretty simplistic, but I just wonder now, Allie, if I gave you a brief for any type of building, what would you do? You know, like whether it was a cymatic museum or an apartment building or a restaurant, I'm curious how you would take what you've learned over this year and just be an architect with it. So to kind of relate it back to professional practice on the other side, how do you just kind of execute? How do you create good pieces of architecture regardless of program? So I'm highly encourage you, just like Nani just before us, to continue this line of thought, because these are important questions, critical questions, and fairly new ideas in architecture. So please continue it.
Thank you.
I want to thank, well, that's our last presenter today. So I want to take a moment for all of us to thank the guests who are with us right now. We've had a great lineup of guests throughout the day. And for those of you who are still with us, just like maybe a little round of applause. Thank you for sticking with us. It really is a pleasure to share the work and get just really just good feedback.
Yeah. Thank you, David. Yeah. Thank you so much for, sorry to interrupt that.
No. I was just at the risk of just repeating myself in terms of appreciation. So please take it away, Marcel.
No, I'm just going to say thank you guys, and thank you to see some of the students that I haven't seen for almost a few months or year, and seeing my colleagues once again. I miss Woodbury so much, and I'm happy to see you guys. Thank you so much for inviting me, David.
You're welcome. Very welcome. Thank you.
Yeah, and congratulations, you guys. I mean, I only got to see only 4 projects, but all of them tackle really interesting, really complex issues. And like Marcel said, the hardest part in architecture is to take, an idea that you have about whether it's about sound or, social issues or, everything that everyone is dealing with, and try to put it into a built project. And I mean, just the idea that you even attempted to tackle that in this last year is just, you should all feel so proud of yourselves. And this is just the beginning. So, don't get too comfortable, because, it's about to get way harder as you try to continue that through your practice. And you should, and you will. And I'm just so excited to see where you guys all go next. And always come back and say hi, and always let us know how you guys are doing, because, I look forward to the future of San Diego architecture and beyond. I know many of you will go beyond too, but this is really exciting. So congratulations, everyone.
Congrats. Well done. Thank you, Dries, and I'll just kind of maybe final note to say thanks again to Patrick Shields for being with us throughout the semester, providing another perspective, critical perspective. It's been great. It's always fun to teach / co-teach with you, Pat.
So it was great. It was fun. Well done, everyone. I enjoyed this today. You all progressed a lot over all the way from the thesis prep. So, I'll echo Megan's remarks. That you stay at it. This is the beginning of a germination of an idea. So, stay creative. Stay developing these ideas. So yeah, anyway, you're all going to be missed. I'm getting total Zoom separation anxiety already. Total separation. And Marcel, it's like you're here, but you're not even here.
Yeah, I know. Sorry, my camera doesn't really work, but
it's the AI Marcel.
Yeah, is it really Marcel?
That's a very low res version.
I'll just say something really quick. Just keep in touch with us, please. Just know that for all of us, Marcel, for Megan, for David, I know that we just want to see you guys grow. I think it's just starting that conversation right now. I mean, these last couple of years. So congratulations to all of you guys.
Yeah, and I'm going to keep going a little bit right here.
Sorry.
No, it's okay. No, it's okay, Jose. But today is now I'm looking at all your I'm like, oh, I got ideas for all of you now. I know what you need to do. I've got an extra slide for everyone to stick in there and to sequence it. So anyway, hopefully all your projects, I don't know, they get out there. Staple up those zines and start peddling this around town. So anyway, good work. Thank you, everyone. I'm gonna get out of here then.
All right. Well, yeah. Thank you, Patrick. Thank you, Jose. Thank you, all the guests. Thank you, students. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you, everybody.
to the students, I'll have a follow-up on Moodle about kind of final deliverables and expectations. But in terms of what happened today, I'm very pleased that what we saw and heard, and excited for you all. So well done.
Okay. All right, guys. See you. You can
right.
see me.